All right. What's up, everybody? Happy Saturday evening, afternoon, Sunday morning. Guess depends who you are. It says there's a couple of people watching. I'm using a new mic, and I have no idea if it's working, how it's working, or anything like that. I have no idea what the volume is. I have no idea if it's plugged in properly. So if you're kind enough to be out there and are near the comments, let me know if things sound okay. Wait a little bit longer. See if anybody is out there. That's what we do, right? Sit at home on a weekend on YouTube, talk about music, drink some beers. Oh, it does sound good. Thank you, Diane. Hope you're doing well up there. Thanks for watching. Marcia, hey, how's it going? Daisy Mick, good to see you. Yeah, this I figured it was finally time to upgrade the sound a little bit because I posted a video. I guess when I record videos, I just record them on my phone, and the quality is great. But then I've gone back and watched recorded videos that I've had to do on the computer where I have that lapel mic, and after watching it back, I was like, I need to do something. So I don't know. Is this? Yeah, I guess you would probably tell me if it was not great. But yeah. Marcia, what are you getting into tonight? Anything fun? Obviously, it's 8:30 and we're on YouTube, so obviously a wild and crazy night. Actually, Marcia, I thought of you today indirectly because I feel like anytime I think of Steve, I think of those in Steve's circle. So I finally, you will probably recognize this because you're around Steve so much. But hey, man, how's it going? Good to see you. Thanks for jumping on. Hey, Trevor. Ooh, dang, Greek food sounds good. You could do that. You and me both. But Steve will be so proud. I finally picked up this record. Marshall, I don't know if you recognize this, but this is Zephyr. So it's Tommy Bolin on guitar. I knew that this was like a bluesy hard rock sort of vibe. I had no idea they had a female singer at all. Like that, just I threw it on, kind of just always like we say like blind buy or like blind listen, but we're talking audio. But yeah, I had no idea. But I saw this and I told Steve after he had talked about Zephyr so much that as soon as I saw Zephyr, I had to pick it up. And yeah, the singer's name's Candy. We love that. She very I get like Janis Joplin vibes, but not as like powerful. And I don't necessarily mean that in a good way or a bad way. But no, I mean Tommy just rips on here, which is great. I've always really, really liked Tommy, but I feel like when I buy this, I feel like I was more supporting Steve. Like I feel like when somebody buys any record with Tommy Bolin on it, it's like Steve is getting emotional royalties. Like he's not getting a paycheck. There's no pennies in his pocket, but I feel like he is reaping some emotional royalties on that. So really, this was a Steve buy. I like it. It's a good record. I probably would have always had it anyway. I really okay for the few people out there. Vance, Marcia, Mick. Do we love? This is one of these records covers that I can't tell if I love this or I hate this. I I think I love it, but it might still be awful. I don't know. Like, I don't know. If anybody has thoughts on that, be cool. But yeah, that was a fun listen. Um, Let's see what else. This was, yeah. I guess I'm kind of burying the lead for any future videos I do, so don't get mad at me. But what else to do on a live stream than show some records that came in or that I bought recently? But this came in, I think, on Thursday or Friday. The people have spoken. Not my taste. Bathroom scene. I don't know. Look, if you got to say bathroom scene, I don't know. We know that you know, and it's not good. I don't know. I don't. There's not a whole lot of great. Well, depends what you mean by great, but typically album covers that were shot in bathrooms or based on bathrooms have not always been great. This came in later this week. This is the Vinyl Me Please of 1975 Fleetwood Mac. This sounds really good. I've always liked this as much, maybe, as Rumors. I feel it's like kind of like the, not to say like the forgotten one, but it's like all Rumors all the time. Everybody loves Rumors, but I mean, I think this is, again, if Rumors is a 10, this is a 9.5 at least. I've always gotten just as much enjoyment out of this as Rumors. But yeah, you know, Vinyl Me Please, they do some great stuff, obviously. They've been working with Ryan K. Smith for all their stuff. So this is, you know, for the analog people out there, the audiophile people, you know, Triple A, cut from the master tapes by Ryan K. Smith. The actual, I thought this was a cool color too that they did. They usually do some really cool color variants, but this was the cover that they chose for this one. I think it's kind of dope. Little Dalmatian-y type vibe. Dig that. Yeah. Do. Let's see what else. That. This was kind of cool. I picked this up today. I wasn't aware of this album. I mean, this kind of, it was very cheap. I think this was $6, so I wasn't offended. But I'm a big T-Rex fan. Admittedly, you know, they probably jumped the shark after Tanks, whatever that was, 74. But I do love that like period of Electric Warrior, Slider, and Tanks. I think are all great. I love those records. This came out, I guess, after Tanks, but this was a U.S. only release, I think. It's called Light of Love. Of course, just Mark Bolan being as Mark Bolan as he can, ultimate rock star. So I think this is, I'm kind of speaking a little bit from the hip here just because I'm not as familiar with like the later career T-Rex. Everything I've heard about it, it's not great. What is the, was it like Zinc Alloy? Is that one that comes around that time? Maybe for anybody out there who knows T-Rex at all. But this is like sort of, again, it's like a US, wouldn't really call it a comp, but kind of a comp. I think it includes some of that Zinc Alloy stuff. And then isn't there another T-Rex album with, what is it? Bolan's zipper gun thing? I don't know. Again, talking from the hip, but you don't really see T-Rex albums out too much. Obviously, every once in a while you'll see Electric Warrior, you'll see the Slider. But other than that, you just don't really see them. And you see even less of Tyrannosaurus Rex, sort of the psyche folky stuff before they went super glam. But yeah, I've always loved Mark Bolan. I think he's just the coolest, and tragic story there. But yeah, kind of cool again for whatever this was, $6-7. I'm happy to have it. And also at this point too, this was released on Casablanca. So I mean, really in '74 on Casablanca, I think you had, well, I guess obviously that was Kiss debut was '74, right? So I mean, the odd label that kind of had everything. But at that point, yeah, I mean, Kiss was kind of owning it, and and that's on there too. So yeah, kind of a cool find. Let's see. Anything else? This I'll say too. This is a pretty this is an open night here. So if anybody is out there who is looking to hang out on a Saturday, you are more than welcome. Unless, of course, I don't know you and it's scary to me. I'm afraid of getting spammed on YouTube, mostly for my sake. But for anybody out there who is also bored and wants to chat, feel free. Let's see. Oh yeah, this was kind of cool. I had heard about this band for a while, but never saw their stuff. I think they get confused sometimes because there's an American band, this one, and then a British band of the same name. That I think like the British band, and they're both like psychedelic bands, so it just confused people. So it's not the British band, but it's the American band, and uh, kind of, I guess, became really well known as being sort of the start for David Lindley, who, of course, would go on and do all the stuff with Jackson Brown. But this is Kaleidoscope, Incredible Kaleidoscope from, this is their third record from 71, I believe. Yeah, of course. I've actually not listened to this. I just picked this up a few hours ago, but again, was always kind of one of those bands I was interested in. I guess can be more described. I mean, obviously it's David Lindley, who always sort of had like a country-ish sort of or Americana sort of vibe to him, but I guess it's kind of psyche, a little bit country, a little bit like Middle Eastern in parts. So again, kind of just what I've heard about it, but this was on Epic, a good yellow Epic. But yeah, excited for this. Kaleidoscope, American band, featuring one David Lindley, who we lost, I think, just a couple years ago now, maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago. So, bummer there. Let's see. I have no idea why I didn't have this record for a while. I do love this band, and this is their arguably their best. But I guess I just never picked it up. So today it was on sale. There's local spot was doing 15% off. So I think this was, I don't know, $7-8, something like that. But it is 10cc, the original soundtrack. Yeah, super cool. Band that, art rock. It's like, 4 singers, 4 songwriters, killer harmonies. But yeah, I mean, they were kind of, I wouldn't say like the forefathers of art rock, but I mean, they sort of were doing this really cool combination of interesting and complex arrangements with amazing harmonies, amazing hooks, great melodies all the time. But they also had, again, like that very artistic, dare I say, progressive sensibility to them. I mean, that's always been sort of the case with art rock, right? Is like it's not prog, but there are progressive sensibilities with them. And with something like this, it's like side one, the first half is a suite. You know what I mean? It's like there's a 3-part suite. And so I just, and this apparently I have to go back and again, I've never actually listened to this, but this is like amazing production, of course, it's sort of their artistic peak. I do have a lot of their other stuff, How Dare You, I think, and a couple of the other ones, but yeah, I mean, from what I'm told, this is the one to have. So if anybody out there is a 10cc fan, or this record, cool, would love to hear it. But yeah, happy to have that. Odd cover though, I will say. This is a Hipgnosis thing, probably Hipgnosis. If you have to ask, it probably is, right? Let's see, what else do we have? Well, this was cool. This came out for Record Store Day a couple of years ago, but it was before I had like my Dan, yeah, here you go. Well done, sir. I know you need the pat on the back, the patty back. That's a good one. Yeah, appreciate that. Okay, yeah. I know they did a ton of, they pretty much did most of, if not all, those 10cc covers, but Yeah, like I said, if you have to ask, it probably is, right? So I've told the story a million times that I got a chance to see Peter Gabriel last fall, and just like I mean, fell in love, right? Like I'd always really loved Peter Gabriel, but like this was different. So several years ago, this was a record store they released that I didn't pick up just because it wasn't on my radar, and it seemed like another one of those like live albums. But I saw this today in a store in like sort of the a little bit of the discount bin, which we love the discount bin. And again, this was a record store day release from, gosh, maybe 2022. Yes, I guess just a year and a half ago or so of Peter Gabriel Live Blood. Triple red vinyl. I think they call it blood red vinyl because that's so cool. Half speed remaster. All right, great. But yeah, I think this was recorded. Oh, here it is. Okay. So it is the New Blood Orchestra conducted by Ben Foster. So there's a huge orchestra involved. But it was recorded at the Hammersmith Apollo in London, 23rd and 24th of March, 2011. So, 13 or so years ago. And again, 3 discs worth of music there. Cool set. Opens with Intruder. You also have Washing of the Water, which I think he actually opened the set with when I saw him in September. Really great version of that. See, Digging in the Dirt, that's classic. Mercy Street, Rhythm of the Heat, I've always loved. Red Rain, Salisbury Hill, In Your Eyes, Don't Give Up. All the kind of, well, I wouldn't say all, but most of the great stuff there. And I don't know, just I'm all in, man. Just cool guy, right? Cool guy, orchestra in the back, all the stuff, right? So, yeah, I haven't even opened this yet. Just again, you just got it a few hours ago, but basically a Gabriel completist at this point. Which reminds me, Marsha, I still need to get the soundtrack. That name is escaping me right now. I don't know. I feel like I just call it like Peter Gabriel's Passion of the Christ is the joke I come to, but yeah. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. I don't recall you showing that one, but yeah, that would totally make sense. Let's see. Yes. Yes, indeed. Absolutely. Yeah, you make a great point. That was, I think, a polarizing-ish choice, an interesting one, but definitely on brand for Peter, right? Like he does what Peter wants, for better and worse, I think. But yeah, I think the whole philosophy with him releasing these singles with each full moon, and the whole thing. I'll respect like the artsy creative side of it, but it was bizarre how that worked. Interestingly enough, though, like I found myself, I never listened to any of the songs. I think I might have heard like Panopticon, but the first time hearing any of those songs was live. And so actually now when I look back at it, it's interesting because I think hearing them live was the best way to hear them. And so my connection when I listen to those records now, I go back to like that live experience and I find myself loving it, more. So, um, yeah, it was an interesting choice for sure, especially because what the record was like 15 years in the making or something like that. You know what I mean? So, um, I get it. But yeah, Passion. Oh, it is Passion. I was right with Passion. Okay, I was like, it's not Peter Gabriel's Passion of the Christ. Okay, yeah, but it is Passion at least. Yeah, I need that. I guess I need that and Up. What's the other one? I should know, but I'm terrible. But obviously those like 90s releases are a little bit more difficult to find. Yeah, let's see. What else is going on? Yeah, is he doing stuff with Was it like the orb or something? I don't know if that's what you're talking about, Dan, but like, isn't the orb like almost like a more like electronic type stuff? But he's like doing stuff with them. It was I don't know again if that's what you're talking about, but I feel like that was a lot of what I've been hearing lately. It was like, is it a David Gilmour solo album or is he just like supporting this other band? I don't know, but I heard good things about that. If that's the type of music that you're into, so um, um, I mean, yeah, these are all bangers for sure. Um, man, In Your Eyes is still, I just think, I mean, yeah, there's a long list of perfect songs out there, but even if the list was short, I still think In Your Eyes would be on there. Um, yeah, he's still playing, obviously, In Your Eyes and Sledgehammer, and he did not play Shock the Monkey. Played Sledgehammer, he played Big Time. Did play Digging in the Dirt. Yeah. Ah. Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Interested. Yeah, I mean, is there a timeline on that? Is that due for release this year? Is it being labeled as the like David Gilmour solo album? Um, all right. See, now I gotta be looking this up. Oh, that was the one you were listening to. Okay, so that's Rattle That Lock from 15. I've never heard that record, Dan. Pompeii. Well, Dan, as you probably know, I'm drinking the ultimate pail of beers, the old Pabst Blue Ribbon. 6 of these tall boys for $7. I mean, what are you gonna do? I'll tell you what you do. You buy them. Drab Majesty. I have not, Cole. Who are Drab Majesty? Drab Majesty. American band. Huh. Well, I love music genres now. Like all the names are coming up with dark wave, right? It's like sad or new wave, I guess. Dark wave. Dream pop, check. Gothic rock, check. Shoegaze, check. I could be into that. Pretty new though. Yeah, it looks like they just formed like 10 or so years ago. Hey Dave, good to see you. Hope you're well. Hey Art, how are you? Art, we're doing a ranking our 10 favorite Genesis songs on the Prog Report tomorrow on Scott Lade's channel. And I'm trying to decide if the obvious ones should be on the list or if I should give other ones you know what I mean? It's like, do you include Supper's Ready? I mean, you have to, but also it's like, is that, it's like the retired jersey thing. At some point, do you just retire Supper's Ready and you're like, yeah, it's the best. We know, but, so. All right, here we go. How can you not drink 6 tall boys for $7 and then 4 IPA and 2 stouts? Well, yeah, the challenge is though those 4 IPAs are probably about 20 some odd dollars. So, um, and the stouts even more. I mean, that's what it is. I am a huge craft beer fan. It's just too expensive. I mean, I'd be buying 4 packs for 16, 17, $18. Simply because it has like chocolate or coffee in it or something, a mango. So yeah. That's a skit. I remember watching that music video. That was creepy. Yeah, all those puppets, and it was like sort of like it had like the Reagan sort of thing going on, and obviously all the things that were going on there. But I think for my generation, I think was it Disturbed who covered Land of Confusion? I feel like the first time I heard Land of Confusion, it was like I think it was Disturbed who did the cover, but and then went back and watched. I was like, oh, I didn't know. I was like 12 at the time. I was like, oh, I didn't know Genesis did the original, and watched that video and was like, yeah, this is out there. Hey. Oh, another one for Drab Majesty. I might have to look into this. What would you compare them to? If you're going to do like if you like this, then you'll like Drab Majesty. I love that activity. Yeah, I do. That's Mama's on self-titled, the yellow one, I think. I believe. I like that song, but you're right. There's something about the like just and the whole like I don't know. I actually kind of appreciate the whole production side of it with all it's so lo-fi and then it kicks in at the end with some good stuff. Yeah, I could get behind that. I love that. Love it. I was telling I was whether I was on a stream or talking to somebody about how that is just I've been so late to the new wave, post punk, dark wave, all that stuff that I feel so under educated and under experienced in that way. But hey, Marcia, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Have a good night and a good rest of the weekend. So bands, especially like the darker stuff, right? Like the Joy Divisions, was just never I just was so behind on it, and now it's like drinking from a fire hydrant, right? Like I can't keep up with all of it, but I do love like you got I think Cole might have brought up earlier. I love Sisters of Mercy. There's something about them that is just so again, it's just dark. I love that type of stuff. Interesting. I appreciate that list. Wow, Trespass number 1. I love Trespass. And I think a lot of like, Genesis purists struggle to put that up there because it doesn't have, Steve or Phil on there. But that's an interesting list, but I respect it. No Fox and no Crime. Interesting. But yeah, I mean, they're all so good between that era, right? That's awesome. When they played Mama Life, Phil had a light shine from. Oh, dang. Yeah, that'd be an awesome time. Of course, yeah. I mean, God, in those days, they're playing. Yeah, in '83, they're playing stadiums, right? I mean, back in those times, playing like Wembley and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, people probably know this. I mean, I'm a huge progressive rock fan. So when I'm talking about my favorite, and I'm on the prog report, so it's going to lean heavily probably towards early Genesis. But I'm just curious how other people are going to do. I mean, it probably sounds like I talk trash about like the Phil Collins era stuff, but I don't mind them. I mean, it's just if you were to ask me whether I would rather listen to, you know, Invisible Touch as a song or, Return of the Giant Hogweed, the answer is easy for me, but that doesn't mean that I don't appreciate Invisible Touch or whatever else for what it is. Yeah, it does. And the knife is great, obviously. And then when they did the knife for Genesis Live, right? Like that version is killer. Oh, nice. Would have been a good time right before Steve left. That's wow. Dang. I wish, man. I wish I was alive back then. That would have been a good time. I I love Duke. I think like to me, it's like it's trespass to Duke. That is like the magic era for me. I do like Abacab. Um, and then it's sort of I guess like goes down from there, right? Like I think Duke is amazing, and then it's like Abacab's really good, and then Genesis is like it's good, and then Invisible Touch is it's okay, and then We Can't Dance is like and then what Calling All Stations. Ooh. Um, so to me, it's that's kind of the to me Duke is like the point of diminishing returns, if that makes sense. Um, yeah, I like that stuff too. It's just so different, but I've always loved from Genesis to Revelation too. It's so different, but I've always appreciated it. Um, hey, greetings, Catherine. Appreciate you stopping by, saying hello. Hope work went well and you're enjoying your Saturday. Um, yeah, interesting. Yeah, I mean, Typo Negative has always been on the radar. I think for me, it was. I just remember hearing the big song that had what was it, Everything Dies, and just being like, wow, that's a real pick me upper there. Yeah, I agree, Dan. They still did have those elements, right? Like, and a lot of them had still some of those epics, right? I mean, they had the huge hits, huge singles, but then also kind of like you said, sprinkled throughout the record, um, they would still do a lot of those sort of progressive songs too. What is like the Brazilians? Some is Brazilian on Invisible Touch? Could be wrong. Or on Genesis record, is it Down by the Sea Part 1 and 2? They would kind of still have those, but obviously sprinkled in with some of these like mega radio hits. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, I could see that. Um, yeah, and for a lot of the big progressive rock fans, the other thing was that uh they should have hired was it David Long from Big Train, who just passed away kind of tragically a couple years ago. Um, I can't think of his last name. David Long something, Long Log, something like that. I'm joking on that, but he ended up joining and being one of the main folks in Big Train, which is an amazing modern day progressive rock band that pulls a ton of their influences from Genesis. But um, yeah, but multi instrumentalist, songwriter, plays the flute. It's like he would have been like such the perfect choice there, but such is life, as they say. Um, yeah, Sussudio, is that Genesis or is that Phil? I always forget. That's the era where it's like almost indistinguishable, right? Man on the Corner was always a good song. I've always enjoyed that song. Oh, for sure. I mean, my favorite Priest album is Sad Wings of Destiny. I think that's kind of like the prog pick. Um, but yeah, I mean, I love that era. To me, that Sad Wings and Sin After Sin and Stained Class kind of stuff. But definitely, yeah. I mean, Sad Wings is like their prog album, for sure. Victim of Changes was just like that's like their child in time, right? Um, I am not familiar with the Hoodoo Gurus. Is that similar to Guru, the old krautrock band? I am not familiar with Hoodoo Gurus. Oh yeah, for sure. I'll definitely have to check that out, man. That sounds awesome. Vance, you're more than welcome to join me up here, man. It'd be cool to chat with you about some of the stuff. If you're interested, let me know. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's a great song. It is a great song, but yeah, I thought that was. Pull my. Of course, been doing a lot of. Oh shoot, a lot of Genesis listening. I don't have the original. Sorry, sippy time. Do you like how I say sippy time and then I just take a big gulp? But I don't have the original from Genesis to Revelation, but I do have this sort of London reissue that came out in '77 called Genesis in the Beginning. London did these sort of reissue series stuff for those records that were released on Deram, I think, because that was like Deram, or was it Deram? I forget. I don't want to sound like an idiot, but basically London was the US sort of printed version of those. So yeah, it's the same thing, same track list. It's the reissued version of it, but yeah. Of course, Art's favorite that I just brought up, Trespass. I dig this album cover. I always have. I think it's perfect, kind of creepy, right? Love that, but of course, then I don't was that cover Paul Whitehead too? I'll have to double check on that. It very well might be. But then this one's definitely Paul Whitehead. This is where we get into it. So before there are days, this is my favorite Genesis record. I get it. It's not doesn't sound particularly great, but I do think this is one of my absolute favorite covers of all time. I mean, for Nursery Crime, first of all, I mean, classic name. But we got whatever's going on here. We got some croquet with just dolls' heads. I mean, it's just, I mean, how cool. The back as well. All the weird stuff. Kind of creepy. Very creepy. What we got here? Let me pull out some of these inners. I always love going through some records that you haven't like checked out what's actually on the inside a couple times. Oh. Original inner, great, we love that. But yeah, as I am doing my top 10, we'll see what from this makes the final list. But to me, starting off with was it the musical box is what kicks us off, right? Sorry, I'm getting this out here. Yeah, I mean, kicking the record off in musical box is just outstanding. And then obviously Return of the Giant Hogweed, which is so quirky and just awesome. That might be on the list. And then the big epic, epic-ish or whatever that closes out Fountainless Analysis. Yeah, I don't know how many are going to be from this record when we do this ranking. But I love it. Now, next we have Foxtrot, which what you see what's going on there, obviously. Because again, here we're just talking in just prime great land. I always love too these famous Charisma label. They had some awesome label design where Charisma did. But here you are, obviously, Supper's Ready, which takes up almost all of the second side. They're sort of big epic. Yeah, I mean, it's just arguably one of the greatest classic prog songs of all time, right? It's Supper's Ready and Close to the Edge and Thick as a Brick, right? Like that's kind of all the stuff. But Watch for the Skies, brilliant. Get 'Em Up by Friday, brilliant. 3 songs that might be, again, in the top 10. If it's not Nursery Crime, well, okay, technically then we jump to Genesis Live. You know, I'm by no means the original person in pointing this out, but this not being a double is just a pain, man. I imagine it's a completely perfect set. I wouldn't change anything about the set other than just adding more. But you know, again, it's watch this, guys. Get them out by Friday. Return of Giant Hogweed. You have the musical box and the knife. That's it. 5 songs. 5 songs. Give us the double. Give us some suppers ready. Give us something else. But yeah, terrific live album. Right before what is probably my favorite. It's been England most of the time for me. Selling England by the Pound. To me, it's going to be the challenge of, you know, Firth of Fifth not being number 1 is going to be really hard. I mean, Firth of Fifth. I mean, that's just I like Firth of Fifth more than Supper's Ready. Is how much I like Firth of Fifth. But the Cinema Show, way up there. Dancing with the Moonlit Night, way up there. So now again, we're talking another record that has 3 options. But then we go here, and this is going to be a struggle, I think, because I love this record. This is their 74 Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, the big double concept album, all the stuff. This is a great double. I know people might say it's bloated, but people say that about every double album ever, right? Like what's the double record that's not bloated? I don't know, right? Like especially with these concepts of whether you're talking something like this or The Wall or whatever else, like yeah, there's gonna be bloat in there because it's part of the storytelling. You know, it's like that's kind of how it works in my opinion. But the question is for the Genesis people, Dan, really looking at you out there. What are the independent songs you pull out of here that are as good on their own as these other ones, right? So like immediately, you know, Fly on a Windshield, probably. In the Cage, probably. Carpet Crawlers, probably. So now again, we got 4 or 5 more songs that got to make this damn list, right? Hey, John, happy Saturday to you, man. Hope you're doing well. Oh, fascinating. I've never heard of automatic fine tuning. That sounds really interesting, though. Yeah, I mean, you include, you know, your King Crimson's in there too, and gosh, tough. John, how are you doing, my brother? So, I guess we're just doing a complete Genesis walkthrough at this point. Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. Peter Gabriel leaves, does his own stuff. What are they going to do? They're just going to keep on soldiering on. Phil's going to keep on drumming, but he's also going to sing too. He was doing a lot of backing vocals and I think a couple of leads throughout the last several years anyway. And they released this gem. I think this is a perfect album. Trick of the Tail, another Hypnosis cover, which I think Lamb was Hypnosis too. I've always dug this Hypnosis cover. This whole illustration, weird circusy kind of bit. I've always loved this a lot. Always been a fan. But yeah, I've always said like no Gabriel, no problem, because Phil's great. He's able to step up, and you still have Steve Hackett. But you know, Dance on a Volcano, amazing. Squonk, I love me some Squonk. Ripples, obviously, and of course, close out. I think it was Los Endos. Trick of the Tail's great, absolutely great. All's good, good man, good. No, I have not. Not sure on that. Hiya, Richard. Good to see you. Cat with some glasses on and a hat. I love it. Man, I love that song, Catherine. I love the Carpet Crawlers. There's just something there. It's just so moody. I mean, I just the textures. I mean, that's such like a Tony Banks thing, but it's gonna be tough. Carpet Crawlers is gonna be up there. But how's it gonna compete when the very same year? Isn't that interesting? I've said this before on some other videos. Phil Collins, as much as some people like to talk some nonsense, he had himself a year in 76 because he put out 2 Genesis albums where he decided, where he's now the lead singer. And, oh, what's up?
What's up, Alex?
How's it going, man?
Good, man.
Good to see you, be on video with you.
Yeah. Done catching up with, no, I haven't been on your show or some of the other guys, but I watch y'all.
Yeah, well, and we watch you too, man. Where remind me where you're at again in the world?
I'm in Chicago.
Ah, very good.
Yeah, and I got the Genesis stuff like right behind me. I could pull some of that too.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's awesome. Are you also experiencing some oddly like 63-degree days?
Yeah, we're getting that. It's like it was in the 40s and 50s, so it is odd for February.
Yeah,
but tomorrow we could get a blizzard, so that's how.
Right. Yeah.
So, hey, John.
Well, I was just waxing poetic about our good friend Phil Collins, that I feel is given a bad rap at times.
Oh yeah, he's like the butt of jokes for In the 80s, he was everywhere. He was on everything. I mean, I'm a big Zeppelin fan, and he was Robert Plant's drummer on his first solo tour. So
yeah.
Then he did Clapton's tour, I think, and he was just all over the place.
And did he drum with Zeppelin for what was it?
Yeah, he was at Live Aid debacle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which I think, that was a debacle.
He did not need to be there, but
Well, and I've always said we're talking like 76 was he's doing Wind and Wuthering, he's doing Trick the Tail. He's now the singer of Genesis as well. Yeah. And then one of my favorite genres of music is jazz fusion, and he's off doing and forming Brand X.
Yeah,
which is
Brand X album. Yeah,
I'm getting into that. Yeah, just an insane jazz fusion record where he's just ripping. And all of this is happening in 76, 77. I mean, yeah. So, but
yeah, a lot of people give him crap though, because it was just at one point where he's doing the Tarzan sound. I think that was kind of the Jump the Shark, where it was like it was all over Phil was all over in the 80s. He was on everything. Yeah, but you can't knock that guy. I mean, come on.
Oh yeah, absolutely not.
It's all well deserved. He just became. And I kind of feeling like that, like Dave Grohl for a while there. Like, man, Dave's like doing everything,
Yeah.
So
it's like me on YouTube. There's not a stream I don't like. It's like if anybody invites me anywhere, I'm going. So, but I don't really get paid for it like they do. So.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see what's going on here. We are going live with Glenn Monday at 7, and we're doing I think what we're sort of informally, or he might formally call it, a Zappa primer. So kind of a introduction video for people who may or may not be intimidated or not sure where to start, but are curious about Frank. Who's Frank? Who are the mothers? What's the difference? Who are the old mothers versus the new mothers? All that kind of stuff. So I'm looking forward to that because I'm a big Zappa fan, but I also say that you can never be. I'll say it here, like I'm scared because it's, as someone who's even a big fan, it's still overwhelming. Like I, probably have 30 to 40, I mean, it's absurd, maybe 30 Zappa 30 to 35 Zappa records, but
talk about a huge catalog, of records.
Yeah, it's like that barely scratches the surface.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I might have a good 5 or 6. I don't even know.
Yeah, but yeah, there should be a good time. Yeah, well, and was pretty much there, Dan. Killer Live album.
Yeah.
Bill's on here too. Isn't Bill Bruford drumming on here on a couple tracks, I believe?
You got me. I'm not sure on that, but wouldn't surprise me. Bill Buford's another one that was on everything.
Everywhere, right?
Every prog album, right? I do have
Of
seconds.
course, I did just realize now. It's funny, Catherine. We were talking carpet crawlers earlier. That's it's just called the Carpet Crawl on this record. Interesting. But yeah, looking at this again, I mean, gosh, Squonk, Carpet Crawlers, Afterglow, Firth the Fifth, I Know What I Like, Musical Box, Supper's Ready, Cinema Show, Dance on Volcano,
Yeah,
Los Endos. I mean, that's just a crazy good live record.
absolutely.
Yeah, he was great there for sure.
I'm gonna leave that out. Actually, I haven't listened to that in a long time.
Ooh, what'd you just pull?
The Seconds Out. I haven't listened to that in a long time.
Oh yeah.
Been trying to dig in the collection, man, because I am just like I got to stop hitting the record stores for a while because I'm packed. The shelves are packed, and I got
The
2
classic
crates.
more buying than listening.
Yeah, I got 2 crates of, or actually 3, full of stuff that I've received. I got, and I just haven't. They're not shelved. I haven't. I'm slipping through there. And I have sealed ones. I'm like, I haven't even opened this and listened yet. I'm like, oh, it's a sickness, man. It's dangerous. So
That's why I never shy away from like that is totally a collector thing though.
yeah,
You know
it
what I mean?
is.
Like what part of collecting is the hunt and the buying. That is also satisfaction. And then obviously listening is great too, but that is totally yeah.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I was flipping through these crates and I'm like, I didn't even open this yet. Jesus, what's wrong with me? So
Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Catherine. Zappa 101. That's a primer, all right. Well, yeah, it's a bit of a beast of a conversation. I mean, it's gonna go great. Glenn's great. We'll show a bunch of stuff too. It's just, he's just one of those artists, and there's so many like it where not only is it a vast catalog, but there are so many different genres within the catalog that I think it's important of, it's like there's jazz fans who might not be a Zappa fan, but there are jazz Zappa records. There's psychedelic fans that might not be a Zappa fan, but there are psychedelic records. There's prog fans that don't know. So I think that's kind of where we'll end up going, is talking more about depending on where you're coming from, here are some different options.
yeah.
Right. That's all anybody wants to hear is the tom, most, basic of all fills, it's no one wants to hear the Tom Sawyer drum solo. We all want to hear.
They just sound so good though, man, on that song.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And another song that you just don't hear a lot is that song that he did for Frida from ABBA.
Oh,
Something's going on.
Yeah,
I have always liked that song, and it's around that same era. It's almost like they used the same studio kit and everything for it,
Oh yeah. Yeah, the old the Moon Unit Zappa with the Valley Girl. Oh my God, yeah. And that's a great deal, Art.
Big commercial success for him, man.
Yeah, it was huge. And every time I meet anybody from the Valley, it's the only thing I can think of. So, for the
I think there's I don't know if it's just a YouTube clip or actual documentary or something, or maybe it was in the Zappa documentary about Moon. Moon was talking about that song, the session, how it all came about and everything.
Yeah.
It was pretty interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, Tim, well, specifically Dweezil. So Dweezil leads the band, and I mean, I think Dweezil and is it Ahmet? They control the Zappa estate.
I think they all control, but isn't one of them has more control than the other? Because I saw Zappa Play Zappa, which was Diesel thing, and then he was told that he couldn't use that name.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, there was and I don't know if that was from one of the siblings or not, or however that worked out, but he said he couldn't use the Zappa Play Zappa.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
because I didn't get a chance
something else. Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to see them, but there's always I always tie in like a Dream Theater reference to stuff. But Zappa Play Zappa was on Dream Theater's Progressive Nation tour that they were doing in 2008 or 2009, which, those groups were put together by Mike Portnoy, who, he's a huge Zappa fan. And so there's actually a great clip on, I think it's either Mike's birthday or it was like Frank's birthday from the tour, Mike going on stage with Zappa Play Zappa and singing Bobby Brown Goes Down. And it's just, one of those cool fan moments. But Yeah, that's interesting though, because I mean, I remember them touring all the time, but hadn't heard anything for so long. But I guess that
He
makes
changed the
sense.
name, yeah, I think he just goes by Dweezil Zappa or something, but he couldn't use Zappa, and I saw that was it was kind of a weird thing when because I saw him the Zappa Play Zappa show, it has to be like 10, 12 years ago, and it kinda sparked my like, he played, like, was it the, Night at the Roxy or something like that album?
Okay,
All the
Roxy
way
and Elsewhere.
through. Yeah, Rocky, that's it, and I was just like, "Man, this he was killing it," and I was like, "Man, I really need to dig into the Zappa collection," and then it's kinda sparked that up where I started going and just picking up an album, just taking a shot on it or whatever, so I got, like, some of the staples like Hot Rats and stuff,
Oh
but,
yeah,
uh, it was funny that Dweezil was the one that kinda really said, "Hey, I really need to check him out." I mean, I always knew of Frank Zappa, but I
yeah,
never really picked up his stuff just because it was so massive, like, where do I start kinda thing.
yeah, yeah. And that's the whole
It's
point of
funny
what
how
we're
something like that triggers
doing.
it.
Yeah, exactly. Um, well, it's the classic Pabst Blue Ribbon, the
Yeah,
PBR, Richard.
I love I got what do I have? I have some German beer and I have the Rush beer. Have you tried that?
Oh yeah, the Rush. That's a golden
Golden
ale,
ale,
right? Yeah.
yeah. I did a little short on that. They actually got a lot of hits. But I like the old PBR gives me a headache, but I'll go drink a Schlitz an old style.
Oh,
I mean, if they have it, I don't care. People give me crap for it. I don't
I
care.
mean, for me, it's just I was showing
It
before,
just
like
reminds me of sneaking in the fridge, stealing my dad's beers. Now, I'm showing my age maybe, but still,
yeah,
it's like
drinking like hams and stuff
hams,
like
yeah,
that.
all that,
There's
all
a
that
place I
stuff.
talk about. There's a place down my street, a dive
Michelob.
bar I frequent, and Thursdays they do they call it Dollar Dad cans, and they're these. It's your hams, your your Blatts,
Yeah, yeah.
your Strohs, all of that. Bush Light, Natty Light, Black Label, Milwaukee's Best, or Old
Mhm.
Milwaukee,
Old Milwaukee, yeah.
and
I
all of
still
it's a
I still got
dollar.
the I still got all the beer cans I collected in the '70s. I gotta dig those out of my parents' basement. I got like a Schlitz one here because I used it for a video for when I was doing the Who when they were sponsored by Schlitz on their '82 tour. I did a
That's
video with
so
that.
funny.
So yeah, but yeah, I love all that stuff.
That's
If
amazing.
I see some old cheap little beer I'll take that. I'll give me the old style.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Yeah, I used to be a big sour guy. It's just they're so expensive now. I mean, some of these sour beers you can, they give you like it's like a 22-ounce bottle, but it's like 20 some dollars. And yeah, but I was a big fan of sour beers. Yeah, that would have been what 2010. No, I guess that was 2011 or 12 there. Yeah, I saw that a couple times that tour. That was the first tour they did with Mike Mangini. Um Yeah, Dan, I love that album, and that's my favorite song from them. So, I mean, the whole album's good, but Octavarium's been always my favorite from there. Uh, yeah, that's gonna come up, and that's the thing. Bobby Brown Goes Down is from Chic Your Booty. And that was the first Zappa album I heard was Chic Your Booty, and remember hearing Broken Hearts Are for Assholes, and all that side of stuff. That was just I was like 15 or whatever, and I'm like, oh man, this is the coolest stuff. And with the ram it up your poop chute. I mean, Crisco wristwatch. I mean, it's like, what is going on? This is absurd. Um, and equally, I love Joe's Garage. I know it's stupid and silly, but that's the point of it. Is like Joe's Garage is a parody on itself in terms of the whole rock and roll lifestyle thing.
Yeah,
But why does it hurt when I mean, it's
I'm
so
sure.
stupid, but
I'm sure you saw that documentary too on them, right? The Zappa film.
yeah,
Yeah, that was another thing that kind of like, yeah, I really got to get into this stuff. I love this. Yeah.
man. Wow. Oh, more Phil. Oh, interesting. Didn't know that.
Yeah, he was everywhere in the '80s, man.
Everywhere.
He's doing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Because he produced Behind the Sun, I think, too, for Clapton.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would
Yeah.
make sense. Yeah. See you. With the Jewish princess too. Yeah. I mean, it was just I'd never heard any. There was nothing else like that. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Dan, it is still a thing. it's not really my thing, but I have done this before. But it's not my
I'm
thing.
afraid to ask.
Well, it's you just drink a beer while taking a shower, you know. So
Oh.
it's or is you just drink a shower while taking a beer, as they
Gotcha.
say. Speaking of which, I need a refill. So Vance, go ahead, entertain the crowd for a while, huh?
I
Like a
know
courtroom
nobody
jester,
said I was
right?
going to do stand up tonight, but
The stage is yours.
well, Alex was talking about Genesis, so I was able to see Genesis twice in '83 and '86, and he brought up this album, and yeah, it sounds to me it's a little dated. The song "Invisible Touch," "Land of Confusion." I mean, a lot of people like it, but it still it comes off dated. But yeah, they always were known for like kind of doing a prog album or kind of a long song later in the '80s, right? So that Domino and the Brazilian, like I think you brought up on this.
Oh yeah, Domino. Yep.
That was the thing, and like on the '83 self-titled The Shapes album, "Home by the Sea"
Yep.
was kind of that song for they kind of still stuck to that. I would have loved to know what they might still had in the vaults if the unfinished songs, and that's like that comment I threw up here earlier too, where I just can't believe they let that catalog end with "Calling All Stations." Not to knock it, but obviously it's not everybody's favorite. It's like really all that time from until now, you guys couldn't just do something, get together and just be one final record or something, or work on old songs that they might have had.
I'm sorry.
So, oh yeah, that's on the turntable there, Mick.
Is that Orangutan?
Yeah.
Is that like an original, or did you get like the reissue of that?
I got the Noble Records.
Oh, the Noble Records. Oh, it's such a good record, man.
Yeah, it's great. This last one is sitting on the turntable. So.
Yeah, and that cover is just something else. Too.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's the best.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny you mentioned
find an original. Geez.
Yeah, well, always worth the ask.
Oh yeah.
You mentioned even Calling All Stations, as disappointing as it was. Doesn't even that have like a 16-minute song on it?
Yeah, I think it does.
Like even at that point in the career, it was like, we better do it. Like,
yeah, I think I had it on that CD and I might have purged it, which I regret because I don't want to go pay for it again. But I think you're right on that. I mean, they should. I mean, they had their other side project. I don't know why they called it a Genesis album. They could have made it a side, but again, the label's like, well, the branding and
I was like,
Mike and Tony, and
I would say what little copies it sold probably only sold that because it was called a Genesis album.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, if they might have came out with something different, a different name, they could. I mean, then you could do a whole video on that. Like, I think the John Corabi album of Motley Crue,
if
they came out with a different name band, I think it would have got more attention, and people just kind of dissed that when it came out.
Well, I mean, because my
guess it's a good record.
I think there's a lot of people who find that the only Motley Crue record sometimes that they can, besides maybe like the first two. But I mean, that's the thing, is like the people who love Motley Crue in the mid or the early to mid 90s are not looking for a John Corabi and grunge inspired record.
No,
they want to hear Vince Neil.
If they would have named it something else, I think, it might have had better success or been out there more. I think they would have might have even, stuck around for another album after that. Who knows?
Yeah. Vance, you a Judas Priest guy?
Oh yeah, love Priest.
Thoughts from this question?
Rock rule. Yeah, I think it has. I mean, it's early Priest. It's pretty raw considering when it came out, early '70s. I mean, talk about forefathers of metal. They definitely deserve that. I like it. I've listened to it, not recently, but I got I think a copy or two. I think it still holds up. There's some good stuff on there.
Yeah, definitely one of those. Like,
it's definitely it's their first first album. I mean, you can just see the building of what's to come. So kind of what we have the benefit now of going back, and you can see how the riffs and just the song structures and stuff grown. When that came out, I mean, I would think it would have been pretty. I mean, not lack of a term, progressive for the sound of the music was that it came out around. Its peers playing. I mean, that had to be pretty heavy hearing some of those riffs coming out.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we were saying before, people were talking Judas Priest, and my favorite's always been Sad Wings, which is crazy. That was their second, right?
Yeah. So look how much they progressed in that time. So
Right.
It's kind of cool. Well, I hate to have you drink alone, so I'm gonna go grab one too.
Well, it's the least you could do,
Just
man.
don't want to be rude, right? You know.
It's appreciated. Thank you, brother.
All right, give me a second.
No, I agree, Mick. And it's just one of those things, right? Like, rock and roll is just a weird sort of representation, right? Like, that'd be a cool show idea of just sort of some of these debuts of like, it's the debut that a lot of people forget about or isn't representative of their sound, that kind of stuff. But I mean, the writing was on the wall. I just think it's I remember the great what all of us YouTubers aspire to be. It's a couple years ago, Pete Pardo and Martin Popoff over at Sea of Tranquility did one of their Friday shows about bands that got real good real quick. Essentially the ones that were like, here was their debut and meh, here was their second album and like, holy hell, here we go. So, you talk about like Rock'n'Rolla to Sad Wings, or I think they used Aerosmith as another example, or a handful of other ones that I can't think about right now. But no, it's a creative thought of like some of the, it's like, I think it's some artists like David Bowie who people forget that they had a debut because it was sort of disowned and because it was so much different than everything else that was going on, or different than the rest of their career. I would agree with that. I think 80s metal, depending on who you're funneling into metal, like I don't call Poison metal. But I think if you're talking like, Testament or, other thrash bands or, or Sabotage or that kind of stuff, then I would totally agree with you. I don't know that Theater of Pain has aged particularly well, if we're calling that metal, but that's kind of the thing of however you want to define metal. Let's see. I feel rock and roll is so bluesy and proto metal and so unique. And yeah, it is. Like, there's definitely elements of what they were going to do, but it's also kind of bluesy and kind of like boogie. Like, it's very interesting. Well put. And I say this that I actually do like Poison. I cannot lie. I wouldn't call them like a guilty pleasure because I don't really believe in guilty pleasures, but I just, it's just good, happy, hard rock, man. It's party music. It's, I never need to hear a handful of those songs again, but I've always liked those records, and they were definitely a victim and beneficiary of the time, I guess. Yeah, I'd agree with that. And of course, the great, always have to remind myself, the great Simon Phillips drumming on Sin After Sin, which is always something I got to remember. That is fascinating. What are you drinking over there, brother? Oh, got some audio issues? No sound.
You hear me now?
Oh yeah, you're good now.
There we go. All right. I got this. You hear me now, right?
Yep, you're good.
Got this Dab German export. I don't know.
Oh,
never saw it, so I just picked it up.
Just like a basic a follower of the Reinheitsgebot.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah,
I'm not a beer connoisseur, but I'm like the border of Mexican and Polish neighborhoods.
Yeah.
So all the little grocery stores have all this kind of import stuff and all that.
Oh, fascinating. What is the Polish neighborhood of Chicago?
Well, I'm right here in the Belmont Cragen area. There's a lot of Polish people that live in this area. Ukraine Village too.
Yep.
There's that part.
Yeah, my
scattered, but there's I'm right. There's Polish grocery stores and little restaurants and everything around here, stores.
Yeah, my best friend, he's in Buena Park.
Okay.
But historically, when I would go visit him, he'd always take me up to what is it, Andersonville, the
Yeah.
Swedish area. Cool place. Still places up there that just do cash only, like the breakfast spots and stuff like that. Which is kind of it's inconvenient, but it's cool. It's like
Yeah. There's a lot of bars like that too, is cash only too, and just
I was at a bar.
We got the ATM right over there. Like,
yeah, right. I was at a bar last night. There's a couple of dives and right around me, and I love a dive. Like I want this place greasy and sticky, and it's like that to me. I don't want a club. I don't want a fancy cocktail bar. I want the grimy, terrible
oh yeah,
places.
I love dive bars, man.
And they're
I was thinking about heading out to one tonight, and I was like, but
yeah, they're
L&L
cash only.
Tavern. Yeah, it is cash only, and I can get my Schlitz there and
Yep.
2 shots of Malort, and just they got an old CD jukebox.
Like as any good Chicagoan would. Are you now? Is like Chicago home for you? Have you always been from there?
Yeah, born and raised. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, the L&L Tavern, man. Rumor is that like I don't know if it was Gacy or Dahmer or somebody used to go in there. They have a sign in the window, the creepiest bar in America and stuff. I love it.
Oh, that's awesome.
I just didn't venture out, but I was thinking about it.
Yeah, this place was selling last night there. It was PBR bottles, which you don't see that much, by the way.
Don't. Yeah.
PBR bottles are $2.
Nice.
And
Yeah, that place I was going to go to, they got all this PBR paraphernalia around, like old vintage signs, and it's not PBR, but it's Camel cigarettes. It's like this giant statue of a hand with the cigarette, and it's lit up on the end. I said,
oh, that's awesome.
I don't smoke every day, but that is the coolest freaking thing in the world, man. So
if I had that, I would smoke a lot more.
Stuff. Yeah, they had all this They have all this PBR stuff, old mugs and all this kind of stuff. Yeah,
that sounds amazing.
So I'm a nerd like that. I mean, I got a little Lowenbrow lion up here, but
oh hell yeah,
little promotional thing. Unfortunately, is I could grab it. You're into beer stuff, so
oh yeah, I'll see it.
Let me grab this guy. He's unfortunately, I've had this since I was a kid, but unfortunately the mug broke off. But this lion here, Lowenbrow, remember that stuff?
Oh hell yeah! Oh damn!
Yeah, it's this old like promotional advertising thing.
That's dope.
The glass mug kind of broke off, but yeah, I love this. I dug this out of my parents' basement. Like I used to have this in my room, so like I'm taking that home. So had to bring that back. So I'm a sucker for that stuff.
That's cool stuff, man.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go. A guy called Mixers. Great atmosphere. Many characters. Wow. Well, was he an ex-cop when he shot the cook, or an ex-cop after he shot the cook?
Oh, that's
or both.
I used to hit up this Polish bar's walking distance from me called Bim Bom, and they, once COVID hit it and all that, they were closed down. She ended up selling it. Now it's a recording studio, but I miss that place. Used to go there all the time. That's where I drink all this Polish beer.
Since they just go and drink Polish beer and eat.
Yeah, they had all that stuff there. Yeah.
Oh man, that sounds the dream. We have a couple places here. We got a Columbus joint called Pierogi Mountain, and it's Polish. It's Polish because it's pierogies, but like it's how like anything else, it's like, oh, you can get a pierogi with like mac and cheese in it. It's like the millions of types of pierogies that you can get. So it's not really Polish, but they used to have a couple of other locations, and one of them was like in a dive. So it was like you're in this dive bar, and then you just go over to like this little counter in the corner and order your pierogies that come out on a paper plate, and just oh man.
Yeah, at the Polish bar, whenever there was like somebody's birthday or something, man, they'd all make food and bring it in. Man, I ate like a king. I'd be like, this is the greatest bar ever. I'd come in there, I'd be stacking up the plate.
Oh man,
free shots are coming around. That's good stuff.
That's a great point, Rich. I'm all in on that, man. It's been funny. I used to go to the same dive every Thursday, but now that I've been on these streams on Wednesday nights, I've been drinking a lot on Wednesdays, and I don't feel like drinking on Thursdays. And so a couple of them texted me, and they're like, dude, we haven't seen you in like a month. Where have you been? And I'm like, sorry guys, I'm hanging out with my YouTube friends on Wednesdays. I can't. right. Let's see what else here. While we were talking,
Yeah, where were you in the Genesis?
we're in the
How
Genesis.
long?
Well, we just got through seconds out, which means my favorite. Some people ask, they go, okay, so when did Genesis go? When did Genesis lose Steve Hackett and go to a 3-piece? And I said, well, you could start with the name of the record, which is, and then
Yeah.
there were 3. Would
Yeah,
be a
right.
good place to start. Now from there, I can't help you.
Yeah.
This is still a really good record. But this was when you had Follow You, Follow Me.
Really,
That
that really
I think,
went commercial for him big time.
yeah, that sort of set the standard for what was to come, right?
Yeah,
Like,
pretty much.
let's see. This has some hits, but I love just the sound of this record. I've always really liked Duke a lot. What do you think of this album cover?
I think it fit the story. You know,
Yeah,
it was fine. I mean,
yeah, I can buy
it's not.
that.
I could think others that are worse. So I don't like
Yeah.
Invisible Touch album cover.
Emma, shouldn't you be like
Hey, Emma.
shouldn't you be like at a Cheap Trick show right now or something? Are you not watching them? What's
That's
going
where
on here?
I actually got to meet Emma, and it was at a Cheap Trick show.
Oh, nice. You've met. Oh, yeah, because she's
It was last summer.
Illinois, Chicago area. Yeah.
Her and what's his name? The vinyl spinner, the Kiss guy. Oh my god, I just
Dylan.
Dylan. Yes, yeah, they were there, and they were up on the rail. I was a little while. I was like, "Are you?" She was like, "Are you here?" I said, "Yeah, yeah." So then
Well, I know she met up with a bunch of VC people when she saw Kiss, I think, too. So she's running into people. Oh, you're waiting. Okay, cool. It sounds. Yeah. So Emma has seen Cheap Trick tonight. Not to just share her story, but it's somewhere out of town, and it's like a post game for a hockey game in Milwaukee. And
really?
and so they're it's like the after show party. I don't know. She's got like front row tickets, and she's very whatever. Again, sorry for spilling your beans there, Emma, but apparently the game just won't end.
Shootouts.
So, like, I don't think she knew quite how long hockey games were, and then it went to overtime, and
then that means they went to a shootout probably, and
then it's like the game will not end. No, yeah, we love you, and you have fun tonight, Emma. Stay safe out there. Thanks for stopping by and smashing that like button. Appreciate you. Yeah, exactly, and I think that's like the point, right? Of like, there are so many eras with this band. I mean,
I came in around Duke 1980. Abacab, those albums.
Now I will say I do love this album. Misunderstanding a typical sort of at the time hit, right?
Yeah.
I've always thought one of the best pop songs they ever did was because to me it was a perfect progressive pop song. It's in a weird time signature. It's weird. Was Turn It On Again.
Oh yeah.
That to me was just again like I think a perfect sort of transitional single.
Still gets heavy radio play here in Chicago on the classic.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you make a great point. I've always loved the sound of. There's just some like there's, and I guess production, right? Of like, there's just
got a couple. There's a promo copy.
Oh hell yeah! Oh, that's cool. We love We love one of those timing strips. Yep.
And then this is a what's this? Argentina or something?
Ooh. See you, Dan. Thanks for coming, man.
I can't remember, but it's maybe not Argentina. It looks French. I don't know. Is that French? Probably. Yeah, I think it's a French copy. That's my Duke. How about this? I know it's not an album, but how about Spot That Pigeon?
I don't have Spot the Pigeon.
Huh.
Cause that's like their EP, right?
Yeah, it's like a little EP. 3 songs. This is a Canadian press one. I think I don't know if the US one was like a color blue or something like that. But this is a Canadian one. Warner Brothers. but what is this ties into something? When it was a 78, so that's right after or around, and then there were 3, right? When
Yeah,
would this
yeah,
fall in there? Yeah. So
yeah. Because I don't think Steve Hackett's on there. I could be wrong though.
no, I don't think so either. There's not much info on it, but I have that.
I didn't realize.
I do
should
like
have
Trick
known.
of the
How many?
Tail.
Didn't they do like a million different art cover variants?
I think
of
there's
this?
actually I think there's 4.
There's only 4.
Yeah, I think there's only 4, if I remember correctly. And I don't. What do I have? I got a couple. This is like the yellow, kind of red green one,
Oh, you have the yellow. Yep. I
and
guess
then
so.
there's this like blue, kind of beige green red,
Yep.
and I have 2 of those. So those are the only 2 different ones, but I think there's 4. If I remember old VCR, Rob Elovox showing it that he had the 4 of them. And I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen some of the other combinations of colors of the cover.
Well, was it? Well, I guess around the same time too. Was it?
The Police that did.
So yeah, Synchronicity
has
30.
like 32 different
it's
versions of that album cover.
I
And
have
how do you know? Because it's just like the picture sequence and
Yep. I do
so
try to do. I couldn't care less
They-
about the Synchronicity variants. I think I'm one color away from their debut color variants though,
Oh, I think I'm in the same
because I think
boat.
they did red, yellow,
I think there's 4 of those, right?
green, and blue. Maybe.
I think I'm missing the blue one.
I think I'm just missing the blue one
Are you?
too.
Yeah, I know because I do have the other 3.
Which it's like kind of funny. Like I don't know how you feel about this artist, but like this comes up all the time of like Taylor Swift's doing that now with a lot of her records, and people are like, oh, it's just a cash grab. I can't believe she's doing all these. And I'm like, this is not new.
Yeah, exactly.
I was like, you all loved it when
Okay.
Led Zeppelin was doing it.
Yeah, and those guys, you didn't even know they had the paper
It
bag.
was in a brown freaking bag.
People were going in scratching the seam to see which letter it was so they could get it.
But no one's gonna call. No one's gonna call.
They don't remember
Jimmy Page
that.
a cash grabber. So.
Yeah, Yeah, it's all been done.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, even the Police one. When I looked, I was like entered my stuff in Discogs years ago, and I looked and I was like, God, they have all different versions in here too of this album. It's funny.
Okay, so this might have been. I hate to use the phrase "jumping the shark," but I don't know. Okay, Abacab, I'm fine with that. I think No Reply at All is when I started hearing, not being able to distinguish Genesis from Phil Solo.
Okay.
Man on the Corner. I do like Man on the Corner, but again, it could have been a Phil
easily Phil Collins song.
Easily just a Phil
that could have been
song.
on his first album or second. Yeah.
I feel like Man on the Corner and like I Wish It Would Rain Down are like they could have just easily been back to back, right?
Mm-hmm. I love the title track of that record though. It's probably one of my top Genesis songs.
Oh, Abacab.
It's in there. Yeah, if I ever try to do a top 10, it definitely fit in there.
Just
the whole keyboard. And actually that was pretty proggy still. There's kind of it's a long song, and you got Banks just going off on the keyboards there.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot. That's like you said, that is like the starting point of what was to become a Phil solo career, because like you said, you can hear those songs. You're like, yeah, it's like he probably was like, well, I could probably use these songs for so well, but I never thought about doing that yet. So. And then when did his first album come out? Was it 81? That was around the same time, I guess.
Because is it? Catherine's gonna tell us. Was it Hello, I Must Be Going or No Jacket Required first?
Face Value was the first album.
Face Value. Okay,
Yeah.
My fault. Yeah.
But I mean, I like Abacab's. It's definitely, and that's kind of the time that was like the new Genesis album when I was getting into them.
Yeah.
So that has a lot to do with it too, where you kind of come into the collection and stuff.
Yeah.
So I was all into him, and then I go see him on that '83 tour for.
No, this was the tour you saw him on, yeah.
Yeah, the first time, yeah. So
Mama is a great song.
it is. I was telling you too that when they did that live, he had this light shining down, so his face kind of had that shadow look, and he's like, ha ha ha,
Oh, oh.
So it was like,
And, and that's one of
it
those
was all
songs
dark and
that is
stuff.
just that song is just a clinic in expert just production and effects, right? Like in just everything about it is just yeah.
Well, I was going when I did a video on that. I do that album in the concert series, and I mean, there's what 5 big songs on there. I mean, you look at that album; it's almost it could be you could call it greatest hits. I mean, you got Just a Job to Do, you got Mama,
Yeah.
Illegal Alien,
Elliot.
That's
Yeah, love it.
All. I mean, Home by the Sea. Even
And then you got
I've
your
heard
Home
that.
by the Seas,
I've
yeah.
heard that on the radio here in the classic rock station. We'll dig into that. So I mean, talk about
So you're in on this one, yeah?
yeah. I mean, that was like I said. I mean, I was a teenager in high school and stuff. So that music really hits you when you're at
But
that
I think
age.
like, that's an interesting point though
And
that
then
I
I go
think
back. Then you kinda go back, and you discover the
yeah.
other albums.
You make a good point though. Like my assumption is that there's also a strong connection to this album because it's when you saw them.
Yeah,
And so
exactly.
that's always gonna have
It
like an
was
emotional
yeah,
tie
because
to it.
that's the new I was getting into Genesis. I like Abacat. Oh, here's the new album, and that was it. So you
Right.
kinda you get attached to it.
So okay, so here we go now.
Yeah, see, I did see that tour, and, it was alright, but it was just too poppy, and
But you
Land of
have Domino.
Confusion. Domino's yeah, I mean, I'm not
Yeah, but no, it's good.
to diss it, but I don't listen. I couldn't tell you last time I pulled that one, and I
But
haven't,
again, I've
so
always to me, Invisible Touch and Susudio are the same
yeah, I mean, that could have been on
it's the same
Phil's
universe, right? Like,
the
yeah.
what is that, 86? No Jacket
Uh,
Required came out 85, so that could easily been Phil's throwaway song saying, "Oh, I'll have the band do this one."
yeah. And
Um,
but it's okay. Look, Invisible Touch is a perfect pop song. I mean,
it
it's just
is.
great
That's
pop song. Um Tonight. I put that in sort of like the Phil Schmaltzy stuff.
mm,
Um I've I think Land of Confusion, as maybe as annoying as it is still a strong song.
I wasn't a fan of the video with the puppets and stuff.
It was weird.
Everybody loves that. I'm like, "What's with the puppets?"
Yeah, because isn't like the ending scene like the Reagan character watch like
Yeah,
he hits doesn't he hit like the nuclear bomb button and like
yeah, it's just whole yeah, it's
yeah.
political. I'm like, "Eh."
And also like I've had this conversation with like, Sam and some of the other guys a lot. Like I am a big advocate actually of like I'm not one of these guys that's like, oh, leave the politics out of the music because to me, expression
Yeah,
of
you're writing
your
about
thoughts
what's
is a part of art. But to me, I'm like, Genesis. Genesis. Like, this album is called Invisible Touch, reaches in and grabs right hold of your heart. I don't know that you all are like the social observation
Yeah,
advocates that
social voice of
like,
political
it's like,
stance.
you're
Yeah,
not
I
Bob
don't know.
Dylan, like okay, In Too
So
Deep. That's
yeah, I mean,
yeah,
it was and very successful. My sister knew about Genesis when that album came out. She didn't listen to other stuff prior,
yeah.
so it was they got the commercial success if that's what they wanted. They got it.
That's a terrible cover
Huge.
though.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. Yeah,
That's a
I
real bad
wasn't a
one. I don't
fan.
what is the, obviously, I know the hand, but, like, what is this thing in that supposed
There's
to be?
there's the little target, and then you can like see like a family standing in the.
Yeah,
It's
and it's
like a
kinda is
little.
this, like,
Where's
the
that? Is that
other
on the
family?
back? Yeah, yeah. I don't know.
Um,
I never really tried to research the meaning behind the artwork on that one.
but there was definitely a theme with these '80s era Genesis covers, right? Like, you can like, there's a definite theme going on here with sort of just the layout and all that kinda
Yeah.
stuff. Uh, well, and you know what? I don't have We Can't Dance, and I don't have Calling All Stations, so
I have Weekend Dance on CD, I think, and I think I got a free copy once, but and it's not I can what's that one song the title track and Son of Mine, I think the only two songs I can name off of that.
yeah, I've never yeah.
Calling All Stations, like I said, I had it on CD and I think I purged it.
Alright, what do you think here?
What did I think the Phil era became that. I don't know if they were shooting for that. I think they were just kind of sticking to the shorter songs, and maybe they said, we need to make some money.
Well, and I'm sure once they got that first couple of few paychecks in the late
I mean,
70s,
they
and
had
they're
to
like, "Oh, we
agree
could
on
do
it.
this."
Yeah,
Yeah.
follow you, follow me. When that kind of took off, I'm like,
Oh,
well, this
yeah.
I don't mind that. I don't mind this check.
Well, and the other thing, I don't know that this is research, but I'm sitting here thinking, and hey, man,
Hey, Mark, what's up, man?
good to see him.
Yes, there's Mark. If you can come on up. Mark's a big Genesis fan.
Oh yeah, Mike, I would love to have you up here, man, if you're interested.
I could probably segue right into yes if he comes up too.
Well, and I would say, yeah, and I would agree with this because it damn near happened with every other band. It's like,
Yeah, I think so because I think the other guys in the band would fight it, and that
yeah.
they were. I think they're all on board. With
But one of the things I'm thinking too of like you have to think that at the time too, in that late 70s period, they're also seeing what Peter Gabriel's doing, and sort of the balance. To me, I've always loved Peter Gabriel. Like he to me is like a top 10 artist, like of just someone I really respect and appreciate. But to me, he has been a perfect balance between artistic expression and weird stuff and complex arrangements and out there world music with a mix of technology,
yeah,
with also some just really, really great pop songs that are kind of silly. So because that was started. What was that? 78.
Shoot out a link, Alex to Mark. He'll come up. Yeah, I think you're right. 78.
Yeah. Need the link. Yeah, I think you're right. Like that's the problem, right? Like you either evolve or you don't. And I mean,
well, look at also so Phil had his solo stuff going on, very successful. Mike and the Mechanics again. I mean,
yeah,
he had hits there.
Yeah,
I mean, Banks didn't have a very popular solo career, but
yep. All right, Mark is here. Mark, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, man.
Okay, good.
Welcome to the Beer and Vinyl channel.
Yeah, it's my first time.
Your ears must have been ringing.
That's right.
Well, I just literally got on for a second here. I was working on some music for my record. I'm going to be releasing another album soon, so I was just working on some stuff, and I came on here just to check something, and I saw Beer and Vinyl was streaming. But when I saw the link, I saw you there as well beside him. I was like, oh, Vance is on there. I should go check it out.
So what he's if you read between the lines, Vance, he's saying, "Oh, Beer and Vinyl streaming, screw that guy." Oh, Vance is, I'm in, I'm in, I'll join.
No.
And if you heard you say Genesis, like Vance is up there, I better get up there and correct him because Vance is saying everything that's wrong.
No. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion on that. So
absolutely. And Mark, actually, I'm glad you joined because I know we gotta talk because we were exchanging a little bit during the Prog Corner stream last week talking about Dream Theater.
Yeah.
And specifically the inspiration for the writing of As I Am. Because I think you were talking, I was talking about how it was written after they had toured with Queensryche and Mike Stone or whatever his name is was making comments, and then you said something about like Soundgarden, I think. And I was like, I've never even heard that before, but now I'm kind of interested.
There's a great article in one of the guitar magazines. I used to collect those, Guitar for the Practicing Musician and Guitar World and all these magazines when I was growing up and playing guitar. Well, learning guitar at that point too, right? And it was that time period when Soundgarden was really big. It was like right after their third album, and then right before, I think just right when Super Unknown came out, they did an interview. Yeah, they did an interview with Kim Thale, the guitar player, and it was a combination interview with him and John Petrucci, and they got into a little heated back and forth about it because they were saying that John Petrucci was saying that about the fact that he thought that they were like underskilled as players, right? And because Kim Thale was saying, he goes, I don't understand why you guys do all this, million notes and this and that. And then he kind of shot back. He goes, well, I don't understand why you guys only use the same 5 notes all the time, And then it kind of went back and forth like that, where they were, because on one hand he was kind of almost saying that Kim Thale was kind of like promoting being, very basic in your playing. Like, he goes, everybody now can make a band as long as you know 5 chords, during that time period. And it was just like, it was almost reverting back to a punk aesthetic, where he's saying, as long as you knew a couple of chords and you had an image and stuff like that, then you could make a band. Where they were saying that, they spent a lot of time, hours and hours, focusing on their craft, where they were all fantastic musicians and they can pretty much play anything that they want. And he said that was pretty much his whole argument to it. He says, why wouldn't you rather be able to do anything that you want musically than be limited to do what you're doing musically? He said that's what he thought of Soundgarden. They were very musically limited, right? Mm-hmm. And that's where the whole blow up started, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm sure, that's regardless of the specific example that might have directly inspired that song that we were talking about, of like, that's always been a thing. Like, I know you're a progressive rock fan, a progressive metal fan. Like, I've seen you on streams talking about, like Mike Portnoy and all the different, obviously, projects that he's been involved in. And to me, it's like, I'm always just like let the people do whatever they want. You know what I mean? Like, Dream Theater is my favorite band of all time, and they're all classically, technically trained musicians and the best at their craft and all those different things. But also, it's like, if you ask the best drummers technically in the world who the best drummer of all time is, half of them will say Ringo Starr, because he was perfect for the song. It's like, so it's just an interesting thing of in one sense, it's not about how fast you can play, but also people who play really fast, people have attacked them for saying, oh, they're just doing that to show off. And it's like, no, that's their way of expression too. Like, it's,
and don't forget, it's a different time period too. Ringo Starr, like, who did he have for influences back then? There was, different drummers then and stuff like that. Whereas if you're a drummer now, you have a whole world of influence that you can look up to, from as far back as, Gene Krupa to, like, any kind of modern drummer now, right? And that's the thing I always had a great argument with people about, is because I always say that my favorite drummer in the world is Neil Peart. I'll always argue that top to bottom, that he's the best all-around drummer ever that there was, right? And I mean, Rush was the only band I've ever heard where, that joke where the drum solo is coming, now it's time to go get a beer kind of thing, right? At concerts, Rush is the only band where you'll never see that happen. When a drum solo comes, nobody leaves when that happens. Everybody sits down and watches, because that's like the highlight of the Rush show, pretty much, is Neil Peart's drum solo, right?
Yeah, I don't think Neil Peart left when John Bonham did drum solos. So.
I don't even know if he actually even saw Zeppelin. I'm trying to remember.
They did.
I think, like, it's funny you make that point, because it's like, this came up recently. I saw Eddie Trunk tweet about it, or post about it, whatever it's called. And I'm not a big Eddie Trunk fan, honestly. Well, whatever. But it's like, there was this poll going around of like, who's the best, John Bonham or Neil Peart? And it's like, okay. If for the sake of entertainment, if people want to get into a big debate about who is the best, opposed to, I've always been like, I don't think there are best. There's favorites, right? Like, I mean,
styles,
yes. Like,
I mean, what are we saying? I mean, it's Rush music is different from Zeppelin music, so it's it's a whole, and they and it's always who came before, because you mentioned Krupa and Rich influenced Bonham, and Baker and Bonham influenced Neil. But there's all trail. So that Neil comes in and people are influenced by him, and so it's such a tough. That's why I'm not big on rankings, and even though I'm forced to do them on Patrick's show.
But what's great. But what's great though is that
it's fun to talk about.
I used to have these things with other drummers, like that. I was in the circle of friends that I had. We met lots of different bands and stuff like that. And whenever you talk about them, they always say, "Oh, this guy's the best, and that guy's the best." And when you mention Neil Peart, the one guy will always say, "I've had this argument before, where the guy goes, YYZ, I could play that on drums," or Limelight, I can play that on drums. La Villa Stragiato. I could play that on drums. And I always used to say the same thing to them, and they'd never have an answer to come back for it. I go, okay, you can play it, but could you write that?
Yeah,
could you come up with those parts?
Correctly.
Yeah, or could you come up with that part? If they came up to you with no drums at all and gave you the music, would you be able to come up with what Neil Peart did? I seriously doubt it.
Yeah.
Because that was his thing. That was his bag. That was his style. That was his thing that he added to Rush, right? Anyways,
yeah, you could copy it after, but like you said, that's a great point. You know, did they write it? I mean, I just saw some little thing on the Instagram, and this young girl's playing, Zeppelin songs, and I'm like, yeah, but why don't you strip down that drum? You got like 15 drums around you. Why don't you strip that down to a 5 or 6 piece with 2 floor toms and try to play that then?
Yeah,
it's a whole. It's like you said, writing. That's an excellent point, Mark. Because why don't you try sit down writing something like that? Yeah.
And a lot of the people don't do the nuances right. Like, I mean, I saw a video the other night where they had a guy drumming a Dream Theater song, the instrumental song from Metropolis Part 2. That big instrumental song that everybody not Nightmare to Remember. That's one of those instrumental tracks, right? Mm-hmm. And it's crazy. It has like 90 time changes in it. Okay, and there's one guy who played it, was kind of a younger guy who played it, and he played it okay. I mean, he did nothing wrong. He actually played pretty well with it. And then they went to another guy who you could tell was real hardcore drummer, had like a big kid similar to Mike Portnoy's one from back in the day. And he did a lot more of all the little nuances, all the little ghost notes, all the little flourishes on the little cymbals and all the hi-hat things. And that younger guy never did that. So that's why I always say, when you say you can play it, can you? Because the way Mike Portnoy does it, there's a lot of little things going on in the music. A lot of little, finesse things and little ghost noting and that. But the younger guy, he was just like, he was hitting them like, there was no feel to it at all. You know what I mean?
Speaking of Mike Portnoy, I just made the connection that I'm supporting my Winery Dogs t-shirt tonight.
Oh, there you go. Very nice.
So
what's the thing with the Genesis? I'm curious.
Oh no, I had all my Genesis records pulled because that's the topic on the Prog Corner tomorrow, is our top 10 Genesis songs.
Okay.
And it's called the Prog Corner. The people who are on the show are all Prog fans, and so
I've been on there a few times. Yeah,
it's one of those things of like you assume that the lists are going to lean a certain way, and so we were kind of joking of like, is Supper's Ready like the retired jersey? Like, does that just hang in the rafters? And yeah, we know it. Supper's Ready, or what I do, I don't know about you all. I hate rankings.
Yeah,
but I don't have a problem with rankings, because look, I'm going to ask Alex this now, because I know me and Vance had an argument about this. Not argument, but a debate, because me and Vance are good buddies. We don't argue. Okay, but is that when you? Yeah, exactly. When you, like you say, your favorite band is Dream Theater, right?
Yeah, sure.
Now, I'm going to guess that if I was to ask you right now, what's your favorite Dream Theater song is, could you say it immediately what your favorite song is?
Well, yeah, because I just did it. It's Octavarium. But
yeah, see what I mean? Like, to me, when it's your favorite band, that there should be really no hesitation on that. Yeah. My favorite song is Metropolis Part 1. I can say that without any hesitation at all of Dream Theater.
And I can't do that. I mean,
it takes
if he wants an answer, I would say Achilles' Last Stand. But I'm like, they're all. It's a tie. There's not a song I don't like. Even Hot Dog and Stuff on Coda.
See, Alex, Alex, this is what's interesting
hard.
about Vance. No, this is what's interesting about Vance, Alex, is that you ask him about. He said everything is good, but I can't imagine that you could honestly say that there isn't one bad Zeppelin song. I can say easily there's lots of bad Rush songs. There's bad Dream Theater songs. But there's bad Zeppelin songs. Come on, man.
There's not to me, but hats off to Roy Harper. It did take a little while for me to get used to that. But no, literally, that's why they're my favorite band, dude.
But Rush is my favorite band, and I know that Rivendell sucks. Really?
Do you really hate? I mean,
I don't hate it, but I think it's the weakest song.
Okay, but so you would knock it down the list. I can't say that I have a song like that.
So maybe it should be phrased differently. What are the weaker songs then? I guess maybe.
Well, the one that came to mind was the song "Hats Off" for the Roy Harper.
Album,
the last song, It took forever. It took a little while to kind of get that. It's kind of this different tuning
Yep.
and bluesy and just kind of weird. I'm like, I always thought like, why didn't they put "Hey, hey, what can I do" instead of that? And because that was like
You-
the B-side.
The other popular song to hate,
But
but the
other
prog
than
people
that,
love
dude,
is the
I
crunge.
fell in love with that band.
Prog people love the crunge, but everybody else doesn't. So
Oh, I love it.
Okay, and I gotta ask this now too because I got
it's fun. I'm just messing around. It's great.
since you guys are both here, when we talk about Genesis, and I'm just gonna give my opinion on it, and I'm gonna want to hear you guys about this. Everybody's talking about all the time now with this friggin' Lamb Lies Down on Broadway all the time. Me personally, I think that's the worst Peter Gabriel era album that they did. Period. There's so much filler on this album, so much junk on this record. The way that this album would have been good is if they would have cut it down to one record, got rid of all this
I was gonna ask you that,
cocoon and all this other
What
crap
would
off
you
of it.
what would you kind of shrink it down to one album? I only had
Well,
that on CD. I never came across.
Okay,
the
like
record.
flip the. Can you flip it there for a second so I can see the songs on the back? Are there songs on the back? I don't remember.
Yeah, do you want me to read them? You want me to read them?
Well, just so show me the back just for a second,
If you-
because there's a couple of them that come straight to mind. Like the supernatural anesthetic, that could be dumped right there. The waiting room is junk. There's a lot of it. The Grand
Flush
Parade
it.
of the lifeless packaging. Like all these songs are garbage. Why is that on there? Like, why did not keep like
I think this is to me the closest. Obviously not musically, but I think what you're kind of getting at, Mark, like this to me, the Lamb is very, very close to The Wall for me in terms of these sort of segueing type, it's like The Trial, it's like these sort of musical pieces that serve as segues in the story, but don't actually play a role. But you know what though? I would say that this is also my least favorite of the Peter Gabriel era albums.
Good.
But I still love it. It's like so because those other three are just so great to me. But no,
See,
but you know what you're
how
saying.
I
I
feel
don't.
about Coda or In Through the Outdoor. So,
What about you, Vance? What do you think of that record?
The Lamb?
Yeah.
It's not one I pull out a lot. I mean, I like the title track, the Carpet Crawlers. I mean, I can.
And see that RVZN karaoke guy said exactly the thing that I was talking about. Interlude pieces that don't stand on their own. That's exactly the problem with this.
Yeah, but I think I think that's always going to be a part of these like concept records with these stories, and again like
some
comparing
work,
it to The
some
Wall.
don't. Yeah, I love The Wall. I mean, when that came out, start to finish.
See, The Wall again. Like for me, I've never liked it as much as like to me the best Floyd album is Dark Side of the Moon. Okay, that has flow. That thing goes in and out. Like that thing should only be listened to in one sitting, beginning to end. It's a perfect listen from beginning to end. The Wall. I mean, again, there's like Vera or Bring the Boys Back Home and stuff like that. There are weak parts in there, but at least though I'll tell you this: the
Waiting
Wall,
for the Worms.
Yeah, but the least I can understand what they're talking about in this. That's the main thing about the broad Lamb Lies Down that I'd have a problem with is that I have no friggin' idea what the story is about.
Terrible story.
The Wall, you get it.
Yeah, The Wall, I know.
And those songs that you mentioned fit the story. Yeah. And that's why you're not hearing, The Trial on the radio. So it didn't work that way.
It's a bop. The Trial's a bop.
Yeah.
And the other thing about it too
I love The Trial. If I listen to that whole album, and I'm singing every word. I'm the judge.
But you know what? And that's the other thing that I don't like about The Wall as much compared to like Dark Side is that I think because I don't like Roger's vocals. Because they have so little of David singing on it, that's why I think it's much weaker. David Gilmour is a far better singer, than he is, and so
I mean, The Wall really is. You could argue The Wall's the first Roger Waters solo album.
Yeah, pretty much. Right?
Dominated that.
Yeah. So, but I mean, it's
and isn't Richard Wright considered a employee?
Yeah, he got fired halfway through, and when I learned, remember. The song "Mother," which is a great song and a great David Gilmour song.
Yeah, you'll hear that.
They kicked Nick Mason off that because he couldn't play because I think it's in like 5 or 7. And so Jeff Porcaro is the drummer on "Mother" because Nick Mason couldn't play it, so they kicked him out and had Jeff Porcaro come in.
I didn't know that. Is that in the credits? I never noticed
Mhm.
that.
Or at least it's on a Wikipedia page, which is
Is it?
basically research at this point, Vance.
for the VC, it is.
But unfortunately, it's like that's where, because ultimately that was a Roger and a Bob Ezrin decision. It's like Rick Wright had already been fired. What even is the band's bursting at the seams, and it sort of is just a Roger show. Yeah.
Let me get a refill.
Get more German beer. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fair. I would totally agree with that. Man, I know we were talking about before. I love the Carpet Crawlers, man. That's just such a moody tune. Yeah. But I was listening to Lamb today, actually. I listened to it this morning, and I was thinking to myself,
Mark duck out?
I think he was having connection issues, because I thought he froze and then he didn't say anything, so he might have had some connection
He'll come back.
issues.
Yeah.
But yeah, just back on the Carpet Crawlers. But sitting here thinking about Lamb, that's the type of record that's tough to listen to. Not tough. Well, it's bloated. I can understand people saying it's a long record. Each side's 22 minutes long. I mean, that's almost a near 90-minute double record, which is wild.
Yeah, it's not a go-to for me. Like I said, I have it on CD, but it's not. I don't pull out.
Yeah.
Say I want to listen to some Genesis. I don't pull out Lamb Lies Down.
Yeah. No, that's the thing, is it would be my fourth Gabriel one. I'd probably even pull out Wind and Trick before that too, and probably Trespass.
Yeah, I like Trick of the Tail.
Yeah, that's the thing. Here's the thing with The Wall, though. That here's the reality of how these things go is that Wall's one of the biggest selling albums of all time.
Yeah.
I think the success of The Wall, and I love The Wall, mind you, this to me is more of an observation of the success, is that The Wall managed to be this double concept record that was dark and moody and had all these worthless sort of, Waiting for the Worms and The Trial and Vera and all that kind of stuff, but managed to also crank out 3, 4, 5 incredible standalone singles that are still played every day on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
Like Comfortably Numb can stand alone.
Run Like Hell.
Young Lust.
And then Another Brick. Yep.
Another Brick in the Wall. Is it part 2? That's the single.
Think it's part 2. Yeah.
Those stand alone, and you don't get that with so many of these other sort of big concept records of these standalone tracks, because the whole point is that they fall in there. So, we look at The Wall as being so great, but is it great because of what it is, or is it great because, it's like the same reason that Brothers in Arms from Dire Straits sold 50 bazillion records. Like,
yeah.
I don't know if it's because it's a great record. I think it's because it had 2 or 3 mega singles on it that are still played every other song on top 40, classic radio or whatever, right?
Oh, I've heard people praise Brothers in Arms. Like, it was, when it came out, it was like sonically amazing and stuff. And of course that was like right when the CDs were coming out.
Yeah.
And that whole sound and the digital kind of thing, it was like, and I'm like, I don't hear it. The songs are good and everything, but I'm like, I'm not wowed by it. It was, these great songs. I got some good singles, but
I never. That's my least favorite Dire Straits record. I still like it, and I think, but it's one of those things, right? Like, I never need to hear Money for Nothing. I never need to hear Walk of Life.
Walk of Life, yeah, I could do without. I just still like that riff and Money for Nothing. Yeah. But
what I need to hear more of is the title track, Brothers in Arms, the title track that closed it out. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, yes, and yeah. Well, the
movie. Yeah, the movie it lays it out in visual, really, for The Wall.
Did you have to reset that router, Mark?
The stupid thing, yeah.
You had to feed the mic.
I thought he just got angry. He's like,
no.
Vance left to get a beer. Fuck this Alex guy.
You know what happened is that
I thought, because I was like, no, he'll say goodbye or wait till I came back or something.
Yeah, the thing is, I was earlier on in the day, I was downloading a bunch of files. I'm doing another album with Joe, another Dark Monarchy record.
Are
So
you?
he sent me
Nice.
like 3 gigs worth of files. And sometimes when that happens, Bell, my provider, will go and say, "You have used up an allotment of your data time. Do you want to continue?" I was like, "Oh fuck!" And they'll cut me off when that happens, right? So then I have to say, "Yes, you can continue," and blah blah. Anyways,
That's rude.
yeah. But yeah, so you were talking about now Dire Straits now.
We're kind of bopping all over the place. There's
Yeah.
not a whole lot of
No, well, what were you saying, Alex? About we were talking about the wall and how it was a concept, and yet it still had songs that they could pull out of there and had
Young
good
Lust,
radio
yeah.
play, good radio
yeah,
play.
right. It's like there's not a whole lot of those in history where you have these sort of double big conceptual quote unquote bloated records that have these 3, 4, 5 singles that are able to stand alone as much as they did from the wall.
The
Yeah.
next one that comes to mind is Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime.
Sure.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
Eyes
easily
of
one
a
of the
Stranger
best.
was a a big video and stuff.
Yeah.
And I think what was it? I Don't Believe in Love, but some of the other
Yeah.
songs didn't really come out of there on radio, at least. And not that top radio was playing that, but even like on the hard rock metal stations over here,
Yeah.
those were big, but they pulled out of there. And that's I love that album too.
That's a
worked.
great album. The only problem with that album is that the production of it, and I'm very surprised because I think Peter, what's his name? The guy who did the Rush albums did that with them. Not Terry Brown, the other guy who did Power Windows and those records.
Interesting.
But the record sounds sonically bad. There's no real good butter, and the top end is really lacking on it.
Are you still talking about Mindcrime?
Yeah, it sounds really odd. It's very like the sound of the whole thing is very nasally. But when you listen to Empire, they finally got that like sonically perfect, right? That album.
Empire you're right. Empire is a sonically perfect record.
Yeah, but the album Operation Mindcrime is much better as far as a concept record. It's brilliant. It's well done. You can follow it easily. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know what's going on in the story when you follow it along. And that's the great thing. I mean, when you have Bruce Dickinson writing in a magazine saying that when they did Seventh Son of a Seventh Son, they released it, and then he listened to Operation Mindcrime, he said he felt embarrassed for Seventh Son. Because that was supposed to be a concept record, and really, when you listen to that, it's like, how is that even a story? How does that even logically follow? Like, there's not a real connection to it in there, right? But it's hard to make concept records.
I never picked up Mindcrime on album. I have it on CD, and to me, that way I don't have to stop. I mean, it's really a straight listen through where you don't want to stop and flip a record,
Yeah.
So to me, that works on CD to listen to that and completely together.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and being somebody who's made concept records myself, I mean, I did 3 albums, like book 1, book 2, book 3 there. I mean, the hardest part about making concept records is that you have to write it so that the story makes sense, number 1, and number 2, that people can follow along with it. That's always been my biggest peeve. If I can't tell what the hell's going on in this story, then what's the point of writing the story?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. We got somebody in the. We got multiple people in the waiting room. Super popular. Hold on, we'll let in my good friend Jason Arsenal.
Jason,
hey,
buddy.
Jason, I think you know Vance, but
I bug Vance all the time. Hey, Mark.
Good dude.
Hey,
Mark, I think
Mark, I really liked your work, Mark, with Concert Buddy there. That was pretty awesome.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Pretty cool.
Mark,
to
you're also
learn
up in
all that.
Canada, yeah?
Yeah. Just outside of Toronto.
Okay. A lot of Canadians. And we also have somebody else here. We have Brad, who is coming from the RVZN karaoke channel. He's in the waiting room. So we're going to let Brad on. I have no idea who Brad is, but he's going to tell us about himself. Hello, Brad.
Yeah,
how's it going, everybody?
It's good, man. How are you?
Doing all right. Yeah. So a friend of mine, Cole, mentioned the chat that you were talking about Genesis, and so I tuned in and realized I didn't know your channel either, and so subscribed, and I've been enjoying the chat. So
that's awesome. Thanks, man.
So I make custom karaoke from the originals. So we use AI to pull the audio. There's a whole community of people that do this as a hobby. So
wow.
Yeah, I've come across some of those. Yeah, there's a whole, like you said, a whole community of the karaoke stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I'm one of them, and Definitely, I like to do a lot of Gabriel. I recently, after all these years, I'm digging into kind of early Genesis because for me growing up, I knew Genesis more once they had the hits and once, you know, it was Collins solo Genesis hits.
Sure. Yeah.
So rediscovering, it's kind of interesting to see the progression, and I just really got stuck on Home by the Sea, and so I'll be making kind of some more of their tracks. So
Love it. Brad, where in the world are you located?
I am not Canadian.
Yay, fine.
We can't win them all.
USA.
I wouldn't do that, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not Canadian. I'm one of the two teams competing tomorrow in the sporty event. So
Oh boy,
Okay.
San Francisco.
nope.
Oh, he's a Kansas City man. Oh boy,
Yeah.
He's a Taylor Swift fan.
he's a Chiefs fan.
I have a work colleague that's in Kansas City. She's like, I can't even watch the games anymore with this Taylor Swift stuff.
Kansas City's not even in Kansas.
Nope. Missouri.
I'm sure that throws some of our Canadian friends off when they.
I knew that. I did know that.
Well, what's funny is both Kansas City and St. Louis are border cities. So, like St. Louis, you've got, although most of it's in Missouri, but you've got the Illinois side.
Okay, so I gotta ask Brad something though.
East St. Louis.
So Brad, there's a part in America, and I don't know if it's near you at all, but isn't there a place somewhere in America where you can stand and you can literally be
Four
like,
corners.
where there's like 5 different states intersecting in one
corners.
spot?
Yep.
Yeah. So the Four Corners. That's what Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico.
Utah.
Utah. Yeah.
No, Nevada.
No, Utah.
No, it's Utah.
Is it Utah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can be in one spot and you're right there in all 4 states. That's really interesting. I always thought that was very interesting.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
whole-
No, it's
Somehow the size of those states all
Arizona, New
meet
Mexico,
perfectly.
Utah, and Nevada. I think that's what.
Whereas Mark and
Yeah,
I are
'cause-
just
'cause
always in the middle
Utah's-
of nowhere.
Yeah, Utah is a square state. Utah's right above
So,
New Mexico.
so Kansas City, or just near Kansas City, is the geographic center of the contiguous United States. So, right there in the middle. And also, speaking of Utah, so the Mormons believe that the Garden of Eden is in Independence, Missouri. So just outside of Kansas City, there's a special church and everything. So it's kind of funny because you assume everything's all about Utah, but
No.
they
Well-
love their independence.
Never would have thought we'd go down this path. But
I've learned so much already.
But somehow, since Brad brought it up,
Also the former meth capital of the world. So there's that
Yeah.
legacy.
but the problem that Brad's presenting is that most of the Mormon history was them getting chased out of places, which has meant that there's a lot of states like Ohio, which is where I am, that have a ton of Mormon history because it was just another one of the states that they tried to sort of settle and start in that then got chased out. But you know what? This very well could be a whole record about a Mormon in New York City. And you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know.
that's the problem with Peter Gabriel. He's so not the guy can't write a proper story. This guy
Easy mark.
even the back of look at Genesis Live. Okay, that's one of the best live albums, that Genesis Live. But that stupid story in the back with the subway with that guy who takes off his coat and everything, and there's just like a broomstick underneath, like when he takes his coat off and everything. Like, what the fuck is that about? Like, come on, man.
Okay.
Do a poetic reading
This is point counterpoint. So based on your point, I would then argue the opposite. That yes, while he doesn't even his very straightforward, simple lyrically, vocally focused songs like "Here Comes the Flood" is still kind of a what the hell.
My favorite song of all time. Not of all time.
As
My
much
favorite
as-
Gabriel
as-
song is "Here Comes the Flood." But.
As amazing as it is, and it's available on my channel.
You think I want to go listen to the karaoke version, Brad?
Shameless plug.
Brad says,
No,
"Fuck
but-
your records. Go listen to my karaoke. It's great."
No, but what I'm saying, it's even though it's piano and there's other versions of it, it's the subtlety, it's the ambiance, it's the setting of being
It's
in
Robert
the studio
Fripp.
and the feel. Well, depends on the version. I prefer the piano version, and I think he does too, because that's how he performs it live now anyway.
But anything with Robert Fripp is better, though.
I actually loved. I don't know if anybody.
love
Did any
Fripp.
of you did any of you watch the show The Americans?
No.
So it was a FX show, so it's on Hulu now. An amazing series, but the whole idea of it was that it was two Russian spies during the Cold War that were essentially framing as American citizens and as spies. But for some reason, like it was one of those like during every season finale, they would throw in a Peter Gabriel song at like the perfect dramatic time. And during one of the finales specifically, they dropped "Here Comes the Flood," and I love that song. I'm sitting there watching the show like,
That's the best.
you know, and I mean, you know, same thing with Games Without Frontiers. You know, it's like when that hits and she so good to me. Oh, I'm in.
So the counterpoint I was going to make is, on the spectrum of Genesis and Gabriel, you could criticize Genesis for evolving into an overly poppy, pop-centric, accessible version of the band.
But I'll always say this, though. You can say whatever you want about their poppier records later, but they always put in an epic song on every album. Domino on what
That doesn't mean it
Invisible
was
Touch.
good though.
That
No, but-
just means
but
that
that-
they can do better.
But,
they
that song
didn't.
was great, Domino. Well, I don't know what's wrong with Domino. Or on I Can't Dance. What's that one? That one about the train track thing there. The second song there, Nailing the Last Spike. That song is not too bad. I mean, and they've always said too that they've never forgotten their early bass. That's why they always put in an epic 10-minute song on every record they've ever done. Pretty much. So, just because they developed into something different, I mean, they probably just. I can't imagine that they sat there and said, guys, we got to really stop making all these long songs and we just have to start making pop songs. I don't think that's what happened. I think they just started writing stuff and what came out, right? But
I think it was the opposite, Mark.
What's that?
I think it was the opposite. I think they started writing really good pop songs, and then when they were like at the end, they were like, "Shit, guys, we should do it. We should do a Domino. Let's do a Domino." They're like, we got to do a callback to all of our friends who like the knife. It's like,
well, but that's the thing though. I think that's still a good idea to do that because I mean, if they're always looked at as saying that the best song they ever did was "Supper's Ready." Then I mean, then they're not saying that there's nothing better than a really long Genesis song. You know what I mean? For me personally, I think "Trick of the Tail" is their best album that they've done.
I do like that album. That's a go.
That's a great record. "Dancing on a Volcano" is probably one of the best opening tracks they've ever done. I like it much better than "Watchers of the Sky," to be honest.
And Los Endos is one of the best closing. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
And I'm not opposed to anything commercial. I mean, I make karaoke, so that's kind of that's I can appreciate a good catchy song, but Peter Gabriel, I can only think of two stinkers: the Barry Williams Show, and you could argue "Kiss the Frog," although it's better live, but it just didn't work for me. And those are later songs. But even when he's going poppy, I mean, Sledgehammer is still awesome, as popular as it is.
So wait a minute. You're saying that? Go on.
I'm saying at his most commercial, when So was his transitional, I'm gonna make pop songs album. It was still definitely Peter Gabriel, and it was still. it was an introduction to the world, pulling them in with some hit songs, but also in the context and the presentation of art rock, essentially.
I like So. I mean, I have all the early Gabriel records, but I mean, there are some songs in there that I don't think are that great either. I mean, The Family and the Fishing Net is pretty weak in my opinion. It's not that great a song, you know. And sometimes I get the feeling that he writes some of these lyrics just to be really like, look at how artsy I can get. The Family and the Fishing Net. Like, I mean, come on. The first album is, I thought was interesting because he got Bob Ezrin to do it, which is he's very much known to do like a very more, you know, story based sort of thing. And he also likes to, you know, bring in guest musicians a lot. So all his records have tons of extra musicians on there. But, you know, I've always loved Gabriel 3. That to me has always been my favorite record there. You know, Intruder and stuff like that.
Where have I heard the name Bob Ezrin before? Give me a primer on that name.
Where have you heard it before? Because number one,
fantastically produced Destroyer.
Because I hate all the albums he's done with Kiss. I do a Kiss podcast, and I've always said that I think the Bob Ezrin albums are the fucking worst records that the Kiss have ever released.
He's got great expectations.
Yeah, Destroyer is the worst record ever made. Okay, same with the Elders crap.
Well,
just like Catherine was talking about, Peter Gabriel regretted the production on the first album because it was too big, too overproduced, and he didn't like that version of Here Comes the Flood, which is why he re-recorded it with piano for the Shaking the Tree Greatest Hits, and that's how he performs it live, is just him on the piano. And Peter Gabriel, I mean, his voice is evocative. It's a signature, so he can get away with lyrics that might not make much sense that someone else might struggle with, because just by his performance, he can sell it. He can add some weight to it.
It has nothing to do with struggling with it, because I just think that he just sometimes makes nonsensical stuff, you know, just on purpose, because I think he thinks it's so cool or artsy, which I think it's not. But there's a lot of great songs that he's done. Like, I mean, there's a lot of you know, the ones on his later records like San Jacinto and stuff like that is really great stuff, you know, amazing stuff. And even like
not accept Peter Gabriel slander on my channel.
and when he does it live though too, because I have a lot of Peter Gabriel DVDs, live ones, and when he does them live, like it's really cool how he like at the end of the song he'll have a mirror in his hand, he'll hold it up and the light will hit the mirror, and he does like this really cool thing at the end of that song where, you know, it's really cool. When he has really strong lyrics to him, he can really present them really well in concert. I find. I think that live he's excellent. I've never had a problem with Peter Gabriel live, you know, at all. And I've always loved that whole era where he's done. What was that? That was for you know, the tour where he had what's her name there, Paula Cole doing backing vocals.
Yeah.
That whole tour was great when he had that whole ramp there that was like mobile, that ramp, and they would do like, you know, that river tune there. Yeah, and it would pull them down. And the ending of that show was great, where he brings that suitcase down, drops it down, opens it, and all the members go in the suitcase and drop into it, and he picks up the suitcase and walks it off with all like that kind of stuff. I've always thought was fantastic that he did, you know.
Yeah, I'm definitely a later day Peter Gabriel fan. Us is probably my favorite, because it pulls together the world elements of Passion, his songwriting, and it's personal. Some of the best songs. So the early solo albums, of course, are going to be a little hit or miss, because you've got someone breaking out, going solo, trying to find their voice. But I think to some degree, just by what you're saying, is like, there's nothing inherently wrong with being artsy, even if it's just for its own sake, if you understand that that's what he's going for.
Yeah.
If he's trying to paint with words, if he's trying to paint with sounds, if he's trying to abstractly evoke color through music, which I would say he does at times, then you understand that that's his intention. It's not for everybody. It's going to be subjective. But just like what would be considered progressive rock isn't for everybody.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
At a certain point, it gets to be too much, and so then it pulls back.
Yeah, you bring up a really good point there, Brad, about how we view people's music, right? If we're trying to view it from the pop standpoint or the successful standpoint, then you're gonna miss half the picture, right? If you look at it from the point of, like you said, like if Gabriel's doing something artsy for the sake of being artsy, then you can't measure his success on that with the sales or the popularity of the album at all.
And if you go in that already negative about people being artsy for the sake of artsy, I mean,
yeah. Then why do you even listen to the
know.
music for?
Well, because there's other stuff that he does that's not artsy as much. You know what I mean?
Right, and that's where on every album, I think definitely as a fan you end up really connecting more with the non-hits, and sometimes he will. I think his hits are still great, except for Barry Williams. That's just a really bad mistake.
That was a hit?
That was the single that tanked the album.
I was gonna say I never thought that was a hit by any measure. But
No, it wasn't a hit. But if you listen to that album, the whole album has a vibe, has a concept. It's dark, it's heavy. There's death. There's all these 7-minute tracks, and then you've got Barry Williams in the middle, where it's obvious. Like, I need a single to let people know this album came out, and it's like
I don't even know what record is that, Brett.
That's Up.
Okay, I don't have Up. Or,
Yeah.
Yeah. I've never heard that record.
And yeah, I would, commercially Up. Well, I think there was at least 10 years between us and Up.
Yeah.
Up has a heavier kind of Nine Inch Nails industrial dark vibe to it. The new album I think is great, and I think it has the structure of Up in a lot of ways, but it has the sound and feeling of So. So if you haven't checked it out, I recommend it.
It's interesting. I listened to IO because I'm on his his fan page, and I was getting emails all the time whenever a single came out or whenever he released, because he was releasing a song like every month off of it, right? And
every full moon.
Yeah, and I listened to it, and like I don't mind IO and some of the other songs, but I find it a difficult record to get into compared to some of his other albums.
I listened to each single when it came out, and I was like, I'm not feeling this. And I'm like, I'm just going to be boring and traditional. I'm going to wait till they all come out as an album. Yeah. And so when the album came out and I listened to it, it is a much better introduction as an album than the individual songs.
Now, which version do you like better? The dark or the bright or the dark one?
I have both. I think they're negligible at best.
I know. I'm like, I can't really say one or the other, because when I listen to them, I can't really tell you, oh, they did this on this, and you throw one on or you throw the other one on. But I think it works better as an album. There's a consistency to the tracks as an album, and then just like an album, the individual tracks start to become apparent and show themselves that way better than I think they did as singular.
You know what though? I find that though a bit disturbing though, because I believe you. I'll take your word for it, Brad. But if he released two versions of the album and you're saying that they're negligible in difference, then that to me stinks of a cash grab doing that. Okay, if you're going to make people buy two separate albums, saying that this is a dark version and this is a light version of the record.
Nobody's making anybody do it.
Okay, but I'm saying that just sounds. But why bother making two different versions of it? You know what? I'll give you a good example of this. And I'm not a big Shania Twain fan by any stretch of the imagination, but when she did Up, she put out a version of it on CD where it was the pop version of the record, and the second disc came with a country version of the same album. Okay, and if you were in her fan club, you can get like an Eastern influence, like Eastern Indian version influence of it as well. and they were different. Like the country version was very much different than the pop version. Like the country had all the lap steels and all that stuff and the acoustic guitars, and the pop stuff had a lot of keyboards and electric guitars and stuff like that. So that to me makes sense. But if you're telling me here that the light and the dark version don't have any real negligible difference, then why make it two different versions?
Well,
Because he can. And who cares if he wants to?
That's when it stinks of a cash grab to me.
But
No.
so
Well, he hasn't he earned the reputation and earned the following. He can do whatever the hell he wants, and if you don't like it, you don't buy it.
He ain't no
It's a
Shania
cash
Twain,
grab
though.
if it's behind a paywall of
Yeah, he's
like
not no
$80.
That's true. Good point, Brad.
somebody just
It's
said,
like-
"Hold on, I want to
Yeah.
interrupt this. This is important." Peter Gabriel is no Shania Twain, and I think that's an
Right.
important distinction. to make here. That how dare this British man be interrupting Canadian royalty?
Well, no, I mean he didn't sell anywhere near as much as Shania Twain. That is
Of
true.
course not. Don't
She's
even get started.
wonderful. I didn't even know she
You know
was a
what?
singer.
Mark, let's do this. We're gonna do an
Wasn't
album
she?
face-off. So versus Come On Over, and we're gonna.
Okay.
We'll find out. We'll find
You may
out
regret
what
that.
impresses us much.
Where was she from, Mark? Was it in Ontario? Was it Sarnia?
Yeah,
Where
she's
was-
somewhere up north in northern Ontario. She used
Yeah,
to live in one of those like
Timmins.
casinos there, where she would like do like her night job was like singing at the country bar there at night.
Oh my god,
Right.
that rings a bell. Yeah. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
the
Yeah,
one
so
thing I'll say-
everyone at the,
I'll jump on
everyone
the
at the
whole mix
karaoke
thing
league I
because
host, yeah,
the mix
they
things
all know that
I will
I'm
say,
not a fan of Shania.
That's I say this as a non audiophile in terms of like I don't do A/B testing, I don't do shootouts, I don't do any of that kind of stuff. I don't have the system to support it. I don't
Yeah.
think about music in that way, and bless those who do. I have the utmost appreciation for them who do it. But I just, in a very casual listen, I listened to the dark side and then I listened to the light side, and I was like, okay, like I don't hear a huge difference. Now, if I had a Fremer style system, or I'm Mike over at the End Group, or I'm Chad Kassem or whoever, there might be some pretty distinguishable, huge differences I see in the mixes and I feel in the mixes. And for those types of people, might be like, oh no, like the dark mix is a million times better than the bright mix, or vice versa. What I think was interesting was that he did the mixes are done. It's not just two different mixes; it's done by two different engineers.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Which, whatever, it's appreciate it, whatever. But so not to say I say that they're negligible, but that's coming from my YouTube channel
Yeah.
name's Beer and Vinyl. Like I am by no means an academic. So
No, there are differences, but
PBR.
I have also heard a version where they took both tracks and mixed them together, and so everything lines up, lyrics, everything lines up. So it's not like the arrangements are different.
Yeah.
It's the production, it's the subtleties, it's the drums, it's maybe this sound, that sound. So while there are differences, and I've heard it said that the dark version is better as an album and the light version is better for singles, I think there's also a third version. If you've got your full surround sound system at home, and you want to hear everything fully spatial, then there's that one also.
Okay,
But I
okay,
wouldn't say
let's
it's a
close
cash
out.
grab
Let's
because
close
it's
out the
price
Gabriel thing.
of
here.
it's the
I
price
got-
of the regular album, so I wouldn't say it's a cash grab.
I just want to know, like, and this wouldn't be any kind of scientific proof of anything, but like in the general population, what is the consensus? Is the up considered better than the down? Like, where are people leaning towards more? Or is it totally like split 50-50?
The light and the dark.
Somebody said the dark has more bass,
Oh,
which
okay.
okay,
Bass.
it's darker.
okay,
You know,
Yeah.
I'd say from what I've seen of the fans that they prefer the dark, but I listen to the light in my car and it's fine. I mean,
as a
Yeah. It's
Famous
interesting.
Canadian
It's definitely
once said-
interesting.
Jason and Mark, as a famous Canadian once said, "You want it darker." Wasn't that Leonard Cohen? Wasn't that his
Oh.
last record?
I don't know. But that sounds like a Leonard Cohen type thing.
I
doesn't
say
it?
he said you want it darker. All right, so Cole asked a great question since he's noticing the people have noticed some conflict amongst the stream. Is there an album you think all people on the stream can agree that they like?
Yeah, back to Shania Twain. Here we go.
I think Come On Over is a perfect late 90s pop country record. Thoughts, Jason Arsenault? Go.
I just remember I remember, and Mark can remember this too, when she blew up, there was this elevated sense of Canadian pride. It's not my type of music, but every Canadian was like, finally someone to kind of champion behind, because everyone was tired of Celine Dion or whatever, right? Like there was a new thing in the air. Now that's pretty much all I'll ever say about Shania Twain. It's not
no. That's not true, Jason. You know that when you were watching the video, you're thinking that ass on that girl is dynamite, and those jeans.
Yes,
okay,
nothing to do with the music, but she was very attractive.
You knew that
Still is.
and I mean, come on, who's that? She did blow up quite a bit, and it did help though that she had Robert John Mutt Lang producing a lot of the stuff for her. I mean, the guy, everything that
he was doing more than
if you
than
heard her first album,
oh yeah,
it was really different.
I know, but
that
that's
album was different. I was programming
producing some wet panties. Okay,
I was programming a country music format at the time when she really broke with that record, and that just fit. I mean, it was that new country of the early '90s.
Yeah,
and her, like you said, when Mutt Lange, that was her second album. That first album, she had a minor hit with a song called "What Made You Say That." But when that Woman and Me, or that album, the second album came out, that was radio. I mean, it was blew up, man. Everybody wanted that. So I fell into that category, programming a country satellite format, which I knew nothing about.
Is this true, people?
Yeah, it's true. She does. She made. Well, yeah. I wouldn't say she made all her money in the U.S. If she goes on tour now,
she did live in Switzerland with Mutt. I thought she came back to Canada though. Maybe not. Maybe she's still.
No, she's in Switzerland.
Is she still there? Okay.
Well, she split with Mutt Lange, obviously, right? And now she's with somebody else. But
yeah, they got divorced. But I saw that documentary on her. Came out a year.
But so was Tina Turner. I mean, Tina Turner moved to Switzerland also. I mean. Is it taxes?
Beautiful out there.
Yeah, but Tina Turner's dead. We're talking about somebody current now.
It is. It does have something to do with the taxes, but it's very it's gorgeous. It's beautiful out there, and it's I think
who wouldn't want to live in
that's why
Switzerland?
everybody puts their money in Swiss banks. So
having been to Switzerland numerous times and played there, I would move there in a heartbeat if I had the chance.
I've never been there, but
big fan of their cheese.
I've seen stuff on the internet.
All right. Well, here's the topic. I'll say here's the topic that I wanted to avoid all day, and we're going to spend 30 seconds on. We're going to spend 30 seconds on the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and nominees.
Okay, I don't even know who's nominated. So
it's
Iron Maiden is not.
They're
so
not.
Then
nominated.
I don't care then.
Exactly. I mean,
really?
They finally nominated Foreigner because Jan Winter was like blackballing them for years, and he's out. So Foreigner's in there.
Jan Winter's an
These are just the nominees, so I'm just saying. Not that you say what you want about.
Yeah,
Foreigner,
Vince, you have the list in front of you or no?
No, I did, and I don't. But
so enlighten me, fellas. Here, like who decides who makes it? Like who is the voting panel that decides who makes it? For
past nominees, people that are in now.
Okay.
And then then they have like a board too or something.
Yeah, but there's also you got to admit
he's up for his solo career.
But here you got to admit, Vance, you got to admit though, it's gotten to the point though now where the audience now, the people who are voting in now are making a hell of a lot more stink because for years and years and years they were screaming to have Kiss on there and why they didn't get in there because Jan hated Kiss too, right?
Exactly.
And that's why they never got in there. But eventually, they was so overwhelming the screaming about it that you had to put them in.
That's the thing. And I disagree with that. They should have been in on that first eligible year. Not saying it, but they should have came up as a nominee that first eligible year.
Yes.
And obviously they should have been in the first year.
Same with Rush.
Exactly. I mean, look at Deep Purple's another one. I mean, it's it's they got like Mary J. Blige on there now.
Not even rock.
I saw Kool in the Gang, I think.
Not rock.
Listen, this is the year
for solo album. It's
Vance,
really
2024 is the year. This is what's important. Jason and I have it on good authority. Jason, you know what I'm talking about. This is the year that the Gallagher brothers are going to reunite, and it is the year of the Wonderwall. The year of the of what is it, the Cosmic Supernova or Champagne?
Champagne.
Champagne
Supernova. Don't look back in anger, Alex.
Oasis is gonna bond together and sing a damn song together.
I really hope not, because I've really gotten into Noel Gallagher's solo stuff. I like his latest solo album, actually. The
Yeah.
I've heard good things, yeah.
Council Skies.
I'm looking forward to Noel working with Squire from the Stone Roses, because that's a perfect
There we go. I got it
fit.
here.
Isn't
You
that
got it,
Liam
Vance?
that's working with them?
Yeah, you want to? I can rattle them
I
off.
don't know.
Yeah,
Whichever
it's
brother.
Liam. Liam is working with
Yeah.
them. Noel won't work with the people like that. He has like his own little collection of people, right?
Here,
All
I'll
right,
read. You
Vance
want me
has
to
got
do
his
the list?
nominees. Go ahead,
All right.
Vance.
Mary
Go
J.
ahead.
Blige,
Okay.
Mariah Carey,
Yeah.
Cher,
Yeah.
Dave Matthews Band, Eric B. and Rakim,
Okay.
Foreigner, Peter Frampton, Jane's Addiction, Kool and the Gang, Lenny Kravitz, Oasis, Sinead O'Connor, Ozzy Osbourne, Sade, A Tribe Called Quest. Nominees for 2020.
Well,
So how many do they take out of that?
I want to say I thought it was like 5 or 6, but I could
Okay.
be wrong.
Mhm.
and isn't there like a producer one or something like that, or
Yeah,
some
and
like
then
other?
they do like Priest. I think Judas Priest got ripped off with like the whatever bogus award they got. They weren't considered like an actual inductee. It's like some merit award or some bullshit. Priest
Yeah.
should have got in there as
That's horseshit, because they should be
I
in there
did.
for sure. Yeah.
yeah, it's some like lack of a better term, lifetime achievement.
Of all the
bullshit.
nominees, the one that I feel the strongest about, I mean, look, the reality of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, we can talk about it ad nauseum, but the reality is that, and they have said, like, it is not just rock and roll. They've opened this up now
Like,
for
music is
So
a-
don't
hip-hop
call it Rock
artist
and Roll Hall of
in
Fame.
R&B, like in pop. Like the reality is like,
Dolly Parton. I mean, come on.
here's the thing.
Willie
Like
Nelson.
people are gonna throw a fit about Mariah Carey, but if you're going to include Michael Jackson,
and Madonna.
then
Yeah.
it makes sense to include Mariah Carey.
I would argue, though, Michael wrote a lot and was involved a lot more in the creativity of the concept and the songs themselves.
I would agree with that, but I don't think the people, the voters,
Mariah is
slash the
purely a
people care about that.
vocalist.
They just view them as a pop artist.
See,
with
for
impact.
me personally, if they would just change it and once and for all and say just call it the Music Hall of Fame, I'd have no trouble with that. Then you can put in whoever you want. You can put your rappers, you can put in your country people, you can put in jazz artists, you can put in classic. I don't care. But don't call it the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and then have people like that are not clearly rock and roll in there. It just doesn't make any sense. You know, like, okay, these nominees, Oasis, I think, should get in. As much as I'm not a big Oasis fan, but they definitely should get in. They deserve to. They've definitely had an impact on music any way you slice it, right? I mean, Lenny Kravitz, I don't know. I mean, I love
He
Jane's
can- I think he
Addiction.
can wait.
Jane's Addiction I love, but I don't think that they should get in. For what for? I mean,
James
James
is a band-
should
they're
get
a-
in.
I don't know.
they
but
haven't
they
did anything
were-
really
Did
substantial.
Soundgarden, I
is-
don't think made
James
it
is,
in.
is
So
a band's band. You know, they're
Yeah,
a
Jane's
band's
Addiction was hugely influential,
To who?
and
well, the alternative
to a lot of
rock scene, yeah.
bands. Yeah. I mean, I can listen to them now, and I can hear other bands clearly. Not to mention, you've got Perry Farrell, who then went on Porno for Pyros and solo, plus Lollapalooza. I mean, yeah, that's not the band itself, but you also have Dave Navarro, who then went on and worked with other bands as an artist. So I mean,
Yeah, but they're
there's-
inducting the band, not their accomplishments outside the
right,
band.
but the legacy of the bands.
James for that style of music, yeah, James would
Yeah.
be in for that.
I mean, I like
alternative
Ritual
rock
the
sound
Habitual.
of the early
I love
90s.
that record, but I mean, I just compared to the other artists, I mean, I don't think
But
they have the
Cher?
amount of music that the other artists do. They don't have the amount of albums and stuff. I mean,
All right, but here's
What
the
about
thing. We're gonna,
Cher? I mean, really, Cher? I mean,
I mean, that's it's like
out of the, over the ones they passed up. I mean, I don't know.
yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Though. I mean, there's some artists that have
Cher's
been
a
passing up for
vocalist.
30 years.
Yeah, Cher's a vocalist. Mariah's a vocalist.
Yeah.
They're
Sade?
singing songs that are presented to them. Sade is a band, and Sade is its own genre, really. I mean,
I don't
there's
mind
so many
her if she
bands-
got in.
there's so many bands that fit in with and have followed and been inspired by the Sade vibe. So,
all right, but here's the thing. Here's where we're going to take this track, because I don't want to spend time talking about whether or not Mary J. Blige or Mariah Carey belongs. What we need to talk about, because this is important, and he's my dude, we need to talk about Dave Matthews Band. Jason, you are on the clock, my friend. I need you to tell us your thoughts, feelings, considerations for Dave Matthews Band and their involvement and induction potentially into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, centered, of course, in Cleveland, Ohio, right up the street. Go ahead, Jason. You have the floor.
Was it Vance that said something earlier about who were you talking about, Vance, when you said the phrase "they can wait"? I think it was Lenny, right?
Yeah.
I'm massive Dave fan, or I used to be, right? University, I was that cliched university kid, learned a couple songs on guitar and did all that stuff, right? And I followed up until just before what's his name, Leroy died. And I think that was a very they were the modern day jam band, right? Like they became popular in a way that no other bands were able to do. Grunge was
the formula of the Grateful Dead, where they had this following of people, man.
Yeah, exactly, right. So they had a great cult kind of following status that carried them quite a ways. They were very, in my opinion, very unique and brought a very unique flavor and sound, but it didn't appeal to a lot of people. Like either you were all in or you're like, oh yeah, I've heard of them, but I don't give a shit. Should they be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? I totally feel that they should one day, but if you have other people, like if you're talking about Frampton, I don't know a lot about Jane's Addiction, but you're right when someone said here it's a band's band, and I've always heard people reference, oh yeah, Jane's Addiction. Like people that have that kind of influence over subsequent musicians and the growth of other genres of music, that should carry a lot of weight. And I don't, to be honest, I don't think any of the five of us have a clue what the hell they look for as far as their criteria.
No.
It sounds like we all have different ideas of what they look at.
Supposed to be
right?
voted for. The thing is, they're voted by the peers that are in. So once somebody gets in the Rock Hall, they can vote. So like I remember Metallica saying, "Oh, you're going to see Thin Lizzy and all these. We're going to be pushing those guys," kind of thing. I want to answer Catherine. Journey is in the Hall of Fame. I think a year or two ago they finally got.
Oh, did they get in there?
Yeah, they did get.
I mean, they hate a lot of people hate AOR, right?
Yeah. Styx, and actually, I don't know if you guys know the channel Brian's Funhouse. He brought up Styx, thinking he feels they should be in.
Okay, they're not in. That Styx are not in.
Styx is not.
Okay,
in, no.
This is a complete insanity. Okay, no, seriously, because Styx are probably the only band, and you can look this up if you want, that had consecutive multi-platinum records, like 4 in a row. No other band in United States history has ever done that. That has had a multi-platinum records, like 4 in a row. I think it was like Equinox, Grand Illusion, Crystal Ball, Paradise. Like all those ones were multi-platinum records.
Paradise Theater.
Yeah,
and what, Mark? When you say stuff like that, it really just sort of casts a doubt on the whole process, the whole system, the whole purpose of all of this. Like I know it's art and it's subjective, but it's almost like you guys said, like they should stop calling it the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I would object to that and say, no, just create different genre Hall of Fames, and at least you can have a tighter criteria that you can try to meet.
I could agree with that.
There's a Blues Hall of Fame. I just learned that there's a Punk Hall of Fame, and I think it's out in Vegas. So I like to.
I could get behind,
because this guy Brian, and I know him. He's from Chicago. He brought up that punk rock is really not represented. What you got? Maybe the Ramones, Pistols, Clash. The most pedestrian, lack of a better term. Bands, which I agree with those, they should be, but after that,
I don't know if you're going to see G.G. Allen in there.
Yeah, G.G. ain't gonna.
Well, and and so here's also a curveball.
I mean, really, the Misfits. If you're going to start talking about punk rock, the Misfits should be in there. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, geez,
so
they
here's a
sold
curveball.
Skull T-shirts. He brought that up. He says, Misfits more of the Fiend Skull T-shirts than any other band sold T-shirts.
So I'm a big Sinead O'Connor fan.
Okay.
And if she was to get inducted, I would hate for it to look like she's inducted because she died.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing.
Well, that's what's probably going to happen eventually, right?
They, that happens sometimes too. Look at
it's the whole ethos of the Lifetime Achievement Awards. You were never good enough to get an award in the moment, but you've been around a while. You've put some
We
stuff
feel
out
bad
there.
that you're dead now, so we're gonna put you in.
But I think Brad makes a great. I want
yeah.
to point on this. Brad makes a great point because I think a lot of people, some people very close to me, you know, some of my best friends that share a chat with Jason and I, have made comments about how Sinead is only getting nominated for 2 reasons. The most important reason is because she just died, and the second reason is because she was a social, you know, activist, in that, you know, she's a one-hit wonder, and you know all these different things. And so I agree with you, Brad, because if she is as big as a fan as you and other people are, because there's a ton of huge fans out there, if she's inducted this year, it's going to be with an asterisk because people are going to think that it was a sympathy
Right. vote. Of course,
That's
the
it's
thing.
sad but true. It sucks.
If in 5 years she gets in, no one's thinking about this.
As much as you can see her story, you can see her as a writer, you can see her as someone with independence of her career that's on everybody's albums on demand, singing with them as a vocalist, as an interpreter, as an artist. She represents so much of what should be inducted here in the States because she ripped up a picture of the Pope and a couple people didn't like that.
A couple of people didn't like that.
Probably Jan Warner.
She's dismissed as a one-hit wonder of a cover song, but she had a career up to that point, and she's had a career since then. And internationally, she's still been respected. She's still been active. And going back to Peter Gabriel, she did several songs with him, and everybody else. So.
Well, hang on, Brad.
But I'd hate for that asterisk to, just as much as I hate all the tributes when people do a tribute to her and it's always nothing compares to you. I'm like, could you at least do a tribute that she wrote? Because she has other options.
But Brad, you said that she was active. I mean, when she died, I thought somebody on the news, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I could have sworn that on the news when I was listening to what happened with her, that they said that she hadn't been active for years now when she died.
No, she was working on a new album and she was about to go on tour, and then her son hung himself, and she had a tough time with that, and then was finishing up the album, which will come out. Who knows when, but it was finished. She's continued to be active, although she's not prolific as a solo artist with a lot of albums. But if you look at her appearances with other artists, soundtracks, she's always been active. She ran into some personal troubles.
Yeah.
More towards the end.
I'm gonna agree with you and also challenge a bit because you say she wasn't prolific with her albums. Depending on what people mean by prolific, but I think she wasn't prolific with pop singles that you could turn on the radio and hear. She put out a good amount of albums. I mean, believe me, people. I am not comparing Sinead O'Connor to Jimi Hendrix, but Jimi Hendrix put out 3 freaking albums.
Okay, I would call prolific though 1 album a year.
Oh, that's
nobody's that prolific.
Sure, there were bands that used to do 2 albums a year back in the 70s. What are you talking about?
Look at Elton.
Yeah, but this is in the 70s, and
yeah, I know, but I'm saying that you're telling me you can't make an album in a year.
Albums.
You're telling me you can't make an album in a year, 1 album a year.
No, I'm telling you, I don't know how we can possibly put the definition of prolific.
Okay, you know what though? But this is now you lit me up now with this because this whole thing, it's just 40-minute albums. I'll tell you what, they should go back to 40-minute albums. All these albums that are 70 and 80 minutes are shit. 90% of them are way crap. There's nothing good on 70-minute albums.
The CD era killed it, man.
I agree with that 100%. 70-minute albums, there's very rarely are there 70-minute records that are good. I can only think of maybe a handful that are good.
But what I'm saying is when CDs came out, all the albums are 70 minutes, so there's no way people are putting out 70-minute albums a year. Now, nowadays with the internet, people are putting out singles, people are putting out EPs, people are putting out whatever they want because the format has no limitations, so they can just put out a few songs.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will agree. Sinead's first 2 albums are essential and classic. Show Tunes album isn't for everybody, but all of her albums since then, kind of like Gabriel, she didn't make great pop songs, but she used the pop format, and then she incorporated personal or political elements to it. I mean, she always said she was a political activist first. She wanted to be like Bob Dylan. She wanted to be like Bob Marley. Those were her influences, more so than being a celebrity or being popular. And that's powerful for a lot of people to see a woman who can be a solo artist and have that independence and not have to be sexy, but also be sexy if she wants to be.
What
I mean,
I'll say what Mark is saying. I'm going to put words into Mark's mouth here.
Okay.
Cheers, brother. Mark, this is going to be the quote for the Beer and Vinyl live stream on Saturday. Is that Mark wanted Sinead O'Connor to be more like Rick Wakeman and release about 65 solo albums over a 45-year period.
Hey, I'm a Rick Wakeman collector, guy. You nailed it right on the head. I got a ton of his stuff on there. I'm a Rick Wakeman. Hey, I'm not an apologist for him. I think that he's put out a lot of records, not all of them good. A lot of them are crap. Okay. Yeah. But honestly, I can't think of another guy on keyboards that has as much influence on that instrument as he did. Okay. You can say maybe, what's his name there from ELO? Keith Emerson, maybe. Okay. But Rick Wakeman, far better player, way better player than Emerson. Okay. And,
sir.
Yeah. Oh, come on, man. His whole shtick was flipping over his stupid organ. Give me a break. Other than that, it was not.
Mark,
what?
You're sir.
Come on, give me a break. Rick Wakeman. And hey, let me tell you something. Did he ever do a solo record? Did he ever do a solo record, Keith Emerson?
I think he did.
Okay, did it sell as much as Six Wives of King Henry VIII sold? No. Did it sell as much as Journey to Center? No. And you know what? All you people who say sales don't mean anything and this and that, like when you talk about Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, that's bullshit. Because sales indicate how many people actually listen to the artist.
This is important. We want to make sure we do this for your little thing here.
My rant? Okay. So
make sure you point at the camera.
I got to tell you, right to all you people listening out there, sales do matter. Okay. Sales matter because that is an indicator of how much the album is, how influential the record is. Nobody's going to buy the record if they think it's crap. Okay. You're not going to sell 30 million copies of a record if they think it's shit. Okay. There you go.
Vance is stuck behind the logo.
Hey, this one's for you, Vance.
Yeah. Hey guys, I gotta sign off. I gotta run, but it was nice sharing the screen.
Where are you going?
I gotta go. I got something going on with the family here. I have to go and spend time with family.
All
right. Take care, Jay.
Love you, brother.
Saturday night time. Yeah, I understand. I get you, brother. All right.
So to go back to a couple things. One, I wouldn't call Sinead prolific and putting out a bunch of albums, and she just wasn't driven in that way. But she does have a decent number of albums, and if they were to compile all of her appearances on other people's albums, that would be a much more impressive discography. And maybe they will do that. I mean, they did one compilation album, but all that to say that most people here in the States would be blown away to understand the career she had beyond the one song that they know.
Yeah. But I think, Brad, to your original point, though, I would say, I don't know if inappropriate is the right word, but I think with her being nominated the first time this year, and I get it, right? Like the only real requirement is that it's 25 years post your first official release. But her being nominated this year, I think has probably put the committee or whatever in like a very difficult situation, because if they don't vote her in, then they're insensitive, etc. If they do vote her in, then everybody's going to say it has an asterisk by it because she only got voted in because of XYZ. And so to me, it's like just an interesting time again, of all the artists that she would be, placed, because it's like there's no good ending to this, right?
Alex.
So the asterisk with the cross that I would add next to that, I would say that with her passing, there has been more of a general reevaluation of her influence, her legacy, and it has kind of shown a different light on all of that has caused people to reevaluate what they thought of her and to appreciate her more. But that still doesn't mean that it wouldn't be a pity vote.
Brad, I need to say something really quickly here before my head explodes. Up there, it says, all media reviews says, Wakeman is probably the most recognizable keyboardist in rock history, although none of his solo records had massive success. You are incorrect, my friend. The first record sold 21 million copies. Journey to the Center of the Earth sold 20 million copies plus.
Sorry, Mark, you said 21 million copies.
Yeah, look it up.
Journey to the Center of the Earth sold as much as Back in Black did.
Yes, look it up. And I'll tell you this too. And on his own site, he says too, he released an album called No Earthly Connection. And one of the biggest things on there that he wrote in there that's humorous, he said that his record label, A&M Records, called an emergency meeting with him about his record sales because his record had only sold 8 million copies. Okay. So if you have an emergency meeting for sales for only selling 8 million albums, then what do you think the other records did? So that's why I'm saying what he's saying. That's
hold on. We have
nonsense what he's
here.
saying.
Certifications. We have gold in the United States. That's 500,000 copies.
No, I'm talking about worldwide, his records.
Hold on. I'm not finished.
Okay.
The UK, we have gold, 100,000 copies. Canada, we have gold, 50,000 copies. Australia, we have gold, 20,000 copies. Now, granted, these are sometimes out of date. They don't represent it. But 21 million copies sold for Journey to the Center of the Earth?
Yeah, look it up on his site.
Think about this.
Yeah, I am thinking about it.
Who's buying that record?
Lots of people bought those records then. Not the later ones. I'm talking about the early 70s records. And look at let me ask you this too. When he was with A&M, he was also with Yes at the time too. During that one period with that spillover in 73, 74. When he toured with Yes, there were many times where he flew by himself. A&M would charter him a private jet, and Yes were traveling by bus. Okay, that's where that friction started between him and Yes, is because he was getting all this lap of luxury stuff because he was doing great with A&M, and with Yes, they were doing okay. You know what I mean? So, it's hard to believe. I know you're having a hard time believing it that he sold that many records.
No, it's more the battle of Wakeman versus Emerson.
Hold on. Mark, I will tell you, I will admit, I am having a hard time believing that Journey to the Center of the Earth sold 21 million copies worldwide. The same way I'm struggling to believe that the Earth is flat. It is factual. There's no way. Link me, Mark. Link me. I got to see it. I got to see it for my own eyes.
Okay. Give me your email and I'll find it for you.
Oh, you can put it.
I would love it. I would need the
private chat.
I need the Wikipedia page. I need the
Wikipedia.
I need the shot. I need the shot.
Mark, you want me to go in and fix Wikipedia?
Yes.
You don't need to fix anything. I'm just saying.
Wikipedia is, you got to take that with a grain of salt.
No, he's gonna do. Mark, yeah. Vance will do that.
I'd go.
No, it's fascinating. Well,
if I was skilled, I would go, screw you both. Led Zeppelin outsold both. I type that in the Wikipedia page.
The hot dog sold 6 million alone.
Hot dog, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
So Mark, do you like Journey to the Center of the Earth more than Six Wives of Henry VIII?
No, okay. I don't. I like Six Wives better, much better. I mean, I think Journey is kind of pompous, but you gotta understand. I mean,
Rick
you gotta look back at the
pompous.
But you gotta look back at the time period. That was that in '74, around there, that time period when he was doing it. Rick Wakeman is an extremely popular artist, not only for the fact that he was with Yes It Then, but he also did a lot of stuff with Bowie. He did a lot of stuff on other people, Cat Stevens. He was on a lot of stuff, you know.
Yeah, but that doesn't lead to record sales. Like,
well, it did on his records, sort of. So I mean,
yeah,
and don't forget too, he's also a personality too.
He's a great personality.
Yeah, exactly.
His Hall of Fame speech was hilarious. But like him playing on Life on Mars, it's not like people are like, "Oh, Rick Wakeman played on Life on Mars. I'm going to buy that record." I mean, we'll see, but this is interesting. Oh man, this is great. This is why streaming is so much fun. Mark, I'm glad you're here, brother. I'm glad we got All Meter Reviews in the house, talking about it, all the stuff.
Okay, I'm trying to get the. There's a couple of spots here where I saw it. So I'm trying to find the evidence for you here.
Here's the thing, Mark. I will say, when the next time you say 21 million for Journey to the Center of the Earth, you have to Dr. Evil it. That's a requirement for my stream. You have to do the 21 million. Yeah, you got the random cat over there. You know.
Oh no.
Now I will say,
hilarious.
I know we laid to rest the Peter Gabriel nonsense earlier, but and Brad's unmuted now. I was going to say, Brad, do you know you're muted? I found this in a little discount bin. This was Record Store Day a couple years ago. Gabriel Live Blood. Now, I saw Gabriel back in September or October this past year. Blew my mind. There's so much great about it. I loved it. Just a great show. And what I appreciate about him is that he's very artsy. We know that. We've talked a lot about that. But that to me translates really well to a live show. Just the video and the audio, it was a complete experience. But as an aside, of course, his longtime bass player since, well, not the beginning, but basically the beginning, has been Tony Levin.
Yeah, he's great.
Forever. I'm so excited. I'm seeing Tony Levin in 12 days with the Stickmen.
They're great.
At like a dive. I mean, we're talking like a dive that maybe fits like 200 people. That's less than 2 miles from my home. Less than 2 kilometers. No, it is very, very close, and I'm so excited. I'm a huge Tony Levin guy, but Mark, you might appreciate this. To me, my first interaction with Tony Levin was Liquid Tension.
Yeah,
and then I went backward.
Like for me, it was that as well. Liquid Tension Experiment. It was also Peter Gabriel, obviously, but it was also too with King Crimson. I mean, he was with Crimson back for like Discipline, Beat. The Three of a Perfect Pair. And he was in a lot of stuff. And when I saw them in 2016, when they came to Toronto, he was playing bass then too. I mean, he's the one guy I have a lot of respect for, because he's the kind of guy who can, play with some of the King Crimson, where they played pretty decent, size halls here and there. He also played with Peter Gabriel, who's done huge arena shows and stadium shows or whatever, big sizes. But then he also loves music enough that he can go and play in a dive bar with 2 other guys. You know what I mean? He's not one of these guys like, no, I'm not going to do that anymore because I'm Peter. I'm Tony Levin.
Yeah,
I saw him on the Anderson Beatford Wakeman Hound tour. I think he was on there.
Oh yeah, you saw him, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that one.
You're lucky because Jeff Berlin took over when he got
Tony
sick with something.
Yeah, that was on there.
Yeah. That is going to be a show.
Do you have any of those Stickmen albums?
None. I've never even heard them, but I don't care. I'm like,
if you go on Bandcamp and write in Stickmen, they have a bunch of records that you can get for free off there.
Oh hell yeah!
So there you go.
That's awesome. I mean, sure. Like, Tony Levin playing the bass, playing the Chapman stick. The man could play the chopstick. I don't care. I'm going to listen to it. Like, it's going to be great. I mean, and he's like, he's close to 80 right now. Because he was on. I mean, he was doing studio stuff back in the late 60s, and so I think he's 78 or 79. but he's aged really well. I mean, he's still got that great stash. Not to say that, a mustache means that you've aged well, but, he's still out there. Him and Peter are still doing the little dancey thing during In Your Eyes like they were doing back in the 80s and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I'm pumped for that. That's going to be wild.
Yeah, Peter's
So just
looking better than he has, in a long time. And, this album is solid. I would say if you listen to it as an album, that's really the way to listen to it.
Yeah.
It's, it's his first original work in 20 years, but he wrote some of it while he was working on Up anyway. So he's definitely not prolific. His covers albums and his strings, I didn't get into them as much because when you already know the songs and it's a string arrangement, how is that different from Metallica with the symphony? How is that different than, this is you performing with an orchestra, which it seems a requirement for so many artists to do.
Well, and that's what this is. This is with the drum orchestra, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Is like so much of what makes his work, interesting are the creative sounds and not just the strings. I think it kind of loses some of the originality of the songs.
All right. Dan with a question here. This is a good one for the panel. Punk, prog, new wave, heavy metal / hard rock. So I guess that's 4 genres we're doing. We're doing punk, prog, new wave / maybe post-punk, and then metal, hard rock. Let's do one album each.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's easy.
Okay, wait, go ahead. If you know, brother, go ahead.
Well, look, I love prog music. I've always been a big prog guy, but I grew up on metal. Metal was my thing that got me into music from day one. And while Rush is my favorite record, like my favorite band, of all time, I think if I've had to pick one metal record to take with me on a desert island, it would probably be Judas Priest Painkiller.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, but now you need the 3 other ones. You can't just pick, we need the punk record, we need the prog record, we need a new wave record, man.
Oh, you have to pick from all of them. Okay, I thought that it was just pick one of them. And okay.
We're interpreting this a different.
Okay, well then prog. Okay, so prog, I would probably take Relayer from Yes. That's my favorite Yes album.
It's a lie. He's going to take Journey to the Center of the Earth with
his
20 million other friends.
It's not my favorite. And by the way, the Homer there who said that he looked it up and the last thing he saw was only 500,074. Yeah, but that shows you that was in 74. It was already half a million. So by now, I don't think it's far fetched. And look at what Bill Kay wrote right under there. Rick Wakeman was so big back in the early 70s when I was in high school. Okay. So come on, he was big.
You don't know how big. You don't know how old Bill Kay is.
Oh, Bill Kay is old.
Yeah,
he's old. Okay, I know he's been on Rachel's stream a lot. So, anyways, let's put that to rest. But the prog record, I would probably say Relayer. Yes. Love punk album, I would probably take Nevermind the Bollocks, just because I'm not a big punk guy. But that's a safe bet. And new wave, I'm not sure if you would consider. I don't know if you could consider Duran Duran new wave, but if you would consider them that, I would probably take Seven and a Ragged Tiger.
Okay, I could buy it.
There you go. There's my 4.
I love it. Who's next? Who's going to go next? Brad?
I'd have to think too long about it. I'd say, for punk, I would go with some Costello. I just don't know which. Prog, I'm not as much of a prog specialist as you guys.
And just say Dark Side of the Moon and you'll be fine.
No, I'd probably go some King Crimson, and
then we love that.
Yeah,
and then new wave. I love too much new wave. I'll have to think about that one, but. Probably one of my essential albums might be REM New Adventures in Hi-Fi.
Okay. I love it.
which I guess that would be hard rock or something.
Yeah,
I'll think about which
Sick
new wave.
crossover.
Yeah.
Vance, what about you, brother?
Punk, I definitely do Sex Pistols, never mind the Bollocks. Prague is a tough one. I'm trying to think of like a good Yes album that I would. I mean, I first comes to mind going for the one just for sake of argument.
Underrated?
Yeah, I love that album. New Wave, would you consider Depeche Mode's Violator, even though it wasn't in the early 80s?
Oh, yeah.
Definitely Violator. And then the heavy metal hard rock, if I had to pick one, I'll take Physical Graffiti. Just because.
Is that your favorite? Would you say that's your
I
favorite?
would say it's my favorite, but that's a double album and it really kind of spans everything they've done.
Got
Like
everything.
acoustic on it. So if you're gonna say you gotta only take one, then okay, I'll take as much as I can get for Physical.
No,
Yeah,
that's a great point.
That's
I mean,
kind of
and
what
I think a lot of it with Physical Graffiti, right, is just how it's funny. Like Physical Graffiti was put together of, obviously some new songs, but
It goes back to sessions from 1970. So
right, yeah. I mean, it's almost,
which is
Physical
funny because
Graffiti is almost it's almost a compilation.
It's funny because people diss Coda so much, but Physical Graffiti is no different from Coda because there's
Oh, but-
sessions on there from other
Man.
years, and they just So
You
whatever.
son of a bitch!
Don't even
I've
get me
said-
started.
I've said
Don't even
that
get me
where-
started.
I've said that where it's like Physical Graffiti was put together like a comp. It was
Yeah, it's
the
sessions
songs
from
didn't make things.
the
songs
third
that anyone
album,
do
the
it.
fourth.
I've
Houses.
always said that Coda was like the part B of like,
Yeah,
well,
it was just-
then, yeah.
we got these, and we have a contract, that we had to fill, and we put this together.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
they closed
Yeah, I
it,
would
which
say
Genesis should have
that's kind
closed
of-
their catalog with.
yeah.
Yeah, kind of why I went with that REM album is the same kind of thing. It encompasses their whole career, really.
Yeah. So, how about you, Alex? He left.
And I would
He
have to
walked
co-sign
off.
Violator. Violator also essential.
Oh, Bill K's got fighting words for you there. Coda was bunk.
Oh, come on, Bill. Now, come on. Coda is better than other bands' best album. I'll make that argument any day. Come on.
I mean,
Wearing
And
song
Homer-
wearing and wearing
gotta
and
love-
tearing.
You got to love Homer 360. He put here, this guy thinks Journey to the Center of the Earth sold more than Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a safe bet. Born in the USA, as good an album as it is, it's not that great. Give me a break. And then Dan put Escape sold more. Come on, Dan.
All right, Alex.
Come
What
on.
was
Yeah,
your
I was
pick?
gonna say I was trying to get out of the question. No.
Yeah, that's exactly. I was like, I didn't know if you could hear when you walked away. I'm like, man, Alex, what's yours?
Oh yeah, I was like, I gotta get this out. Well, for punk, I'm gonna go with. Okay. So funny point. Never mind the Bollocks. It's funny because I don't think any of us are probably punk people. You know what I mean? Like punk fans.
Hardcore? No, I mean I. Had
But it's interesting listening to that record because I'm like, I love the album, but I'm like, this is just like a good hard rock album. I don't hear. I mean, it's like proto whatever. I'm gonna go for
Right.
punk. I'm gonna go with the Dead Boy. I'm gonna go with the Dead Boys debut
Ah.
because they range from Akron, Ohio, and I want to represent Ohio. So we'll go with that. Prague. Mark, this one's for you. My favorite record of all time, which I'll call the Prague record, is going to be Metropolis Part 2, Scenes from a Memory from Dream
Very
Theater.
nice.
I know it's not classic Prague, but
No,
that's
it's
my
good.
favorite album of all time, so I'm going to go with that.
Very good.
Gosh, heavy metal, hard rock. Just because I don't want to think about it too much, I'm going to go with Deep Purple in rock.
not a bad choice.
It's a good one.
And for new wave, gosh, I mean, Dan, you're a dirty man because these are four very different, but also, yeah. Like half these genres I don't really care about, but I do like, we were talking about earlier, this whole dark wave situation. I love the Sisters
Which is
of Mercy.
good.
I think the Sisters of Mercies are the coolest. They're just so dark and depressing and sad and weird. So whatever that's, I can't think of the name of the record, but I think it's their second one. Is it something Flood? There's a Flood one and then another one. So terrible answer, but we make do with what we can.
Flood from what?
Yeah.
They might be giants.
There's, yeah, I don't know.
No.
Yeah. Go ahead, Brad. You got something?
Well, I was thinking, so I skipped over new wave. I like too much new wave to probably pick and choose, but what pops in my mind, and it's a bit of a stretch, but I would say any early in excess would count as new wave.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
And
I agree with that.
their compilation, which is pretty great. So I would put them in for my new wave.
It's good. Yeah, I got no. I got to get into Ultravox because there's for the prog people out there, there is like
Ultravox
this
is
idea.
great.
There is this idea, not idea, but like the crossover between some of these post-punk / new wave artists that crossed over a bit into prog, and I've heard that with Ultravox. I've heard that with Talk Talk. You know, XTC has sort of become like the poster child for that.
So the thing with Talk Talk is the fans, it's not the early stuff, it's the later stuff where they went more creative.
Yeah.
And that's the better, which is the reverse of how it normally works. After It's My Life and everything, then they kind of reinvented.
I mean, yeah, I would consider Talking Heads rock, but I
could
mean, I
fall
think they're
into the
like the
new wave
principal
camp,
art
right?
rock, right? They're the art rock band, right?
They could have fallen into that proto new wave, if you want to call it. I mean, they came out, they cut their teeth at
Yeah,
CBGBs.
it gets tricky.
They cut their teeth at CBGB, so
Yeah.
they could.
So much
it's an
new
interesting
wave.
band that
Yeah.
what category they would fall into. Yeah.
Yeah, so much new wave is post-punk, and where do you really define?
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
it's weird
when
to
they came
think
out with
we're-
Psycho Killer. That was nobody was making sounds like that.
Like, would you
It was a
consider
weird
Blondie
song.
that new wave then?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they
Right.
yeah.
Or how about this one? How about U2?
yeah.
I mean, it depends on the era, but
That was
definitely they've been
But
considered
when they
new
broke,
wave.
they
came
were
out
in
as
that new wave
wave.
character. They were in this
Yeah.
new
Yeah.
genre of like, yeah.
I love Boy
Yeah,
because it has that.
Did you ever see
Like-
that documentary about WLIR? Dare to Be Different.
No.
They were a small little station out in New York, and they were getting all these. Somebody came up, they were getting imports, and they broke bands like U2 and Duran Duran and all these new wave bands. It's a great documentary, but U2 fell in that category. They were part of that new wave sound, new British kind of sound coming across, over the pond. It's a great documentary on the radio station. But they have all those. They were breaking all those bands before any other stations got wind of them.
yeah. I mean, you have so many of the new wave artists.
Yeah, 50.
You kind of have to look at, okay, did you start a band because of the Velvet Underground? Did you start a band because of the Sex Pistols? Did you start a band because of Patti Smith? Did you start a band because the influences are so heavy? Did you start a band because of the Clash? Like so many of the groups that I got into, that I listened to, one of
Stooges.
those, if not more of them, is like that's the seed of the band. I mean, early U2 is heavily Patti Smith,
I can see that. Yeah.
and
I would say they would probably say that too. Yeah,
they would say.
Or what
that.
about early Police too?
Yeah.
I mean, you look at the punk
Yeah.
stuff. You go back to MC5 or the Stooges. I mean, that's
I'm a
It's
big fan
important
of
to hear from
the
all
British group.
media that we're talking about, like what prog punk crossover is, and some of that is, and some of that are new wave post punk type stuff. Cardiacs, they're one of those bands that their stuff is so hard to find. They don't stream, like it's hard to listen to their stuff, but I've always like really wanted to. XTC again is like sort of, to me, XTC, I have a number that I love XTC. They've always felt like a proggy Duran Duran to me.
Yeah,
And I don't mean that disrespectfully, but like,
No,
just,
I know.
I've always thought that Andy Partridge has always kind of sounded like Simon Le Bon a little bit. Like it is that sort of, it's very quirky in that way.
Yeah.
The other one I would add to this would be the Stranglers. And I think the Stranglers were so much of a UK band. So a lot of people in North America probably, we didn't get a lot of that kind of stuff. But the Stranglers were weird because it was like they were playing this weird post-punky dark stuff, but in like 7. People were like, what is going on? How do we dance to this?
Yeah.
Well, and that's, you know, when you start talking about dances, genre, and influences, I was talking to some coworkers, and we played some jazz music in the background. You know, I manage a condo, super exciting, and we had this whole conversation. People that weren't into jazz didn't like jazz, and I'm like, well, jazz. I mean, there's not just one jazz. Jazz is everywhere, and the influences of jazz are everywhere, and you can look at the approach that jazz has, and you can see how you take something familiar, you deconstruct it, you expand it. So much of that then goes into hip hop, goes into electronic music, the idea of remixes, taking, you know, the pop song, deconstructing it, exploring it. And from that, you know, with progressive rock, similar kind of things, you're returning back to a signature melody or concept and exploring it throughout the song.
Sure.
And so then the boundaries get a little messy. And the next thing you know, you're thinking country and blues are the same thing, just different communities, and you know,
but
the arbitrary boundaries that are there.
Cole, this is interesting because I don't know if this, you know, this might just be like a, you know, semi joke or whatever, but I got into jazz. I like jazz, and I wouldn't say I'm by no means a connoisseur. Like, I love the jazz bums because, like, it's like I'm like a jazz novice. Like, I enjoy what I hear, but I by no means can go down like the rabbit hole of a lot of the stuff. But for me as a prog fan, that was my introduction into jazz, because it was like, okay, if I like prog, I like people like Alan Holdsworth. And if I like people like Alan Holdsworth because of his work with UK, then I can get into Alan Holdsworth with his work with like Soft Machine. And if I like Soft Machine, then I can get into Return to Forever. And if I can get into Return to Forever, I can get into Weather Report. And if I get into Weather Report, I can get into Miles Davis, and so forth and so on. So for me, the transition or whatever from being like a prog rock fan to jazz was kind of easy in the sense of, you know, like, for example, a lot of people with jazz, I don't know if any of y'all are jazz people or not, but like,
honestly, I hate jazz.
Okay. No, I like jazz. I got a couple keys.
I can't stand it. To me, when I think
I
jazz,
can't
all I
talk about
see is people with. I see an old man with a pipe in his mouth, sitting by a fireplace with this whole huge furry bathrobe on, and sitting there and just like, listening
I
to
cannot
like,
imagine. This sounds perfect to me. That sounds like a great Friday night.
No, I got a couple cubes full of jazz. I can't rattle them off. I can
there you go.
The things I have, so.
But you know, like, you know, that's the
put
thing.
on
is,
put on the robe, buddy. There you go. Perfect.
get the robe.
Where's the pipe?
Man.
You got the pipe?
Well, I don't smoke.
Oh, okay.
Oh, but you should start for the jazz, man.
There you go.
So one of the
everybody
things
needs a good house coat.
That's a good looking house coat though, dude. I like it.
I know, it's even got a hood.
Look at that. Now you're in a jazz frame of mind, my friend.
Well, because
but that's not the fault of jazz. That's the fault of jazz fans and just douchebags. And you can say the same thing about prog rock.
Oh, there's a lot of us. A lot of douchers.
You know, obnoxious prog rock people that want to argue over time signatures. And
right here.
Yeah. And who did it better and who did it worse? And, you know, how deep do we, you know, want to get into these battles over, you know, prog
It's
rock,
not worth
but
getting
that's-
into because we've had arguments about this before on other streams, and it gets so long and tiresome. It's unbelievable. I'll just say that jazz is something that I tried to get into. I bought like some albums before. Like I have like Art Blakey records, and I got what's that guy Vance? Help me out here. That Grant Green. I got a couple of his albums before, and honestly, I didn't mind the Grant Green too much, but I found that it's just something I just would never go back and listen to after I listened to it once. To me, it was just nothing that caught my attention. You know what I mean?
It's good music to listen to while you're cooking dinner.
Yeah, and that's not really what I get into music. I mean, when I listen to music, I want to listen to it and get into it. Like, I mean, I understand that there are some people that like jazz and that can do that too, but
you're
that's just
having
not
drinks
me.
before they let you in the room for the wedding.
Well, but let me ask you this. So going back to the Peter Gabriel with strings albums, to me, the strings, although the arrangements and everything are nice, it lacks the color, it lacks the mood of the originals, which were creative choices as far as sounds that he was pulling in. So if the jazz that you're listening to is just, a 3-piece, a 4-piece recorded in the studio, as opposed to something that you're used to being, electric, having different production approaches, how much of you not appreciating jazz is just the limitations of this is a live 4-piece band playing regular instruments, because jazz is an approach. And I see that approach in prog rock. You've got your time signatures, you've got your 4-minute version of the song, and then you've got the 12-minute version of the song, and then you've got the 20-minute live version of the song.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that, and I try. Like I said, I tried to get into it, and it's just something that just doesn't seem to connect with me for some reason. I mean, not all prog connects with me either. There are definitely some prog bands that I just don't like either. Right?
Like who,
So,
Mark? Tell us who.
And there's probably some
one of the
prog
guys
that
from Can
you
died or
appreciate now that you didn't initially.
yeah, of course, exactly.
Because you didn't have the context, you didn't understand what the intention was until you kind of go through that journey where you start, like Alex was talking about, you start with this, which then leads to this artist and that artist, and you kind of go through that process because now you have the pieces that you can pull together and understand the context.
But I gotta hear who are the prog. We gotta hear the prog artists that never turned you on, never tickled your fancy.
Well, like I was never really into Gong. I didn't really get into them.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a couple of Camel records, but I rarely listen to them.
Laid
right?
back. Yeah.
So I mean, there's like I like UK. UK is good. I like that. Obviously, Yes, I like King Crimson, and I'm a big Yes fan, right? King Crimson, I'm a huge fan of as well. But I mean, there's other stuff that I've heard it, and it's okay. But I mean, it's not something that I would return to and pull out and listen to. I mean, that's one of the things I've always found interesting is that in the vinyl community, a lot of people have huge record collections. I don't know how big a collection Brad has or how much you guys have, but I have maybe about 1,200 albums. Okay, that's not a huge collection. Okay, in the grand scheme of things, but even still, in that 1,200 albums that I have, there's probably 50 that I regularly go and listen to, and the other ones are just kind of there.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. No, I that's a good point. Like, it's like there's only so many hours in the day, and there's only so many. There's literally been times that I have. So I do the. I'm sure y'all are like Discogs people or whatever, but like I've done like the random like Shake the Discogs app to give you a random album of like, oh, I just want to listen to something different. And there's been times I'm like, shit, it gave me a double record. It gave me a double album. I don't have time for that. I was like, give me 42 minutes. I want 42 minutes.
Perfect album.
I've done it. I'd be like, oh shit, I have that.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess I do. Thought I got rid of that.
Well, and there's plenty of artists that you can really appreciate and think this is amazing and it's perfect, but you don't ever feel like listening to it.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned, we brought up Dark Side of the Moon, and it's not an album I listen to that much anymore, but I did pull it out I don't know, a couple months ago. And I was like, I just, like you said, listening to it in full in sequence is a different listen than getting tired of a song that, money on the radio kind of thing.
Right.
So,
But
yeah.
But Vince, you can pull out a Zeppelin album at any time and listen to it and enjoy it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to get at. There's just certain things I think people
Certain bands
have in their collection and that they'll always go back to. And even if they in your collection, you have lots of records behind you there, Vance. I mean, how many of those records really can you say that you go back and listen to regularly in that stack behind you?
Oh, not. And that's where I was brought up earlier, where I need to do a purge, and it's hard to get rid of some though, even though I don't listen to it. I'm like, yeah, but there's going to be that day where I'm going to be looking for it, and
Because so much of it's
and I don't want to go rebuy it.
And when the mood hits, you want to have it.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the space, I'm not so much of like hey, I haven't listened to that record in 6 months, let's purge it. Like, I mean, this is kind of stealing from like the Mazzy thing. He talks about this all the time about how he views his collection as like a library, right?
Yeah, same.
Because it's true. Like there are sometimes, I mean, doing some different live streams where they have very topical topics. It's repetitive, but like tomorrow I'm doing a live stream on Genesis. Like some of these Genesis records, I don't remember the last time I listened to Invisible Touch, but I'm glad I have it so that I can reference it. Monday, Glenn Kellaway, who might be jumping on here in a second, him and I are doing a show on Zappa. Well,
I love Zappa.
Zappa's got a bazillion records. I know the last time I listened to Man from Utopia, but I'm glad I have it because I can go back and reference it. Even if I haven't listened to it in a year or whatever. So, yeah.
I love Zappa.
But we're also of a certain age where we still believe in physical media, and we do see ourselves as, some people might be a collector of an artist, and some people like to have a library, because that way if someone comes over and in a conversation you mention something, you want to be able to have it and grab it and share it.
I always had that theory where it was like at least one album from pretty much every band I kind of like, kind of thing. Or somebody comes over, I've totally said that to myself.
It's always the imaginary. Someone's going to come over and you're going to have a conversation, and you're going to find out that they've never heard this album. And it's like, you've never heard this? So let me put it on and let me, get all, American Psycho,
my nieces and nephews,
and dance around in the living room about tell you, how essential this album is.
Yeah. That's why I am on stream shows.
Okay, so Bill K asked this. I'm guilty of this totally. Like I have a big Kiss collection. Like, as you know, Kiss probably has like 21 albums. Okay, but when I looked at my Discogs thing, I have 206 Kiss albums. Okay, because I have like 11 different variations of Unmasked. I have like 9 different variations of Rock and Roll Over, Love Gun, Kiss Alive. I had like 20 different pressings of that, as well. So I'm big on collecting the different, and especially when I started collecting vinyl again, when I got back into it, that's when I started getting the, I needed the German pressing, the Japanese pressing, the Canadian first pressing, the Canadian second pressing, the third pressing. So I got tons of them.
Please welcome.
I think
hold on. Let me interrupt really quick. Please welcome to the stage.
Testing 1 2.
Can you hear us, Glenn?
Hello.
Glenn, can you hear us?
Clearly not.
Clearly not.
Testing.
Why doesn't he put headphones on?
But you don't hear us.
That's all right.
Put your headphones
Testing
on.
1 2.
Does he not wear headphones or something?
Well, he's out.
Usually he's good. Hold on, I'll message him. Keep going, Mark.
To answer Bill's question, I have multiple
settings.
copies. I think it gets down to favorite bands and stuff. I got multiple copies of Zeppelin records that I do.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but I do, because that's the collector part of it. I mean, I just showed those 2 Genesis. I had a promo and I think a French copy of Duke. I came across them and I just, I picked them up. Cool. I like stuff like that.
And also too, because there was that long-standing theory that Japanese pressing sounded better than this pressing, so you go get the Japanese pressing and check it out and see how it is, and then you find out it's really not.
And it came down to that packaging. When you brought up the Japanese, it's you got the Obi strips, or there might be something different in it. Yeah, some foreign pressings might have a gatefold compared to the U.S. copy. Was it just a single album? It's.
But Dave,
that's the collector.
I want to challenge you a bit here, Dave. But that might be bullshit for you. Like you might think there's no reason that I would have 6 copies, but there's plenty of good reasons why other people might have 6 copies.
Not 6 of the same.
So I guess that's the question. What are the good reasons to have multiple versions?
To find the best pressing of it.
There's that, and then when you find the best
some labels and
pressing,
some artists. Because especially I think, once CDs and singles started coming out, they would release, in Europe, you couldn't have more than 3 tracks, or else it was an EP and not a single. So they'd release like 3 different versions of the single, and in order to get all the B-sides, you had to buy like 3 or 4 copies of that single to get all the unreleased stuff.
Well, and the other thing too is
that's an exploitation of a fan base.
Yeah, but the other thing too is we're all collectors in some way, I'm sure. Sometimes this is not so much of an intentional thing. Like, Mark, I don't want to speak for you, but I don't know that you're on like a crusade to find every international pressing of, what is it? Music from the Elder. I know that's your favorite Kiss record. But like sometimes I am it's like, okay, I have an original pressing of Rumors, but sometimes I'm out at a record store and they have a very clean pressing of like a 79 or an 80 reissue.
Yeah, exactly.
With a messy cover, and it's $6.
Yeah.
Well, why would you not? I'm going to buy it and do a little sound test and see, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. You also have to ask yourself this there, Brad. Are you just a person who just listens to music, or are you a person that likes to search for the best sounding music, or what? It depends on what your thing is, I mean, if you're just a person who just likes to get music because you just love the music and just love the songs, and you couldn't care less if it was a better pressing, this one or that one, then great. But some people actually do go and look around for the best sonically sounding copy of a record. And sometimes that takes a couple of tries to get until you find it, right?
Yeah.
Right. And that also depends on what setup you have as far as your audio equipment.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure.
If you're listening to it, on your phone or on computer speakers, that's a different audience.
But I mean, this is a good point, because this has been the band
hi-fi setup,
right? I mean, the Beatles are the perfect example. It's like, I want to compare my US stereo versus a UK stereo versus a UK mono versus a
I'm guilty of that
mono
too.
box.
Like I went and collected all the monos that came out when they reissued the monos in 2014 of the Beatles records. I got them, and thank God I did get them when I got them, because they were only like $30 then, and now they're like $200 the monos.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't run out to get the classic records at the time, and now they're worth $200-$300.
Yeah, so I'm glad I got those.
Zeppelin catalog, But I do have 13 copies of Tubby Boots Goes Topless. I don't know if you guys. I mean, how could you not want 13 copies of Tubby Boots Goes Topless? I'm just.
I love
that's a classic, man. Come on.
I mean, it is. It's just. I mean,
I am on a hunt.
Come on.
I will tell you all. I am on a hunt for a record by the Replacements. Pleased to Meet Me. Because I was probably. Do you all watch? Well, Vance, you better watch it, because you're a terrible Chicagoan. Apparently, if you don't.
What's it?
The Bear.
Oh yeah. They just started filming second. I go to Mr. Beef a lot. I used to go to Mr. I still go to Mr. Beef a lot. They started the next season. They just started.
I will say it's obviously a great show all around, but I think their music placement is really good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But they dropped a Can't Hardly Wait from Replacements in an episode, and I'd never heard that song before, and I said, what damn song is that? I'm obsessed with this damn song. And it was like the Replacements. I'm like, aren't they a punk band? And, after doing the research, it's like, well, yeah, they are/were. But when they got to that album in 86 or 87, whenever it was, like they're basically like alternative/power pop.
They're a tone.
And I'm like, damn, now I got to go buy that record, right?
They broke up on stage here at the Taste of Chicago.
Oh, damn.
Right? Yeah, they played Taste of Chicago. After that, you see them. They fought, and that was the last of. At that point.
Hey guys, I gotta get going though. I gotta go. I gotta take my dog out. He's starting to bug me here, and I gotta get off. So.
All right, Mark.
Cheers, Mark. Thanks for joining, man. Appreciate you, brother. We'll see you soon.
All right. Nice to meet you. And you too, Brad. I never. This is the first time we ever spoke to you, and it was nice meeting you. I hope to speak with you again.
I just crashed the party.
No, that's cool, but I hope we can chat again. So.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Right.
Cheers, Mark. You good, brother? Now, Brad, for your knowledge, Jack the Music Guy. Jack is a young, I don't even know if he's like graduated yet. Like he's a young YouTuber, like a child. But he is also in the greater Kansas City area. I will say that. So I'm sure he might be rooting for Taylor Swift and her husband, Travis Swift, this weekend. So, well, Richard,
I mean, it's fun to have an extra parade when it,
Well,
when it
here's what I'll say. Here's what I do appreciate about this year's Super Bowl is it's not, yes, like I'm sure people are probably tired of hearing about throw Travis and Taylor out the window. My point is like Kansas City and San Francisco are not two gigantic market teams. Like,
right.
So,
the 49ers.
It's not the Bills. It's not,
San Francisco being a fourth market, and then you had the success of the Montana years. So
all right, hold on. We got another Canadian joining us. One Canadian leaves, another one joins. Let's see if he's got his audio figured out. Glenn Kellaway from the basement. Can you hear us, my friend?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We sure can, brother.
Oh, good. Wow, I don't know what my laptop's not working tonight. I don't know what's going on. I can't get any sound.
Oh man, when it rains, it pours.
So I went on the iPad, the trusty old iPad.
Did you check your StreamYard audio settings? Check
Yeah, it's like I use it all the time. I don't know. I've checked it all. I went back and out and in, and I don't know.
Now, Glenn, have you ever? I'm guessing you've probably never been on a stream with Brad because Brad crashed us this evening. But we like Brad. Have you ever been on with Vance over at Zep Earl?
No, neither.
No, Glenn. Maybe Patrick. Were you on Patrick's show a couple times?
Who the hell's Patrick?
Patrick, the vinyl archivist.
No,
okay.
No.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Guess not.
We don't know.
Guess not.
Well, nice to be on with you guys.
Yeah. No, I know Glenn. No, I know his
So Jack, we got to add. Oh, is this true? So Jack says if the Chiefs win, there's no school the next day. Fascinating. We love the Super Bowl for this reason only.
Well, there's no school on the day of the parade, so there will be the parade on Wednesday.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, which is also Valentine's Day, so it's like, well, yeah. I host a karaoke league, and so it's like, well, that's Wednesday night, so if we win in the parade, and it's like, yeah, the parade's during the day, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
So,
Glenn, how are you, my brother?
I'm good, man. I was working tonight.
Yeah.
Hockey, watching at the hockey arena, and then I get home, and this new Roadhouse opened up the street from us. Oh. And I get home at like 10:15. My wife says, "Half price appetizers. Let's go."
Ooh.
So we went and pigged out on half price appetizers because I haven't eaten all day. And then, so I'm eating chicken wings and onion rings at 10:30 at night.
You know, the only thing you're missing, Glenn?
What?
Chicken wings, whatever else, quesadillas and whatever else. You're only missing an ice cold beer.
I was. Yeah. I wouldn't exactly say I'm missing it, but.
So here's the funny thing is I always forget to drink, and you obviously reminded me tonight. I'm like, I should drink beer.
That's what I do. That's my influence, by the way.
I'm crashing this party. It's beer and vinyl. I don't have any vinyl. I'm not wearing any vinyl, so might as well grab some beer.
There you go.
And I will say,
Now,
Brad,
if you're
too.
wearing,
You know,
if you're wearing vinyl, that's a whole other. That's a
It's a
whole other
different
story.
strain.
That's
Yeah.
that would be scary.
but Brad, you have a very. I've gotten some messages about this. Like, you have a couple of different. You have an inverted face to your left. You got a lot of different faces going on.
Why
There's
is
a very-
that?
There's a very slight echo to your voice. You know, there's a lot of things going on that people are asking questions about. But
Oh,
I
that's
imagine
that's not on purpose. The three-faced Brad.
it might be. I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
I just did it because I could, and
Okay.
let me see.
I'll be right back.
So I host a karaoke stream. Oh yeah, I do. I have my reverb on. So yeah, that's why I have the slight voice.
You got
of
one
God
face.
going
You
on.
got two faces beside you. One's upside down and one's right side up.
Yeah, so OBS is software that a lot of people use, and so you can use that to build in reverb and different effects.
So you could have a
if you wanna
live
be
chat with
fancy.
yourself. You don't even need anybody else.
Exactly. But I get bored with myself. I'm too familiar.
You'll just start
Occasionally you have
arguing.
Yeah, you have to introduce someone
That's
else.
when you know you
Yeah.
got to stay off the streams as you start yelling at the other two guys.
Yeah. He's got you guys
I,
there. Come
yeah,
on.
I apologize. I did
How
not
could you
realize
dare
I
say
had
Dark Side is better?
Yeah. What do
I've
you mean
had,
you like ABBA?
this
I don't
whole
know. I think the wall is
conversation-
better, right?
all these hours of conversation, not realizing I had my reverb. At least it's not like super heavy reverb, but yeah, enough. Towards like,
Yeah, you sound like a
Yes,
late
let
night
me-
DJ or something. Like,
yeah.
It was the voice of God.
has Alice got his
Yeah.
pajamas on?
Well, I have
It's
a
okay if he does
T-shirt and
because
shorts
I had to
on.
grab a robe.
Okay.
I will
I have a
say
whole
because
collection of robes.
I like to think of myself as a bit of a. First of all, Glenn, how's my audio?
It sounds fine to me.
Well, I got a new microphone, so
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sitting here on this thing.
Oh, well,
Oh,
look
you're
at
all
you,
pro.
all looking all professional.
I'm a mediocre male trying to podcast. Is what I'm trying to do. with
Oh
this
my
microphone.
God! Yeah.
You don't have
Look,
the.
I'm
you
using the
don't have
microphone
pop
inside
filter.
that $20 pair of headphones.
You don't have the pop filter and the green screen, so
Now, here's what I'll say though, Brad. You say pop filter. The poor man's pop filter is a pair of pantyhose. You just, I remember being in studios. Now, Glenn, I will say though, because I build bridges. This is important for me. You and Vance might have the similar. Glenn, your favorite double album of all time. Not to put you on the spot, but I build bridges, and I want you all to connect on this because I think you might be in a similar boat here.
Probably Blonde on Blonde.
Okay, your second favorite, but more,
More
Why
hard
don't you
rock
tell
and,
him?
but more in like
what his
hard
favorite
rock
is.
world, like 1975 ish.
Yeah.
Zeppelin.
Physical Graffiti
Okay, there
would
it
be
is.
up
That's
there. Is
the
that
answer
it?
we're looking-
Okay, it'd be
All
top
right.
5 anyway.
No, I'm
I get-
well aware of
I get
Glenn's
the
channel.
assist. I get the assist.
Oh,
Yeah.
thanks, Brad. But we were
I was like,
actually,
I don't
it's a
even
good, it was a good
know
combo
anyone,
earlier.
but-
And so we were talking about like physical graffiti. It's great, right? Like I've never heard any with damn near every double album ever, maybe with the exception of Blonde on Blonde and Physical Graffiti. There's been it's bloated. There's some stuff I could do without.
Yeah.
I don't need
We were just
that.
talking, yeah, like we said about Lamb.
But
yeah.
it's interesting that Physical Graffiti specifically, like we were saying before, just conceptually it's kind of a comp. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
collection of misfits, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they kind of ran out of. Yeah, they needed more room to make a double album, and they started putting in that stuff from Houses of the Holy and stuff on it or
Yeah,
something. I don't
It's
know.
from 70
Yeah.
sessions from the third
But-
album, the fourth
but some
album,
of that-
Houses.
Sometimes that works out well because if an album is too planned and the transitions are too good, then it ends up being a vibe, but it doesn't have the breaks. It doesn't have
Yeah, I don't think you would have
the
known that with
individual
that unless
tracks
you
popping up.
you really looked into the credits in it. otherwise, when it came out, a lot
Yeah.
of people don't
Yeah.
know how far back some of those songs go.
No, well, another album like that's not a double album, no, but the Rolling Stones' "Tattoo You," which I think is a great record.
Absolutely.
That's just a bunch of stuff that
Old
it was in the
stuff that
can,
just-
right?
Then they just kind of tweaked it and said, let's put it on this.
Yeah, and it's a great record.
It's a huge record for them.
Yeah. Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, sometimes they can save you from yourself.
I don't get out much, Dave.
Glenn, you get out more than I do. Don't say that. Brett, the chat's out of control.
Something's going on there.
Brandon comes. I actually not a related. Brandon comes alive. I was in the local record shop today.
Hey, Dan.
Because they were doing a 15% off, and local mom and pop shop. It's just old guy, old lady, sort of thing. I love the shop because their prices are great. They got great stories, and it's just they got most importantly, they have a record store cat that I love. His name's Jonesy. But they had Peter Frampton record that was released a couple years ago. I forget what it was called, like No Words, or I don't know, whatever. Later career Peter Frampton record, and it was signed. Now, I didn't go into it whether it was like legitimate or I don't know who would fake a Peter Frampton.
Yeah, who would be bothered?
Right, like you got to try pretty hard if that's the hill you're going to die on, is forging a Peter Frampton signature.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was sitting there looking at it. I was like, well, it's a record from a couple years ago. It's probably fine, but it does have Peter Frampton's signature on it, and it was $30. With the discount, it was going to be $25.
Oh, I would have snagged it.
You would have snagged it.
I would have.
Yeah, I would have too.
Especially
because if it's he
Did you
put out
say-
a couple of good instrumental albums too.
Yeah,
I think
that's
there
what I
was
was
one
gonna
called
say.
Fingerprints. Am I right on that one? It's got a version of Black Hole Sun on it. He does a instrumental
That's a good
version of Black
version,
Hole
yeah.
Sun.
Yeah,
I saw him a few
I
years
remember that album.
ago, and he was playing that. So
Yeah.
if it was something like if it was like an instrumental thing, because great
Yeah.
guitar player. So
I'd
So
rather
here's
listen
the-
to him play than listen to him sing. That's for sure.
I actually thought, this is you, Brad. Sorry. I actually thought it was Aliens inspired, but turns out it was not. It was Basketball Jones inspired. It does not look like the orange cat from Aliens,
Oh,
named Jonesy.
okay.
I was
So
very
I-
disappointed too. So
I was in
That
a
is-
thrift store yesterday, and they had like a ton of CDs, like brand new releases. Somebody brought in, I don't know, like the Tears for Fears, the latest one, The Tipping Point.
Mhm.
Titles like that are pretty recent.
Yeah.
For $2 a piece, I'm going, holy smokes! I'm pulling all these CD, the newest Jackson Brown, and I pulled this Van Morrison album. It's called What's Going On or something like that.
oh,
And I put it on. It is the worst piece of garbage I've ever heard in my
wait,
life.
is that
It's
his anti?
political. Yeah,
It's his anti-COVID record.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
horrible.
Len, take it up with your boy Sam St. Take it up with your
Oh,
cosmic
it's just-
torpedo partner
Oh,
Sam.
I'm a Van Morrison fan. It's awful.
Yeah,
I
I
listened to
remember.
it going,
What's it gonna take?
yeah. Oh, it's just horrid.
I didn't even heard of
I-
that before.
So I knew he was. I knew he was throwing a fit about how COVID was interfering with his ability to tour, and that that was no fair.
Oh, what a
And I'm like,
idiot.
sorry that a pandemic doesn't match with
I
your
can grab
release
this thing.
schedule.
oh,
but
just brutal.
I didn't
It wasn't
realize he
it
released
wasn't
an
like he was the only
album.
guy staying. They had to stay home. Everybody was out.
Well, and I was a big fan of Joseph Arthur, and he's gone down that route also.
Right there. Don't ever buy
Yeah.
this. It is just disgusting.
Oh, you gotta do a video. on
So
Oh, I'm
Is
going
it the
to tomorrow morning. It's
production? Is
coming
that.
up.
That's great.
yeah, is
Every
it the
song
production,
is,
the
the
songs?
government, this and then and then and then. He's just
Oh.
a whiny baby. Shut up.
This
Does
is
he have a
I
song
wish-
called "Get Out of My Yard"?
Pretty much.
Barking at the clouds.
"Get Out of My
I-
Yard," the album.
Fighting
mean-
back is the new normal. Fodder for the masses. Can't go on this way. Sometimes it's just blah, blah, blah. Money from America. It's just the whole thing is just horrid.
he didn't throw the obligatory cover song or something in there to.
No.
Oh,
Not one
didn't
that I
even go
could
that
see.
route.
Nope, can't. Nope, it was awful.
No-
I'm listening to it,
no-
just going, "Oh, one song's getting worse than the next."
No Toby Keith.
No.
Van
Oh,
Morrison covers Toby Keith.
I'm glad I only paid $2 for it. That's all I got to say.
Oh,
I was gonna say, Trevor, the invite is still there, my brother. I know you went to get your Greek food and came back.
Oh,
The night,
Greek food.
the night is
Nice.
young, mon frere.
Oh, I love it when you speak French.
Thank you. Yeah,
I could start speaking Greek. So.
that's true.
Van Morrison
Yeah, he
man
was a
yells
clown.
at cloud.
Yeah, exactly. Stop following me.
You need to hear the Friends of Dean Martinez. What is that?
I don't know. You know, Dan.
You never know what they. I know you never know if he's. Yeah.
So
man.
if y'all didn't know, so Cole that told me that this was going on, and Cole's a big
Apparently,
smartass.
sorry,
too.
Brett. Apparently, I owe Cole like a check or something because he's been
No.
spouting off some stuff. Yeah, so
Yeah, no, Cole Cole is a very active chatter. Has never joined any of my streams, but you can count on him to be in the stream, constantly commenting. And if you start at all late, he will let you know. So,
oh man, he's been great actually. He's asked some great questions. Well, I don't know. Glenn is a wrestling guy. I don't know. He's wearing his Zappa cap, not his SmackDown cap.
I haven't got my SmackDown cap on today. Has anyone here heard the terrible wrestling album Terry Funk? Great text. No, I've never heard Terry Funk's album. That's interesting.
Well, here you go.
Terry Funk sings country music, released in Japan in the '80s. That's got to be funny.
That's a deep. Clearly,
I
that's
don't know.
a deep
I don't know if I
cut,
can do wrestling wrestlers as rock stars. It's not nice.
yeah, but it was
There's
released
that
in the 80s, so
wrestling
you know
album.
the sound quality is amazing.
Oh man, Glenn, do you have all your Zappa pulled for?
It's got those Phil
Monday?
Collins stumps. I've been
Yes.
making notes and everything.
I'm intimidated.
Yeah,
I'm
it's gonna be a
intimidated.
deep
Glenn,
dive, man.
I
Whose
had
channel is it on?
I was gonna say, Glenn, I had a nightmare
Mine.
last night that we had that like Dweezil Zappa was in our comments, like he joined, live,
Really?
and yeah, Dweezil and Moon Unit, they were both attending
wow.
live,
No, Ahmed.
That would be
No,
awesome.
Ahmed.
I'll bring
Ahmed,
them
too.
on.
all of them, and they were like, man, Alex and Glenn, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, probably not.
So
But hey, Frank would like that though. If we went on and actually knew what we were talking about, Frank probably wouldn't enjoy that.
well, and one of the best phrases out there, the more I know, the less I understand. I
Gee,
think
my
that's
hair
what
looks
Frank's
good in the
happening.
back. That's not, yeah.
Yeah, like the more I feel like I learn about Frank, the less I feel like I actually
Yeah.
know about Frank. So it's gonna be a
I think
great time.
I think it is going to be interesting. I don't know where
Well,
it's going to
you know,
go.
All right, so I have a random trivia / question.
Trivia. Let's go.
So on my channel, I have the karaoke of "No One Is to Blame,"
Okay.
and I didn't realize until I was working on it that there's the original version that was on an album, and it's slower and it's more depressing. And then they brought in Phil Collins, who remixed it, and the version that we all know and love and that was a big hit was Phil Collins, his remix of it.
Sure.
How often did he do that? Was that a thing?
Well,
For Phil covering, doing
No, he didn't cover it. He produced a remixed version of the song, and so the version that we all know that was a big hit
and what
by
song
Howard
is
Jones. Howard
Oh.
Jones, "No One Is to Blame."
that? Nah, Ted.
If you heard it, you'd be like, "Oh, that song."
Really?
And,
I know.
um,
I know the song. I just don't.
I wouldn't know Howard Jones if he walked it and knocked on my front door.
Right. So that song was remixed
Who the hell are
by
you?
Phil Collins. And then once you know that, you can hear it.
Howard Jones and Patrick. You'd be like, who the? are you guys?
Yeah, Patrick and Howard Jones. Yeah, I don't watch either of their channels, Brad. I don't.
Yeah, Howard Jones is a big YouTuber, Glenn.
Yeah. This is
Sorry,
incredible
Howard. I
new
don't
wave
know
collection.
I got my own little basement world here. I don't know what's going on outside of
Well,
it.
I mean, it's from the 80s, so
yeah,
yeah.
my
so
unless you're
you've
talking
had time
banjos,
to catch up with it.
yeah,
You've had time to catch up with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I was deep involved in playing in bluegrass bands and stuff in the 80s. I missed the 80s when it came to music.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was pretty huge, and I just thought it was interesting because the original doesn't have any of the percussion, the production.
Oh.
And it was just odd that they brought in Phil Collins to remix the album.
Yeah.
And it was released on the next single or the next album. And I wonder if that's a thing that he did often.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Glenn, I don't want to speak for you, but I don't think you're the biggest Phil Collins fan.
I actually don't mind Phil Collins. I was a fan of Phil Collins back in the 80s.
Wow.
Right.
That
I
would have
was.
been a fresh opinion for tonight's stream.
Because I didn't know Phil Collins at all. I didn't know Phil Collins from Howard Jones. And when he put out In the Air Tonight,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I went, what a great song. Who the hell's that? And I didn't know Phil Collins was Genesis or anything. I just knew I really liked that song and bought the Face Value album because it was good. So
Mm-hmm.
Glenn, look who's
Yeah.
in the comments tonight.
Glenn, today is 20 years since Old Crow released Wagon Wheel. That's awesome.
Yeah, but how long has it been since Darius Rucker, the original writer, released it?
The original writer. Oh, get
How
out.
long? How long since Hootie and the Blowfish
What a
wrote?
horrible
Wagon
version
Wheel.
of that song. And he had to hit
The only version that matters.
He ruined the song.
They are the Phil Collins that came along and made that song worth singing.
Oh, horrible. It's a horrible rendition of it. Terrible. I was playing.
Yeah.
Okay, so that
And
song, the
scene.
first time I heard, I was up one night in the middle of the night, and I was playing in a band, and I turned on TV, and for some reason the country music channel was on, and they were playing the Old Crow Medicine Show,
For
playing
some reason.
Wagon Wheel.
Yeah.
And I'm going, what the hell song is that? That is so catchy. And somehow I went on the internet and looked it up, or where I found it. I wrote out all the words, the chords, and everything. I went to my band members like the next day and went, we got to do this song. And I played it for them. And they went, yeah, that's really catchy. And we worked up this version of it. And we played it all over Southern Ontario. And people loved it. And no one had ever heard of it before. This is way before Darius Rucker.
So
Oh,
you're
yeah.
just bitter that Darius stole your thunder.
Yeah.
Darius
like-
Darius was at one of your shows
I am
and,
as pissed
and then
off
called up
about
his
that.
cousin and said, "Hey cousin, you know that new sound
Yeah.
that you're
I'm as
looking
pissed off as
for."
that as Bob Seger was that Rod Stewart beat him to Downtown Train. It's the same thing.
Whoa, wait, what's the story there, Glenn? I don't know that one.
Bob Seger recorded a version of Tom Waits' song Downtown Train,
Oh, I
just
didn't know
about
that.
to release it. And Rod Stewart goes in the studio, records it in 2 minutes, gets it out the next day, and it's a hit. And Bob Seger's sitting on this song going, this is going to be my big hit. And he's going, ah, Christ, he threw it in the garbage. He couldn't
Isn't
do
that
it.
the same thing with Dancing in the Moonlight? And is it that song that Seeger did, and then Thin Lizzy had a bigger hit with it?
Oh,
Is that the
Lizzie
song
did
I'm
have a big
thinking of?
hit with that song.
Yeah, is that
Was
the
that
one
on
I'm thinking of?
Nightlife?
Yeah, but Seeger did it back in '72 or something.
Steam Crasher, St. John.
If that's the song I'm thinking, yeah, I think it is.
Let's see. What else are we? Oh, okay, Glenn. That's a good question for you because, well, I'm not going to guess how old other people are. If other people on the stream have an opinion on this or in the comments, let them have it. But Cardboard Head Guy, Glenn, as you know, always asks the philosophical questions. Here you go, Glenn. The stage is yours.
To the Beatles breaking up. I don't know. I mean, I didn't remember getting upset the Beatles were breaking up. I don't know.
Really?
I mean, it was. I don't know. It wasn't like. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, Rosalie, that's it. I'm sorry.
I don't know how to explain it. I mean,
Yeah.
you still got Beatles albums coming out. And like, I mean, I think you got more product with them splitting up than you would have had as the Beatles staying together. So
Well,
Harry,
together
what's
you ended
up,
up with
man?
All
They
Things
weren't
Must
together that
Pass,
long.
and you ended up with Plastic Ono Band, and you ended up
Hey,
with
Harry.
Ram and Band on the Run. I mean, how can you complain?
So this is not my okay, that's it. Okay, that's why it makes more
That was Rosalie. Yeah,
Rosalie.
my mistake. Yeah.
That makes more sense. Well, somebody mentioned, maybe it was Dan, or no. Somebody talked about the greatest country song of all time. Country's not my jam. So I don't know. Glenn, I know that's a little bit more up your alley. I'm sure Sam has some thoughts on it, but I don't know. The
Greatest country song of all time? I'd give it a Hank Williams song, probably. I
Yeah.
don't know which one, but I'd probably go Hank.
Hey Harry, if you want, I know you're 3 hours behind, so it's only.
I mean, it seems like David Allan Coe is the obvious answer to the greatest country music song of all time.
First
Yeah.
of all, Brad, the answer is Darius Rucker, Wagon Wheel.
Yeah.
The original. Harry, I know you're out there. It's not even 10 o'clock your time. If you want to jump up here, man, I always love hearing from you. Let me know. It's funny. We're talking a lot about Seeger. I've talked about this a number of times of like a video idea of some of these artists that had basically like a full career before their career, and Seeger's kind of the king of that. I mean, he didn't break until he was 8, 9 records deep.
Yeah.
Steve Miller's
It's
like
crazy.
that.
I remember I saw a couple of copies of, what is it, Smoking OPS or whatever in the bins today. And it's like, I mean, that's from their mid 70s. And, he obviously didn't break until several years later. But yeah, I mean, what is it? The original record that has Turn the Page, not the live version, but the original record that has the studio version of Turn the Page is worth like not a fortune, but like it's a rare and expensive record to find.
Is it like back in the Bob Seger system days before he was?
Yeah, I don't know if it's the system, but it's like his third or fourth record. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a period of those that not a lot were pressed and they didn't.
Because he had Ramblin' Gamblin' Man. I remember Bob.
Right, that was on his
system.
debut.
Before the Silver Bullet. Before the Silver Bullet. Okay.
Yeah. Well, and that was the thing. I mean, Ramblin' Gamblin' Man was off his debut, and I always have to check so he was on Bob Seger's system, and that debut was on Capitol.
That was probably 66?
60. Well, so here's what's 68 maybe?
68, 9 maybe.
Yeah.
Because it's on the classic, it's on the Rainbow label. The originals are, and I'm like, damn, because they went to the album, but I think it's a 69, I think.
Okay, so I just remembered. So the ultimate country western song.
Hello.
Hey, Harry.
So, hello. So
Hey,
Johnny
Harry.
Cash obviously did Ring of Fire, which was a June Carter song. But have you heard the Grace Jones cover? That is the ultimate country western song.
No.
Grace Jones doing Ring of Fire.
Wow.
It's pretty amazing.
I like Frank Zappa doing Ring of Fire. That's pretty good. On the best band you never heard in your life live album.
Also, her cover of She's Lost Control
Light in here.
is amazing.
I'm trying to get Brad to sing like Captain Beefheart and Tom Waits.
Harry, how are you, brother?
I'm tired.
Oh, sir,
been
it's
a long
not even
day.
10 o'clock yet.
I know, but it's been a long day.
Man, what time
I'm doing nothing. You know, when you do nothing,
12:30,
it wears you out.
11:30, 10:30. It's only like 9:30, isn't it there?
Yes.
Wow. I'm so far up past my bedtime. I'm gonna have to pee in a few minutes.
Yeah, 11:34 Central here in Chicago.
Harry, do you have
Hey,
thoughts on
Vance,
the
I've
greatest
got
country
2
western
copies
song
of
all
that,
time?
so I'll make sure you get one of those.
I appreciate that, Harry.
So,
Always up for those kind of little.
So coincidentally, I am working on finishing up the karaoke of Gentle on My Mind. I would suggest that Wichita Lineman would be up there.
Well, Gentle on My Mind would be up there too. John Hartford.
Yeah.
Penn song.
Yeah.
What about Friends?
One of
Now,
my
what are you
heroes.
doing for karaoke? Because I missed everything prior.
Oh, I crashed this party earlier because Cole told me about it, and I have no boundaries. So I'm like, I'm just gonna jump in with these people.
We
And,
like
Brad
so
came
I
on.
make karaoke.
Brad, you're okay by me, my brother. I will
So
say
what do you
that.
actually do karaoke on YouTube? Is that it?
Yeah, so I have a stream on Sundays, but there's about 100 of us that make actual karaoke tracks from the original recordings.
Oh, okay.
We pull out the vocals and we make the karaoke, which means they're good versions, but we also can do like the deep cuts and all the overlooked songs. So it's kind of fun to.
And you don't get any copyright strikes against you?
So all of our stuff is copyright claimed, and then the artist allows us to publish it, but then they get all the revenue.
Yeah, that's pretty much typical now. They're not giving
Yeah.
strikes out. No, they've been. I just got one.
It
today
makes it
because I
makes
used
it
the-
so easy to find something. It really does.
Yeah.
Do you have
Harry,
it by,
you got-
by
Oh, go
band?
ahead,
Like,
Glenn.
do you put artists' names on the yellow things?
Yeah,
or
if
you-
so like if an artist has more than 5 records, they get their own header card.
Okay.
So
There we go.
5 is the magic number then, yeah?
Yeah. And
So
otherwise
the
I
question,
just go by
the question is
genre
always where,
and then it's like miscellaneous A, and then if I have 5 or more by
There
that,
you
then
go.
I go alphabetically.
I
that
just
way.
got alphabetical, but that's not a bad idea to split it up a bit more. Even,
Well, if you've got a
than
lot
that.
by the same artist, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I've got a Steve
yeah,
Earle
because the
section that's
spine
like
makes it a
that
little
thick.
tough.
Oh,
Some of those Steve Earle albums are hard to find. Do you have The Mountain on vinyl
yeah, I think I do.
with Del McCrory?
Let me
Man,
look
I'm
real
looking
quick.
for that. Oh,
You gotta go on a search. Harry's got one of the coolest rooms, right? I mean, that's,
Yeah.
that's I don't know
It's
if
a
y'all
nice
have noticed, but I'm sitting here in a dining room table with a couple of blinds and windows behind me.
yeah, but you have nice blinds. I've always
Glenn-
thought that about
Glenn, that's the nicest thing you've ever said about me.
you.
He said, besides, actually, second, one time you said
I
had
like your
nice-
pajamas.
You said you did say I had nice tits, but the second was that I had
No.
good blinds too. So I
Yeah.
appreciate that. Thank you.
All you need to do is get a green screen, and then you can do a screen cap when
Let's
someone
just keep sending
walks
Harry
away.
for
Just,
records.
just
Yes.
so
No, that's
is
not
it-
until
was
he-
it,
until he
That's not the
catches
one I
on.
meant. Do you have this one?
I don't have the mountain. I must
Oh.
have it on a CD. But
Oh,
I don't have
after
it.
all
it's
that,
hard to
he doesn't
find. It's
have
hard
it.
to find on vinyl now.
Yeah.
yeah, just do a green screen and then put all the albums on the shelf
Oh, no.
behind you.
Brad, this is a green screen. You didn't know that? This is
Yeah,
That's the
this
best
isn't
thing got.
yeah.
It's the latest in
This is-
domestic chic.
both Vance and Harry have fake backgrounds too. They're real.
I actually have blinds. That's what.
Now, are those the blinds with the drawstring, or are they the fancy ones that don't have the string that they just lift up?
For me?
Alex. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. You're the guy with the blinds. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you just lift them up. You can go top or bottom, top. Or are you talking about no?
But here, when I'm feeling a little bit fancy, I'll do one of these jobs.
Oh.
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah.
Somebody's
Yeah, 'cause
looking in
that's
your
one of the
window.
things-
Yeah. So who's that? Who's that looking?
No,
at
yeah,
you?
I'm on the 3rd floor, so
Well, he's pretty tall.
let's say nobody's looking on my. He's 18 feet tall.
Yeah, so I bought my house almost officially 3 years ago, and it has the fancy plastic blinds, so they don't have the drawstring. You can just lift them up from the bottom, and it stays there. And then you pull
Oh yeah, I
it
like
down.
those ones. Yeah, you just kind
Yeah.
of give it one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you were there with the latest in technology.
No.
Now I'm going to show a record here because I feel like I have to every hour, right? It's like a quote. It's like how radio stations have to do an ad every hour. I have to show a record every hour, or people are going to think this is not a music show. But this is
Vinyl
more for
identification.
Glenn because Glenn, we know each other well. But I've never heard you talk about this band. Are you a 10cc guy?
No. Can't stand it.
No. Okay.
I
I
don't
can
like
take
that
them in
record.
small
No.
doses.
I don't know what it is. I
I might have a record or two.
I tried. I can't.
Okay.
I don't get it.
What's,
About 10
that
cc
makes
at a time.
sense.
what's the one with the diver?
Glenn, did you ever check out Robbie Folks?
No, not yet.
You really need to. You're
Yeah.
gonna like it. Yeah.
I got to make a note. I'm writing it down.
Get your pen and paper out.
I
Glenn.
forget. I know you. Last time we were on together, you mentioned them.
Now, Glenn, did you see? Sorry, we're just attacking Glenn with questions now. Glenn, as you may or may not know, I've become a regular on the Prague Corner with Scott Lade.
Yeah,
And did you see that he interviewed one Steve Hackett about?
I watched, man.
Wow.
I was really proud of Scott for that. I said, Scott, I knew you when you were just like a guy with 3 viewers, and used to come on with me and Larry, and
Well, and him
now
giving
he's a big
9
star.
A 9 out of 10. It comes out next week, yeah, or a couple weeks, Glenn.
Yeah, I'm excited for the 16th.
Oh
I
yeah,
have the
that's
vinyl
what-
order.
Yeah, Friday or Thursday or Friday. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm excited.
That was a
for
good
him.
interview. He did a good job.
He did a great job.
Be a
Yeah,
tough
I remember him
tough to
telling
do
us we were catching up on a Sunday, and he said because originally he had actually reached out to try to interview Rick Wakeman because he's doing his like farewell tour, and they share a manager. Rick Wakeman and Steve Hackett share a manager, and so the manager said, "No, Rick's not going to do it. But how do you feel about Steve Hackett?" And Scott said, "Yeah, that's good. Okay, let's do that.
Yeah,
That'll do.
That'll work."
nice. Yeah, it was really good. Steve Hackett's a pretty cool guy. He's really interesting, down to earth.
Yeah, absolutely. 10cc. Interesting. I see those records everywhere. I've seen that.
Me too.
The original soundtrack everywhere. But I was
That's
talking
a
to
good
Sam about
album.
this earlier.
That one album, I think, that's
Um,
probably their strongest.
some artists, it's geographical. It's like when I'm, if you're in Atlanta, it's very different than what you see in Columbus versus Toronto versus Seattle. It's just weird how that works, right?
Mhm.
Oh, Music Talk with John had to send a little slapper over to Glenn, huh?
Nice, John. I always say nice things about John. Somebody said he wasn't fit to sleep with pigs, and I said he was so.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, and
Someone
maybe
said
this
he
is
ate shit sandwiches, and you said he don't like bread.
Yeah.
maybe this is the Trevor joke. Well, and there's the 10cc. It's very
It
Steely
is a
Dan
small
in how
dose.
they got
Well,
their
no.
name, right?
When you mentioned 10cc, I said I can take them in small doses, and that was his
Yes.
comment.
And that's based
I was
on
having the same thought.
what is the the origin of their name? Isn't it based on
Yeah,
something pretty
The
dirty
average-
like that?
the average measurement of semen
You would know, wouldn't you, Brad?
from an ejaculation.
Okay, see, Brad
That
hijacks
one's
the
for the
stream. He
kids
does
out there.
things-
Yeah, that's
How are we gonna name our
Doing it for the
band? Let's do it.
kids. Doing it for the kids.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Brad doesn't say a
I
word
did
for
not
4
know
hours,
that.
and then he
Really,
comes in with
kind of
full-
not
we could-
not real for the
Actually-
kids, actually, because that would kill the kids if they.
I did
yeah.
not know
I mean,
that.
someone did ask me if I'd heard of the song "We Are the World" earlier.
Yeah, a few
another
times probably. Now, Glenn, I wanted to show you. I picked this up today at the record store. It was half off, which means it was about $19.
See, Dave knows.
I've showed it a few
Dave
times. I'm
knows.
sorry for Vance and Brad over
What
there.
is it?
Peter Gabriel. This is Live Blood. This was a record store day issue.
Oh, the
like
new
2 years
new
ago.
blood. Yeah, New Blood, right? Isn't it called
Yeah, Live Blood, New Blood, whatever.
New Blood? Yeah,
So the New Blood Orchestra.
yeah.
Conducted by Ben Foster, 3 LPs.
That's a different cover than I've seen before.
Yeah,
Well, that's because it's the live one.
just
That's why it's
yeah,
the
Peter
live
being
blood.
Peter. I'm excited for this. When this came out I
Yeah.
remember this being released for Record Store Day a couple years ago, but I wasn't as big of a Gabriel fan as I am now. And now I'm like, give me all of it. So
Yeah, that's awesome. I
opened it
I
yet,
have
but
the
yeah, it was
CD
cheap.
of that New Blood, and when it came out originally, that's got to be what 6, 7, 8 years ago now, probably.
I think 2011.
Longer
Yeah.
than
Yeah.
that.
So okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
longer than that. So I ordered the album from Europe.
Oh wow.
And it
Because it's
came
probably
in,
CD.
and I
first,
sold
yeah?
all my vinyl off before since then, and then started up a collection
And
again. And I sold it with it, but I had the vinyl. It was really hard to get. I think I paid like $70 for it or something.
Wow.
Yeah, so it comes with a bonus disc of just the instrumentals.
Cool.
I believe, but I think that was the limited edition of the orchestral album.
That's awesome. Yeah, that was well done. I liked it with the orchestra. Doing those songs.
Yeah, it was well done. We were talking about that earlier. It was well done. I just sometimes it's good to take an older song and kind of update it. So Gabriel is touring for the current IO album, but he also toured before the release of the album, where they were releasing songs each month with the New Moon. Dan was asking.
Oh yeah. I got to get the vinyl on that Peter Gabriel album. I bought the CD and because the vinyl was so expensive, but the CD is just so compressed. It's so loud. My God.
Yeah. Did you get the light version or the dark? I think the light is
both. I got both.
Okay.
And they're totally different recordings.
No, I'll tell you what, I can already tell the difference.
Really?
Yeah, we were talking about this. We were talking about this earlier because it's like they're produced. They've got different engineers. Mark Spike Stent was one of them, but they're essentially the same. And there's the third version, which is if you've got the full spatial 5.1 audio setup. And that one's supposed to be amazing, and I'm sure it is.
Yeah, they backed up the box set. They delayed that with all the stuff. Brad, I like Cole. He asked some good questions. What album have you purchased new at the record store that you've listened to the most? Well, I guess that's maybe over the last 3 months, 6 months, year. Go ahead and interpret however you'd like, but anything out there that you've purchased new that you've listened to a lot over the past however many weeks, months, years, whatever it is.
Probably Weather Vane by Jason Isbell.
You like that, right? Yeah. Harry, you like that record?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Sam likes that record a lot too.
I'm going Rough and Rowdy Ways, the Dylan album.
Wow, you still
really
digging it?
I'm still playing the crap out of it. Yeah.
It doesn't get old, does it?
No, I think it's one of his. Like I'm telling you, it's top 10 Dylan album for me. I don't know why.
It is. It's really good. I was shocked at how good it was.
Yeah. Vance, Brad, what do you think? Anything you've purchased recently that you've loved? Ooh, what do you got there?
It's a new Slift album.
Okay. Trevor has talked about Slift.
Yeah.
Just
came out a couple months ago.
Tell me about it. I'm drunk and forget. Sorry.
How do you describe it? Distortion. There's it's jammy. There's some electronica in there. It's psych kind of sound to it. It's heavy. They're out of France, a 3-piece. Yeah, it's hard, loud, hard rock music.
Yeah,
psych.
They're French.
Kind of yeah, it's a French band. I got to see him last year, and this is a new album just came out. The first release on Sub Pop, but I don't know what label they're there. There's a small indie label out of Europe probably before, but that's been on the turntable a lot as a new release. I picked that up. I think I bought it online.
Is it an instrumental album or vocal?
No, they have vocals too, but there's a lot of instrumental actually. There's vocal on it. So
I'll tell you the band that I have ignored my whole freaking life, and for some reason I decided I was going to get into Bert Jansch, and then I was in a record store, and my buddy who owned the record store, he says,
"That's good.
Check out this Pentangle album," and he gave me this. I think it's called Sweet Child, and I bring this album home. It came out in 1968 or 69. I'm listening to it, going, "This is a great freaking album." Do you guys listen to Pentangle at all? Frick,
I haven't. No.
Oh my God, the Sweet Child.
I always considered wasn't it just like British folk?
Kind of, but it's just really, but it's better than that. It's like when I think British folk, I'm thinking, Fairport Convention or something. It doesn't sound like any of that. It's much more interesting. Guitars are much better. Vocals are better. just outstanding.
Hmm.
Really, I'm blown away how I missed
And
this.
what
for
is it?
It's Pentangle, the Pentangle, and the album's called Sweet Child. It's a double album. One's live and one's studio, but just
They had
outstanding.
a female vocalist, didn't they?
Yeah, female and male. They got a couple of vocalists, but just a great record.
Do you
What
like
was the gal's
Airport
name
Convention,
that was in
Glenn?
that?
I like a couple of their albums. Legion Leaf is a good album. Unhalf-breaking.
I've
I
got
like some
that
of the
one.
stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the only
Unhalf
one I've
Breaking
got.
is great,
Now.
yeah.
Yeah.
But there's like that whole like British folky, but also like, dare I say, progressive. You know what I mean? Like, if someone were to tell me that Fairport Convention was a progressive rock band, I'd be like, okay. Like, yeah, they don't sound like Yes, but there's progressive elements to what they do, the same way with, Steel Eye Span or, that kind of stuff, right? But and
Same
obviously
with Richard
Thompson went
Thompson.
to do a
With
ton
him,
of
I
stuff.
like some of his songs, but I can't listen to a whole album by him.
I have a problem times with his voice. Like, I don't like his voice that much, but he's such a great guitar player.
Yeah. I don't know what this is in reference to, but
I've never listened to them. So
I've never listened to Linda's Farn, so I don't know. I only know the name because they played on Every Picture Tells a Story. So.
For the longest time, I thought Pentangle and Pentagram were the same band. They're not, by the way.
I thought you said Bang Tango, and I was like, really?
Bang Tango is also not the same.
Yeah, no, I was like, Glenn's in the Bang Tango? And
they're also very
I
out
was
there.
like, yeah, okay, no. Then he
Cole,
said,
that was my problem with Rush for the longest time is I couldn't get past Geddy Lee's voice, but I finally, what turned the tide for me is I saw him live in concert, and it was such a good show that I became a fan.
When did you see him, Harry?
I saw him. What was the tour where they had like a washer and dryer on stage?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
It was
yeah. That was really good. I got a free ticket to it. That's why I went, and I was.
Glenn was seeing them back in the 73, 74 in the bar days.
They were a bar band.
I seen them in the 80s and 90s.
The tour with the dishwasher and the washing machine, was that the one where the backdrop was a set of blinds?
I don't remember. I just remember seeing that on the stage, thinking, "What the hell?"
That's
that was they got
Alex. That's Alex's
and dryer
inspiration for a stream tonight.
Well, that was that was because Eddie didn't have the amps that Alex had, so he said, "Well, I'm going to put chicken rotisseries and washing machines behind me."
Yeah.
That was the kind of joke of it,
Now, I always say,
Alex
Glenn,
all
we
had
have
the Marshall stacks, and Geddy didn't have that.
Glenn and I have a good connection here because Glenn was seeing Rush as a bar band, but then it was a Cleveland radio station that broke Rush as a band.
WMMS.
With working, what better way to Working Man and the Rust Belt?
They thought it was
the Midwest, but song. Glenn, I would love you, Glenn. What do you remember from those shows? Was
nothing? They were just a regular. They were like going to see any other band. Like you never gave them any thought that they were any different. You'd go into a bar, oh, Rush is there tonight. Like, oh my god,
they were just another one of those local bands. Yeah,
it was just a local band. Yeah.
And that was before Neil.
Moxie, Max Webster. there was bands that made it. It kind of.
I never see Max Webster records here in the States ever.
Yeah, really.
And I want them because I know Max Webster, from what I've understood, is a very cool sort of crossover with, some pop, some proggy stuff, some hard rock stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I've never seen any Max Webster stuff here.
Oh well, next time I see it used, I'll pick a couple up.
I don't know if you guys know, Wasaga George sent me one, so I have one Max Webster album.
Oh yeah,
it was cool of him. It's good. I remember seeing a picture. They opened up for Rush here at the air.
Yeah, they toured with Rush a lot.
Yeah, so
yeah.
But I didn't see Rush till the 80s.
But they were Max Webster was probably one of those bands that people didn't know whether to put them in the M section or the W section.
Yeah.
And truthfully, I still don't know. Who's
like
Max
Jethro
Webster?
Tull? Like Jethro Tull.
There are people who still put
Alice
Jethro
Cooper
Tull
back in the day.
Yeah.
Who is Max Webster, Glenn?
Kim Mitchell is the main guy.
Right. Oh, I know it's Kim Mitchell, but I didn't know who Max Webb.
Oh no, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea where they got the name from.
Fascinating.
So that's
Yeah.
like a
Well,
Leonard
similar-
Skinner or Jethro Tull.
Yeah, they probably
Yeah, because the Skinner
kind of in
stories
the
is
same
always
sort of
Jim
way.
Leonard Skinner.
Knowing where to sort people, and going back to our recent favorite, Van Morrison, people putting it in the V's instead of the M's.
No, I always go
M.
last name.
Yeah, that's
Except for Alice Cooper, I put under A because I knew
Alice
when there
Cooper
was the
Band.
Alice Cooper band. Yeah.
It's a band.
You know the one I have
I
a
have it
trouble
under
with for some
C.
reason
I
I
put it
always
under
put Elton
Cooper.
John under E. I don't know
No.
why. Shit. He's got to go under
Well,
J, but he's the only one
Now-
that I use a first name for some reason.
And Olivia Newton-John goes under N.
Oh,
Well,
'Cause
now
it's
Glenn,
no,
that goes-
Glenn-
that goes-
Well, it's hyphenated.
that goes
It's
back to the-
hyphenated.
That goes back to the record store.
but I didn't know this, Glenn.
Oh,
Elton,
yeah. I don't have
Elton.
any Olivia Ohms.
So obviously, Elton John is not his birth name, but
Right.
it was a combination of two artist names that he put
Yes,
together.
Long John Baldry,
yeah.
and I don't know where the Elton came from.
Well, and the Elton came from the
Elton
saxophone
Britt, wasn't
player
it?
in the Soft Machine.
Okay. Oh,
Elton-
okay. No, Long John
Elton Britt.
Baldry's another guy. He was a
Elton
bar
John
guy.
has the tie into the Prague, man.
What's his name? Is
Long
it
John Baldry is one of the most important figures in
Reginald
British
something?
music.
What is Elton's?
And then
Don't
he
try
came
to
to
lay no
Can-
boogie woogie on the king
Yeah.
of rock and roll.
He emigrated to Canada and became a bar. He was just a bar guy. You walk into a bar and no, Long John Baldry's playing again. It was like you just saw him all the time. It's weird.
Yeah. But he's still a one-hit wonder.
Pretty much, but he was very influential. Like, I mean, he played with
Yeah.
Rod Stewart.
Oh, yeah.
Like the British guys
He
love
He
him.
deserves
was part
to
of
be in the
that
Hall of
original
Fame.
blues scene.
Yeah. And a tall bastard too. He's like 6'6".
Elton's Reginald Dwight.
Yeah, Reginald Dwight. Okay.
Yeah, so Elton John, for some reason, I gotta put him under E. If I put him under J, I wouldn't be able to find him.
Well, and that's what Discogs does. Everything's by first name
Yeah,
because they can't write the software properly to,
Yeah.
make it
Yeah.
understand.
We've all been waiting patiently for a Discogs competitor.
Yeah, it's called Excel.
Yeah, well, we
Yeah.
know that, Glenn.
I've seen that. Yeah, they would close the store down for him.
Oh, I mean, that's gotta be
Oh,
similar
yeah, I've seen
to
that, yeah.
that there's a huge YouTube video. It's been viral now forever, but I do love it because I think it's hilarious of Neil Young going through in Nashville and
Yeah.
buying his own bootlegs.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
Neil
he's talking
has
to the
a
manager. I'm going to take this because I'm on it, and I'm just going to take this.
Yeah.
Okay?
so Neil still has a home in Omemee, Ontario, where he grew up. It's only like an hour, probably an hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes from where I live, and he's here a lot. Like my buddy who owns a record store half an hour west of me, Zap Records, he called me one day, and guess who was in the store today? Neil Young was in, and he was with his wife, the actress. I can't remember her name now. Daryl Hannah. She was in too. They were both in. And then his buddy, who has a store in another town not far away, he calls at Christmas time and says Neil Young and Bob Dylan were just in an. Bob Dylan went up and stayed with Neil Young through the Christmas holidays, and Bob and Neil were traveling around all these antique stores looking at antiques. They were like everybody's going another Bob Dylan sighting with Neil Young. Amazing.
Wow.
Imagine walking in the
Neil's
store and seeing
another
Neil and
top one to get the
Bob
sign.
and Neil walking in. You're going, what the heck?
Well, and Glenn met Neil. Well, got some sign met Neil.
I got
yeah?
him to sign something for me.
What did he
Yeah,
sign?
you're lucky.
Glenn?
He signed a CD cover of Everybody Knows This Is Nowhere.
Yeah, that works, right?
Yeah.
What's your favorite
So
Neil
Robert-
Young album?
My favorite is On the Beach.
I like Zuma. I like Zuma and Harvest Moon.
Yeah. What's that going on?
What's going on? Well, who's doing it?
Oh, that's me.
Come on, karaoke. It's too late. I'll go with After the Gold Rush.
I like
And
On the
Live-
Beach. I
Live
like
Rust
Tonight's
is
the Night,
good,
and then I like
too.
Everybody Knows This Is
There's so
Going.
many of them.
There is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
Pick
been
one
kind
to 70.
I'd say my
Excuse me.
go-to lately has been Ragged Glory. So I don't.
Oh, that's a great album.
Yeah. I mean, it's
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 the only
like,
time I saw him too on that tour, so I kind of favor that.
now, Glenn, do you
I don't
have,
have it on vinyl though. I just have a CD.
Glenn, do you have a, because I know Larry and you and Larry like that.
Yeah.
Do you, I don't know that I've ever really, I have them, most of them. I don't know that I've given like a deep, hard listen to the Geffen year stuff like Trans and
Oh, I
all
can't,
that kind of
I
stuff.
can't do Trans, no.
Mm.
It's
Nope.
like part of me feels like I need to
Shouldn't
do
be
it to be a
prudent.
good band, but also,
Yeah. He was trying to get out of a contract. I think he was trying to put out the worst crap he could come up with.
right?
He wanted to
Well,
piss
that's
off the
what
label.
that's what they
during the
say.
SARS for
but
you.
Yeah.
He's smart. Yeah.
I love the what was the blues album he did?
Oh, yeah. That wasn't bad. This Bud's for You or
this
whatever.
Notes for You.
Notes for You.
Yeah, that was a
another
good album.
song, yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. And the
Well-
Shocking, what was another one? What, Shocking
Nah,
Pink or
Shocking
something?
Pink's
The
I
Shocking
didn't go
Pink,
for.
Yeah.
Now, do y'all have a favorite-ish, pick whatever you want, song that Neil does?
Ooh, favorite Neil Young song.
It's
Yeah.
I
kind of
have a
weird,
clear
but I've
favorite.
always
Hey, hey,
liked
mine-
Last
mine for
Trip
me,
to
man.
Tulsa.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
be-
Yeah,
just
that's
because
great.
it's this long story,
Yeah.
I love that. So I love that Neil. Like Long Trip to Tulsa, was it Ambulance Blues is another one of just like the
Yeah.
long. It's very similar,
And
not
Powderfinger.
musically, but sort of.
I was going to
thematically.
say Powderfinger's a great song.
It's very
And
similar. to
Thrasher.
how- Oh, go
Thrasher's
ahead,
a great
Glenn.
song.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Cortez.
Not a lot of
Revolver.
people know Thrasher.
Yeah, great song.
Thrasher
I'm a
is my
sucker
favorite, by the way.
for Helpless.
Oh,
but
wow.
And I think Thrasher only ended up on Rust Never Sleeps.
Hmm.
I think that's the only place. Now, I've done that's my favorite Neil Young song, and I've done some research on it. They'll say that was his poetic breakup song with CSN.
Yeah.
Is one of the sides of it, but also there's a lot of references to him growing up, and there's
Hmm.
like when the Science slashed the pearly gates, and all the stuff that doesn't really fit,
Yeah.
but that's fine too. But Thrasher has always been that's always been my favorite Neil song, and Cortez the Killer is a close
one.
second. But
Yeah, it's a great song too. Well, I like On the Beat. And you mentioned Ambulance Blues. There's a lot of
Harvest
a lot of Toronto. I'm a Toronto kid, and a lot of Toronto references in that album.
Oh, is there?
Like, the Riverboat was rocking in the rain. The Riverboat was famous coffee house where everybody played. And,
Oh, okay.
and
I took it literally.
he mentions, because that's where in Toronto, that was a place where Gordon Lightfoot got his start, and everybody, Joni Mitchell, everybody played there to start out. And he mentions it's Proud Isabella. Isabella was a street downtown off of Yonge Street where he had an apartment. And there's a lot of references.
yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I should listen to lyrics more.
Mhm.
He came up, Glenn, in our and Sam and I's conversation about our 5 favorites.
So what do you think the story is behind Powderfinger? Because there's so many, what era is it and who is it? And
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know.
is it Civil War or
It's interesting. I don't know.
Sure.
It sure sounds like
there's a white boat coming up the river with a
Yeah.
big red beacon and a flag and a man on the rail.
yeah.
I don't think they're here to deliver the mail,
And you know who else does a great version of that? The Cowboy Junkies.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Very good.
I'm sure they did, but did the Cowboy Junkies ever release a single that wasn't a cover?
A single? I don't know.
Because their Wild Horses also was a big
I really
Well,
like.
deal, but that was a cover.
I like the
Mm.
remake they did with 200 Miles with Ryan
Oh
Adams
yeah,
on it with them.
that's
Yeah.
great. There's that when they did the Trinity Sessions Revisited.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. That song. With Ryan
It's almost
Adams.
better than the original.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh,
I
this is
didn't
where
know
Cole
Neil
gets to
played a
brag about
secret
going to
concert in
the
Toronto.
bridge
There are
school
some bridge school
concerts.
I don't know what that is.
There's,
Someone help me.
there's some stuff out there.
Yeah, I think there is some. I mean, I have recordings of Pearl Jam playing there, but
I went
I
to
don't
3
know
of
if
the
they-
bridge shows.
Oh, really?
Every time Springsteen would play, I'd go to that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and REM went to them.
Metallica's been there. A bunch of bands have played.
I had no
Yeah.
idea.
But I don't know. I don't think there's a big full release of a show. I think,
Or maybe it was
individual
2. I
bands-
might have been to 2 of the bridge shows.
Yeah, so I think Neil's put out some his sets maybe.
One of the ones I went to, the Pretenders played an acoustic set with a 4-piece string orchestra backing them.
Wow.
Steven Tyler came out as an unannounced special guest. They're all good. They were
Oh,
good
I went and got
shows.
a hot dog when that came. I can't stand that guy.
Yeah, well, hey, there's some really good Aerosmith songs. There
Hot
are.
dog.
There really are.
I just hate Aerosmith with a passion.
Oh, come on, Walk This Way.
No, I don't know.
Poison
Yeah,
the
walk
Atom.
that way.
Here's
No,
Ben
I would have
Andrews.
renamed it "Walk That
Keep-
Way."
keep
Away from
walking.
me. Yeah.
I'll promote Glenn's
Oh.
channel here. He has about 26 bands that he hates. That was posted about 3 days ago.
Aerosmith was the
He
was
was-
the A's.
Aerosmith was number one,
Yeah.
number A,
Oh, Nails on a Blackboard.
which is so fun. You know,
They should have named their first album that. I might have bought
yeah,
Because then you know what to expect, right?
it. Yeah.
okay, somebody help me out. What is this bridge thing? What are we talking about? What's
It's a-
bridge?
The
It's
Bridge
a-
School. It's a
It's a benefit album that Neil and his wife put together for
Children with cerebral
Handicapped
palsy,
children.
Cerebral
different
palsy, yeah.
handicaps.
Yeah,
Neil has 2 kids with it.
yeah.
Wow.
and from different mothers.
Yeah, so you know
Which
where
is
the
the
genes
weird
are coming from.
Yeah.
That's why he's called Shaky Productions, because he's got a
Yeah.
little touch himself.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he did
Neil's-
these
I don't know if you
benefit
guys know
shows,
this,
get
but,
all kinds
uh,
of people. Like we were rattling off names or that.
Neil's
people.
dad
yeah.
was before Neil was ever famous. Neil's dad is famous in Canada. He was a sports writer, Scott Young, and he used to do like between periods of the hockey games, he would be like one of the analysts, and he wrote books on hockey. And it was, like when we were kids, there was one called Scrubs on Skates, and another one, Boy at Leafs Camp. I mean, he was a real famous writer, and he actually wrote a book about his with him and Neil, his relationships, called Neil and Me. It's a really good book.
Wow. I thought, you know, a lot of people are making, well, I don't want to say making jokes, but, you know, it's like one of those things of the Neil Young, well, I don't want to say estate, he's still alive. He's the one doing it. But the releases he's done over the last several years have all been really great. I mean, like the ones that I've gotten I've been really impressed with. I stay away from a lot of the I do stay away from like the live stuff because to me it's just a glorified bootleg, and I don't need a 17th version of Cinnamon Girl. You know, it's like
Well, and plus, a lot of them, he seems to release all these old recordings that were all around the same time.
Yes,
They're like
yes,
1970, 1971 Neil Young. Everyone's the
Yes.
same. That's the all acoustic, and they're all the same songs.
and
like
as
you
you
only
saw,
need one.
I have to me, it's like I have
This
live
is
at
so
Massey Hall.
bad.
I'm good with
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
What's
is-
that, Harry?
Neil
This
Young.
is horrible, and I still bought a box set of it.
What is it?
This is Neil
Oh,
Young.
a letter home. That's
He recorded this at Third Man, didn't he?
in a
Yeah,
phone
Third
booth.
Man
or
Records,
something. Yeah,
in one of those recorder booth where you go in
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
it's terrible. And literally, the cover is tape written with a magic marker. You can rub it off.
But what record is that? Like, what is is that?
It's called A Letter Home.
No,
Yeah.
I know that, Harry. I can read, but
Well,
what is what's the record? Like, what
yeah.
is
Screw off, Harry.
let's see.
like what?
Jeez, that was
It looks like
violent.
it's a box set, yeah. That also doesn't. Well, it also doesn't help.
Well, what
He
is it you want
recorded
to
in
know?
that
I don't
little recording
understand.
booth that they used to record in the 20s, and it sounds
yeah.
like
It's the one
that.
that Third Man you could record a
Yeah.
record in. Yeah.
Is it? Is
So
there
he
an
did the whole
era?
album in that.
Yeah. What's the era?
Well, if you
Oh,
keep rubbing it, it'll
probably
be untitled.
15 years ago. Let me look and see what the date is.
Yeah, I would say probably 10 years ago or 15 years ago he did that.
Music Talk with John Gusman.
2014.
Yeah, 10 years. Mayo, time
Harry,
flies.
do you agree with John that says maybe the box set was too long?
Maybe you should have just been
The
called
only reason I have the
Cliff
box
Notes
set is
from
I
home.
bought it at a record show. It was like dirt cheap, and I couldn't say no to it at that price.
Yeah, but Trevor, that's only because you're from Michigan. Don't pretend that it's because you're a Jack White fan. You're just from Michigan, and that's the only pride you have sometimes. Sam's been in the comments a lot, but I've noticed he hasn't been backstage a lot. So I just want to put that out into the atmosphere. But I get that for sure. Well, Harry, I was going to tell you. Sorry, I got to switch this thing around. Harry is spotlight right now, and it probably feels weird. But Harry, we did. So Sam and I have a series on my channel called 5 Favorites, where I connect with like a fellow friend or YouTuber, and we just talk about 5 of our favorite records. But because I can only show, I have to show 5 records too, and like there's only so many I can show. Each show has a theme, and so I just recorded one with Sam, and we did like a whole kind of like singer-songwriter sort of thing, which was great. I mean, Glenn, I know you commented on it, and my thing is like we're all YouTubers. Like I know it's not made to create views. Like there's no desire for it to go
I
viral.
looked at that, and I've really looked into doing a video on it. And my issue for myself is I don't know how I can limit what's a singer-songwriter. Really?
Well, but that's the thing. Define it for yourself, right? Like, I mean,
yeah.
I used Glenn commented on it. I used Dawes because Taylor Goldsmith to me is an incredible songwriter, and he's the leader of the band. He was like my 3rd or 4th choice or whatever. But it's interesting to point that out, Harry, because I did
Billy Joel a singer-songwriter?
Yeah, why not?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Does he sing? And does he write songs?
Is Elton John?
Yeah, they say Paul McCartney and John Lennon are singer-songwriters.
The most important question is, does Glenn think that they are?
Oh, yeah, I should be the judge and jury for sure. Yeah.
I was like,
Alec, you're finally coming around. Finally, someone is talking sense.
That's right.
I'm the judge and jury.
If Glenn says that they are, then they are. That's the important.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a second. Does Glenn have opinions on things? Is that
a couple?
Oh, does he?
Especially Aerosmith.
I'm kind of on the fence on Aerosmith. Wishy-washy.
So Glenn, what are some of the other bands that you can't stand?
ABBA. This one's not going to be very popular. Queen. I don't like Queen.
I'm same. I had their box set, but there's only a handful.
You won't
of
find a
songs
Queen record in my. Yeah, I'm trying to think of who else.
I should just.
I don't love Queen as much as I'm supposed to.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like campy type music. It's like Bat Out of Hell. I think is probably one of the worst albums ever released.
I played that a year ago, and I thought this is really not that good. But that's my opinion. But I remembered it being better than it was. I thought.
I've muted Glenn. Let's see how long it takes him to unmute himself. I love Bat Out of Hell. Well, and it's funny because obviously besides Meatloaf, the other big impact on Bat Out of Hell was Glenn's favorite person, Todd Rundgren, who he also loves. So I can totally get why.
I don't.
A lot of Bruce's E Street Band plays on that album. Roy Bittan.
Roy Bittan's on there. Max Weinberg's playing drums. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. My friend Andy Partridge didn't get along with Todd Rundgren, so I can't like him.
Todd Rundgren did this thing where you could subscribe to this is early on in the days of the internet, where you could get electronic music that you could download from him for a subscription. So I signed up for it, and I never got anything ever. So
Really? But
I
he
went
got your
to,
money.
He got, yeah. So I went to see, I think it was Ringo in Berkeley, California.
Yeah, he was in the All-Star band at one
And
point.
he got out of the limo to walk in, and I was right by the stage door.
Oh, no way.
And I asked for, people were asking for autographs. And I said, Todd, I said, how come you took my credit card and I never got anything from your internet? He said, we refunded all of those credit cards. I said, I never got a refund. I said, sign my ticket and we'll call it even. He goes, and he signs the ticket. My
that's hilarious. I love that story.
So here's a Glenn double
refunded all
feature.
those credit cards. You knew exactly
Here's a Glenn
what I
double
was
feature
talking about.
that he
He
probably
was
already
quite
knows,
aware.
But I love his
So-
music. Something, anything is
Oh,
fantastic. And Run.
So Glenn, you know that Liv Tyler grew up thinking Todd Rundgren was her father, right?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it wasn't until she
raised
was
her.
older she found out Steven Tyler was her dad.
Are you serious? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was right around when she started doing the movies and stuff, right?
Wow.
So
Yeah.
now you're not
So
going to
she-
like Liv Tyler, right?
Yeah, I don't. I again, I
He
don't
hates
know if I
Steven
know
even
her.
more
If
now.
she walked downstairs here, I don't know if I'd know who she was.
You would.
I don't think he'd complain though, Glenn.
She looks like Steven.
No.
Well, I mean, Steven makes a really pretty girl with the makeup and the right lighting.
Yeah.
So
Well, not my type, but what happens to Alex? Where's he go? Does he go to because he's drinking so much beer he has to pee, or is he?
maybe both.
Probably getting another
Pee
beer.
and then grab a
Oh,
beer.
there he goes.
Oh,
I'm
I
pretty
know.
sure
I'm
he's
glad-
got his
Hey, Dan,
pajamas
I'm
on.
glad you're here.
To answer your question, Glenn, yes, I
want-
drink so much beer that I have to pee frequently.
Do you want this?
Yeah, dude.
This-
Absolutely.
This is a
Oh,
show of
what's
Pearl
that?
Jam that I recorded myself.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Wow.
Eric.
And then I made a
Cool.
CD, and then I've also got this one.
Holy
Yeah,
crap!
man.
This is Oakland Coliseum 97, and this is Portland Rose Garden 98.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'll send these
I-
along with that.
Yeah, I
That's
get-
very cool.
yeah, thanks, buddy. Yeah, I collect the bootlegs, man.
Awesome. I like Eddie Vedder solo stuff, but I don't like Pearl Jam that much. It's too heavy for me or something.
New
But I love
album.
his acoustic stuff.
The rumors are flying. New album supposed to be announced on the 13th. We'll see if that's true.
Eddie Vedder
I don't-
solos, like
no,
Eddie
Pearl
Vedder.
Jam. Pearl Jam.
Oh,
the
Pearl
rumor,
Jam
the
album.
title is called Dark Matter. They say.
Oh,
We'll see if that's right.
Dan is asking who would we like to see play the Super Bowl? I know who's
Oh.
gonna be. You know
Oh,
who
that-
it's gonna be. It's got to be Taylor Swift next year. There's no way it won't be.
No, well, so
I mean, who
the
knows?
thing is with that Harry is that the reason that the rumor is that the reason that she declined it because she was offered it this year, but the business reason is because if she was playing the Super Bowl, then no one would be able to get an actual Super Bowl ticket because the prices to see her play at halftime would be so much higher, which is already high, but so much higher than what people would pay to be at the Super Bowl.
but I thought the NFL
Maybe
signed
they
a
say
contract.
surprise. And they don't announce it until the day of the show.
Didn't the NFL
Yeah,
sign
the
a
day
contract
after, yeah.
of someone to manage the halftime show, like a Jay-Z or somebody like that? It's one of those big star rappers that signed a contract
Yeah.
to look after the whole thing, and that's
The
why the
hippie
last
hop
2 or
guy?
3 years you've seen Usher and
Rihanna and yeah.
then all that stuff. Like there's
Yeah.
been the rock stuff has died. Although I don't know if you is there a rock band around right now? who could do the
Metallica could do
halftime
it.
show?
Metallica.
Foo
could do it.
Fighters. Yeah, Foo Fighters.
Yeah.
I don't.
We
ACDC's
could do
not
the
even.
Foo Fighters.
They don't
Like
even
AC/DC.
tour anymore, do they?
They will.
They will.
They
The
did. They did that
Killers- the
festival.
Killers
they
could
did that
do pretty
festival
well.
last fall.
See, there's another
First
band
time
I
they were
hate.
back.
Who do
You hate
Glenn?
ACDC?
No, I hate Foo Fighters.
Oh,
Oh,
You love, but
Horrid.
you love David Grohl.
can't David Grohl? No, the biggest sponge in the world.
David, you know what? Read
I'm
his
surprised he
biography.
is not. I'm surprised he isn't on the live chat with us. Like he shows up everywhere. He's on.
Dave
everything.
Grohl is one of the
He was like Phil Collins in the 80s.
best
Oh.
people in rock and roll.
Well, he might be a good guy,
Morally
but oh
and-
my god, like I just like I'm not man. He's like a sponge.
He's like a sponge.
He is. Doesn't matter who it is. There could be a
If you're
tribute
Dave
show
Grohl, you
for.
wouldn't do that.
There could be a tribute show for I don't know Al Jolson, and David Grohl would be there.
It's the only like rock guy that's in anything.
Oh
He's
my
gonna show up.
god, he never
He
stops.
also, I think, and maybe this is
I
what
give the
Glenn
guy
is
a lot of
referring to.
respect.
He's also become like the Foo Fighters. I don't mind them. Like I think they're fine. I mean, I like Dave Grohl. Like I think he's a great ambassador for the genre. But the challenge is the Foo Fighters, like so many others, have just sort of become like this genre of generic. Like I don't know what they are. You know, it's like this. It's like Imagine Dragons, right? It's like it's just generic rock stuff.
For me, you're describing Dave Matthews.
Uh-oh.
Oh, sir. Harry, Harry, you better hold on. Harry, I want you to look at your little microphone in front of your screen. You ready?
Mute.
All right, there you go.
Yeah,
I can kind of understand. Like I like Dave Grohl as a personality. When he pops up on things, he can be charming and funny. It's great that they're
Did I hit a
pushing.
nerve?
Little bit.
It's great that they're pushing people to like get in the garage, learn how to play guitar, make an album, trying to push rock. But I feel like a lot of their stuff is generic.
Which is fine, right? Like I don't mean to say like, oh, they're
Yeah.
generic rock and roll. It's bad, but like
No, but I mean,
I just don't know what they
people
are.
really, really love them, and I don't think that they're creative enough to get the level of love that they receive. But
Yeah, I
you
dropped
could say
off
that
of the
about
Peppers.
people I listen to.
I really dropped off of the Chili Peppers lately. I haven't been interested in the last couple albums. Don't know why.
Yeah. Okay, this is the best comment here. King Diamond Super. Give us
Oh,
a King
yeah,
Diamond
huh?
Super Bowl. Vance, I know you're into that.
I seen King Diamond. That'd be good.
That'd be hilarious. Could you
yeah,
imagine?
right? People will be like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah.
King Gizzard,
Or
and the
somebody
Lizard
said,
Wizards. Or
somebody said Guar. You see Guar going up there?
Guar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who's on the Hall of Fame announcement this time?
Well,
Do I
we
still
had
have
this
that pulled up?
conversation earlier. It's
You want me to? I got the list still.
Oh, you still got it,
Well,
Vance? Go ahead,
who
brother.
should not be on? Just tell me who shouldn't be there.
Well, here it actually is a lot, I think, but it was Mary J. Blige, Mariah Carey, Cher, Dave Matthews Band, Eric and
Dave
Eric B. and
Matthews?
Rakim, Foreigner, Peter Frampton, Jane's Addiction, Kool and the Gang, Lenny Kravitz, Oasis, Sinead O'Connor, Ozzy Osbourne, Sade, A Tribe Called Quest. Those are the nominees. What do they take, like 5
Wow.
or 6 or something like that? So
Wow.
many
They're
that
just
were
running
passed
out.
over.
They're
They're
just
not running out. They're passing over so many bands.
Exactly. Yeah.
Somebody
Sade,
still-
earlier.
Cher.
Who isn't in? Like Jethro Tull's not in.
Cher.
Right?
No, the Prague guy. No King Crimson. No Jethro Tull.
Yeah.
What's another big one of those guys? I mean, Yes got in.
Is
but-
Deep Purple in?
yeah, they
Yeah.
got in a year or two ago. Finally,
But
Okay.
is Uriah Heep in?
no, not even considered. Never.
The
have
Guess
seen it.
Who? I don't think the Guess
No,
Who from
No
Canada.
Guess Who that I could think of. No Iron.
Yeah,
You go to the
Guess
metal
Who
guys.
should
No
be.
Iron Maiden. There's no Thin Lizzy. We're
Wow.
talking about punk bands. There's just the the Pistols, the Clash, the Ramones. But after that, there's nobody else after that. Yeah, there's so many. Then we went to the AOR guys. No Styx, Kansas, Foreigners up there, Toto, any of those kind of bands. I mean, Toto. Those guys have been on other Michael Jackson's album, for Christ's sake.
Glenn loves Toto. But you
The
know what?
Dog?
Regardless of how you feel about those bands, because Foreigner is on the list this year, and it's just, I mean,
Well,
you
they were
talk about-
blacklisted. Did you see the article about that? Jan Wenner
No.
hated them. I guess and he must have an issue with Mick Jones or something like that. And then Jan
Weird.
Wenner's out, and all of a sudden Foreigner gets nominated for the first time.
I mean,
Well,
they,
Jan's
look,
always been an asshole.
Yeah, but it's yeah.
but they were huge.
I was reading an
mean,
article about
Yeah,
that.
I actually didn't mind
That's a good
Foreigner out of
question.
all
I
those
don't know.
kind of pop
Cole,
bands.
I thought you were leaving. The Kinks, are the Kinks in? They're not in, are they?
Yeah, the Kinks
Oh,
are
they
in.
got
they
it.
gotta
Yeah.
be right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they were in one of the first batches.
yeah. Well, Whoa, wait. I think MC5 got to be there. Yeah.
I don't think the MC5 were in. I'd have to double check, but
Jay
I don't
Giles.
think so.
He's looking for Cole's looking for GGL. And
Yeah,
we know.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, no
there's,
King
there's
Crimson.
a lot.
I mean, here's okay. So
No ELP, Emerson Lake Palmer not in there.
one of
How
the
can
things
Robert
is
by
that
himself?
Ozzy as
Robert
a solo
Plant's not in
artist
by
is on the
solo.
list. Which I don't listen. I don't have a problem with Ozzy as a solo artist being on the list. What the problem is that of all the people who have not been nominated and are not on the list, what makes you say, "Oh, we gotta get Ozzy on there a second time"?
Because Ozzy's not Ozzy without
It's
Black
not a-
Sabbath, and Black Sabbath is already in. So why do it again?
Yeah, but see, Black Sabbath didn't include Ronnie James Dio because of Sharon Osbourne. Yeah, so that's why Ozzy's
Right.
up now because Sharon's pushing it. But
Mhm.
you know,
Yeah.
for them not to, Ronnie James Dio ain't in it for anything. Rainbow's not in there, solo stuff, or he wasn't included with the Black Sabbath, which I think he should have been.
But I was
No,
having this conversation
but also
with
part of it
those
is,
two
I
albums.
mean, Sharon gets her way, but
Yeah.
also, a lot of these bands were out. They've had their success, their legacy, but to her credit, Ozzy has stayed in the public presence.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
and
not
has-
arguing Ozzy at all. He should be.
No, but how much of the nominations and who gets in is you don't want people saying who's that? General people, they need to be able to
Yeah, I know what
get
you're saying,
excited
but
and know.
All right, how many Eric
is
B
13th
and
Floor
Rakim
Elevators
songs
in
can you
it?
name?
Is Love in there?
I can actually name quite a few, and they're hugely influential in
Really?
hip hop.
Okay, yeah.
But
See, they've come up a couple times on the list.
How about Joe Walsh?
Yeah.
Is he in there?
Not solo.
Is he in there as an Eagle?
He might be. I think he was included as the Eagles. Yeah.
what
Oh
about
my
James?
God.
Is James Gang in now?
I don't think.
No,
so.
probably not. I mean, I think the Eagles went downhill when they brought Joe Walsh in. I know I'm in a minor. I think
But he was technically a hired gun then.
the Eagles were better without Joe Walsh, and Joe Walsh was better without the Eagles.
I disagree with that. Was a good hit. I disagree.
Yeah,
with
I think. Well, I like the early Eagles albums, and after when he joined, I mean, I just don't like them as much. And his solo career went to hell after he joined the Eagles. He just focused on
Glenn.
that. I mean,
Yeah,
he made
Glenn.
lots of money.
Barnstorm
I
is
love In the
good.
City.
Barnstorm's
Pretty
great. But
Maid's
that's
all in a
pre-Eagles.
row.
That's pre-Eagles.
Right.
But I mean, okay, but I guess my thing is, okay. First of all, two things. I was talking about this earlier with the chat of like
Yeah, I think
Cozy
Roy
Powell,
already
yes.
did. Sure.
the Hall of Fame is jump the shark in the sense of like I don't think a lot of people like us who are we have a freaking YouTube channel dedicated to this type of shit. So like 99.99% of people are not like us. A, but B, it's interesting because in a lot of sense we say like, oh, we don't care about that. It's a joke. Like they're inducting all these people before they're inducting Iron Maiden and Love and the 13th Floor Elevators and all these different people. But also we spend a lot of time talking about it. So it's obviously still relevant. I guarantee you there's going to be a lot of people in the YouTube world that make videos about it.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
waiting I'm waiting for Michael. I don't know if you guys know Michael Nolan's Bottom Line.
Mhm.
I'm waiting for him to go.
He'll do something.
His head's gonna explode. I think.
He'll do something.
Yeah.
I'll be like, should the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame be abolished? Yeah. Like, fair.
He's gonna just.
It's a rock and roll.
But it's like
They're always fun videos.
Well, it should just be called the Pop Music Hall of Fame. Is really what it should be called. Like
we were talking
popular
about that
music,
earlier.
whatever.
Just music Hall of
It's got
Fame.
nothing. It's got nothing to do with.
When you
rock
said
and
they
roll.
jumped the shark, yeah, that's when the hip hop and then Dolly Parton and Willie and I love those guys, but
Yeah,
that's country, man. I mean, if the hip hop guy, I could they're kind of maybe, but when they put country. I'm like, come on, that's country. They got their own Hall of Fame,
Right. I mean,
museum, and everything.
so there's two. To me,
Well,
there's like
I mean,
two sides of it, right? There's
you
the
could say that Hank Williams should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in a way.
yeah. So then why didn't they put him in before Dolly and Willie? If you're going to go
Yeah,
that route, go
is he
back
not?
to
Is he not in?
who?
He's probably
Hank
in the
Williams
country.
Senior, no, not in the country. Yeah, but not rock and roll.
But okay, but first of all, that's messy. That's fucked up. But second, it's like
He's not even in the Grand Ole Opry. They kicked him out. He's still not in.
at least kick out his stupid son, but don't kick out him. But at least
Get all
at
the
the
You're not
very
one of his
least,
rowdy friends.
with classic country, it's the argument is that rock and roll was a blend of classic American country and then obviously black blues, right? So like at least there's a connection there between
country and the blues had a baby and they named it rock and roll.
right. So at least there's a connection there. But for me, it's like there's two conversations. There's are we including all these artists or genres that are not quote unquote rock and roll, which we've lost that battle, obviously, right? Like I don't think a lot of people are looking for or fighting for Rush to be a member of the Hip Hop Hall of Fame.
Right.
Arguably, except for Roll the Bones.
Here's the question.
They did have Roll the Bones.
What about Anthrax? Why couldn't Anthrax be in the Hip Hop Hall of Fame or Aerosmith? Come on, who brought hip hop out to the masses of rock fans? Aerosmith and Run DMC.
Yeah.
Before all them, I would put Kraftwerk in the hip hop.
Okay, yeah,
Hall of Fame.
exactly. Grandmaster Flash sampled half of that.
You have the eligibility, right? That we could argue about. A lot of people would argue about the eligibility.
But nobody's doing it. Yeah.
What's the difference? And then you have the candidates, and that's a completely different argument, right? So it's tough because if we can't agree on what the eligibility is, then we're certainly not going to be able to agree on who the candidates are, in that way. But I was telling.
Well, also the problem you run into is if the judging community are the people that are already in there, then you perpetuate what's already been in there by creating a seniority system. Because the people that are in there are going to nominate and vote for similar people.
Right. But I mean, and who cares, right? Like, I don't think Mick Box from Uriah Heep is sitting there thinking, "Oh, bummer, I'm not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with Mary J. Blige." Like,
or Biff from Saxon.
Right. And actually,
no, but
was that you, Vance, who said that?
Saxon, yeah.
So I'm going to. You'll love this. This is great. I am going to see. You should come with him, actually, Vance. Get on this. Me, Gary from Physical Format Rock and Roll, and Gary, Steve from All the Worlds of Stage are seeing Saxon.
I could hitch a ride with Steve.
And Uriah Heep, yes, Uriah Heep here in Cincinnati in May.
Oh, okay.
Get on that show.
Who is still in Uriah Heep? Mick Box?
Just Mick Box.
Yeah, I saw him open up for Priest a year or two ago, or back in 2019.
And were they good?
Saxon, yeah, no, it was good. Saxon,
and did they do classic Uriah Heep songs, or they do their new stuff?
No, but it's a mix. It's a mix. A couple new songs, but classic stuff. Saxon, though, are road dogs, man. I mean, those guys just sound great still, and they're just out there. Their last couple of albums have been pretty strong too. I mean, here's a band that's influenced a lot of the metal bands like Metallica and all those guys. So it's like they're not brought up, and then obviously I would put Maiden in before them, but that's the whole same era, that whole new wave of British heavy metal.
Who's the opener on that show, Alex?
Yeah, are they Flipping Nights or?
I would assume
they, sometimes they do.
Well, okay. First of all, I listened to the new Saxon record. I don't know if anybody's a Saxon fan.
I am.
I'm gonna guess maybe Vance of all people.
Yeah,
you might be.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's pretty damn good. Yeah. They're good. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be Saxon is opening it, but I think it's opening, but as a co-headline. So they open it, but they're both split in 90 minutes. I guess.
I think they're flipping each night. Like
they could be.
City, they might do. Yeah.
I listened to was it Hellfire and Damnation, which is a stupid title. It just sort of whatever. That's a great song. Great song. But I've said this before too. What is it? The Uriah Heep record. What? Something in color, chaos in color, something in color, whatever it came out last year.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
I've heard it's great, and I don't care about these bands that maybe only have one original member or whatever that is. Like
Or none.
I think there's a lot of them that
That's like Molly Hatchet. There's like nobody. Everybody's dead.
or the Guess Who, whatever is going on there. Glenn is our
Yeah.
Canadian friend. You'll be able to fill us in
No,
on that.
Saxon has a good.
They do.
I want to say like at least 4 of the guys are original. There might be one new guy.
Well,
the
I
only
mean,
guy
but
in
this is
that
no
Guess
Saxon.
Who is the roadie.
But Saxon was never.
You get
But
the
it
roadie
works
to
out
sign
because
it out.
Saxon was never huge. You know what I mean? Like Saxon was
No,
never
they-
selling out
They
stadium.
were second tier. They were in the early '80s, and when that trilogy came out with Wheels of Steels and Denim and Leather.
I don't know. Don't you think there's certain
But-
bands where once certain people like when David Byron was at the end with Heap, I'm out after that. Like even the album Wonderwall, which I think was his last album. I think it was called Wonderwall.
Yeah.
I didn't even like Sweet Freedom was the last one for
Yeah.
me. Like
Yeah, I agree with you, Glenn. Sometimes there's a certain member is like, well, he's not in there. They could
Yeah.
change
Mhm.
members, but there's that one guy where you're like, kind of like, yeah, that's
yeah, like I
kind of
mean
the
that guy,
pulse of the
his
band,
vocals. I mean,
Yeah,
as much as
and
they were great musicians, but
and
David
yeah.
Byron's vocals really define
singers
that
are a
band.
big part of it. Yeah, if you don't get the original singer, sometimes if it's a strong guitarist or something, you might still stick with them.
Yeah,
But yeah, once
like
you
I
get-
like Ken Hensley's solo albums.
Hmm.
He did some great solo stuff.
Well, it's like Alice in Chains. After Lane
Yeah.
died, a lot of people dropped off, but the new William is. I've seen them, but you still got Cantrell in there, right?
Yeah.
He's
Cantrell
great. And
did
he's
vocals.
great though.
So they still their albums are pretty decent albums, but a lot of people try, it's not Lane. I'm like, yeah, but you got to give this a chance, man. This is good stuff. It still has that
Yeah.
same kind of vibe.
Take
to
it for what
you know?
it is.
Yeah, it still has that same vibe, and they do the old songs, and he sounds pretty good for him. William does, but they're also putting out new records that sound good, And you still
The
got
only
Jerry,
band
'cause-
go ahead, sorry.
no, I'm just wrapping up.
No, I was just thinking like for me, like I'm a huge King Crimson fan, but when you think about all the different variations of that band between
Yeah.
from 1969 to when did they decide to call it quits now in 21 or something like that? But
Right.
my God, how many
But
vocalists? How
Glenn,
many?
But you
One
know what?
constant member.
They've had so many different lineups, but one constant member. But could you imagine? Let's hope it doesn't happen. But say something happens with Peter Fripp, and then
Robert?
wow, Peter Fripp. Who the hell is Peter Fripp? Robert Fripp. Who the hell is?
That's
Who the
I
hell
was-
is
I was
Peter
like,
Fripp?
That's
brother.
Crimson
What the
King,
hell?
the cover, the
His brother.
tribute band.
Yeah.
I have no idea who
Actually,
Peter.
did they? I didn't know that. Though. Did
It's,
they actually officially call it quits? I didn't know that.
But-
saw
Yeah,
him-
I think they decided.
I saw him in
Fripp-
2019.
That's,
That's the only time
yeah.
I've seen him.
They did a
But if
tour
he
during
decided-
COVID
if-
on in 21 or 22, and then kind of disbanded for a
That's
bit.
it. Yeah.
But God forbid that
That's
something
the-
happened to him or something, whatever. It would be hard for us to go to a King Crimson show if he wasn't there,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? And even if it was,
That's like Van Halen. Without Eddie, you can't continue that band on. I don't care. I don't care if you put
Sure.
Wolfgang in there or anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
which it's
There's
just,
some bands like that you just can't replace somebody.
yeah. You take like someone like Pantera, right? Like they've
Mhm.
done like the whole. I mean, they've rounded that out with an all-star group. I just wish they didn't call it Pantera.
Yeah,
Call it anything else, but
yeah.
it's
like a
hard not to have
tribute or just
the brothers and call it Pantera, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's a very good point because I like what they're doing, but they should it'd be like a honoring or tribute or something like that. But it's just straight up Pantera, and it isn't.
Well, you two just did their Vegas show without the drummer.
Oh, did
Which
they?
you can say it's
They're
just the
doing that
drummer.
sphere thing or whatever it is without
Yeah,
their
they
drummer?
did the Sphere.
Who's drummer?
He had surgery, Larry Mullen Jr. So he had surgery, back surgery.
Yeah,
So
yeah. He didn't. Do that.
they brought in someone to play for him. And now it's not a full tour; it's just the Sphere. But
Yeah.
That was a residency. Yeah.
Grateful
to
Dead
that-
are going to do a residency there also.
Well, there's
I
another
heard that
band.
Dead and Company's going to do a residency.
So how do you
Yeah.
feel about that band? You know, I mean, they're still.
Well,
How many guys
Yeah.
are in there? It's Bill and who else is in that?
But that's always been
But
a
they're not
fluid
calling
band
themselves
in
Uh,
the
some
Bob
Grateful
Weir
Dead.
is Bob Weir still part of that?
I don't think
I
so.
don't think
Because
so.
I think
they did
Bob
the-
is, yeah.
Is he?
Bob is, yeah.
Is he okay? Because
Yeah.
they remember they did do
But-
like an ending show of that too. I remember Wrigley. They came and I almost went.
But-
and I didn't.
But I will
But
say,
they're not calling themselves the Grateful Dead. Which
right.
is-
That's the
I
key,
like that.
Glenn.
Dead
Dead
and
and Company,
Company,
yeah.
or
That,
Yeah.
that they have,
But
to me,
John Mayer's
they
still
have
with it.
modeled the way to do it. Like
Yeah.
the Dead and Company thing is like, oh, it's the Grateful Dead, but it's not the Grateful Dead.
Yeah, it's
and
a couple
at one
guys. in
time they were
company.
the
Yeah.
others. You
yeah,
know.
the other.
Oh yeah, the other ones. The other
yeah,
ones.
the other
Yeah.
ones. Yeah.
I remember I
So
was
who
running
was-
a music store.
so
I had
who
an
was
argument with the guy
Phil
came in
and Friends?
with that. Bitching
About
at me
what?
about the other ones. He's like, I said, well, you know, that's some of the guys from the Grateful. No, it's not. It's a different band. No, dude, it's a couple guys. I was like, get out of here. Just are you gonna buy the CD and go, please? Get out of my store.
Hey, let me answer Cole's question. He asked if there was any Tom Petty stories. So in '99, my wife and I went to the Fillmore when Petty was doing the stand.
Oh,
And
wow.
as you go in, you get a poster of the show. So after the show, we go out and we're on the, and I'm always waiting for autographs. So we go out and we're on the sidewalk waiting. Finally, everybody leaves. No, virtually nobody there. We're gonna go to the car, and a guy comes walking out and down the steps, and he goes, "Can I help you guys?" And they said, "Yeah, we're just waiting to see if Tom was coming out." And he goes, "No, Tom's gone. What do you got? Posters?" And I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, you want me to sign them?" And I had no idea who it was. I go, "Yeah, sure." And it was Scott Thurston.
Oh, wow.
So Scott signed both of our posters for
Oh,
us.
that's
but-
cool.
And I didn't even know who he was. I didn't recognize him.
That's
Well, do
funny.
you want me to sign it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I don't have a petty story, but so I managed a small drive-through photo lab 2007, and someone shows up in a white minivan, and this is in the Midtown entertainment area of Kansas City, so you're gonna have a lot of musicians, but like local. So I didn't recognize him, talked to him, chatted, he left, and I turned to the guy that was there with me, and I'm like, "Was that?" And he said, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, that was Robert Plant. I helped him with his digital camera and talked about his kids, and
Oh, wow.
he looked old because he was touring with Alison Krauss, so it's fairly recent." And I was not expecting him to show up in a white minivan, asking for
Hey, they're
help with his
people, you know, they're people
little
like everybody else.
right? So I
Yeah,
was
I
chatting
just
with
don't
him,
think
and
of them that way.
I, at first, you know, I thought he was a local musician. Obviously, plenty of local musicians inspired by Zeppelin and kind of looking the part. I'm like, yeah, well, it's probably best that I didn't, you know, go nuts or bug him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I would do with that situation.
Well,
I had
Dan
this
has
small,
a question
uh,
about top five or top three
songs.
Petty songs. I would struggle with this, but I know there are other Petty fans in the chat or on the stream. So I don't know. I don't know if I've thought about this. This is interesting.
Southern accents,
Well,
wildflowers, and
coincidentally,
those are-
I have Wildflowers available for
Breakdown.
karaoke on my channel.
I like Room at the Top of the World. American Girl.
yeah.
And I really like that whole album with The Last DJ on it.
I would.
It's hard not. You could name 100 Petty songs.
Yeah, The Waiting
So-
has always been a favorite for mine. The Waiting. I never got to see Petty though. My story with that is that I had an offer to go see him at Red Rocks of all places, which is like a bucket list venue to go see. I want to go see somebody there. I was going through the forest, and a friend of mine says, "Hey, I got tickets for Petty. Come on, fly out to Colorado."
Oh wow.
And I'm like, I'm just everything's like tight, and my money's kind of tied up. And I was like, oh man, I want to go, and I didn't go. And then 3 months later, he's dead. I'm like,
Oh
"God damn it."
wow.
And I never got to see him. I was like,
Yeah.
it's
Well,
one of those
that's-
things where just
that
get the
sucks.
ticket. Yeah.
I think I saw him 3 times
And yet I
overall.
never got to see him.
Yeah,
All the-
me neither.
I
You always
look back,
think.
and all the times he comes through, I'm like, why didn't I go to these shows?
You always think, yeah, there's another
Yeah.
time.
I
Yeah.
had tickets for Stevie
had-
Ray Vaughan's last show, and I sold them.
Wow.
It was like my parents, or so I'm like younger. It was 1990. My parents, we're gonna go to Vegas. You kids want to go? Me and my sister, and we'll pay for you and all that kind of stuff. And like, all right, well, I ended up selling the tickets. I wake up in Vegas on the news. Stevie Ray Vaughan dies in a helicopter crash. I go, what the? I was like,
I saw Stevie Ray with Jeff Beck and Jeff Healy.
Wow.
Three guitar
Damn it,
show. It
Glenn.
was wild.
Damn it.
oh, that's
Glenn.
that's Stevie. It was
Hey, I'm
Eric
going to say
Clapton.
good night, everybody, but I appreciate you letting me up
Awesome,
here.
Harry. Yeah,
All right,
great.
Ron.
I'm
All right,
gonna
Harry.
be going. I gotta
Always a
say goodnight
pleasure.
too. It's quarter.
Oh,
to
everybody
two.
got to say goodnight.
Hey, Vance, I'm going to send you some photos on Instagram that I took of Robert Plant at Harley Strictly.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Yeah. I'd love
Okay,
to see that.
later.
You know I love that stuff, Harry. All right, buddy. Later.
Wow. Take care, Harry. Always fun.
All right. Well, hey, I'll wrap this up before we get too. Oh God, it's
Yeah.
been
It's a
five.
Who song. It's a
You've
Who
been on
song.
for 5 hours
5:15.
and 15 minutes.
5:15. The Who.
This is
All
like
right.
this is like you should be raising money like Gary Lewis telethon. Or
Here's the thing, Glenn. As someone who is into monetizing your YouTube channel, you should know that live streams count towards public watch hours.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind when we.
Oh, does it really?
It does. So
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Glenn,
Yeah,
when
so
we
many
do our
hours.
5-hour Zappa
should
stream
do
on
that.
Monday,
Yeah.
it'll make you some money. All right,
We'll
people.
see. Okay. Good night.
It's a pleasure.
Glad I
Brad,
caught up
great
with you
to connect
guys.
With you, Vance, great seeing you for the first time. Glenn, always a pleasure.
Yeah,
Let's
Vance,
get
it
out
was
of here.
awesome. Brad,
Enjoy the weekend. We'll see y'all soon. All right.
take care,
All right,
guys.
Brad,
Nice to meet
Thank
you.
you.
Alex, thanks for having me on. Have a
See
good
ya.
Cheers,
night.
y'all.
Good time, man.
Love it, y'all. Be good.